Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hey, guys. Oh, good morning, everybody. Oh, there, I can hear me. How are you doing? Wake up. Court is about ready to happen in a nano minute. I need to let you know, thank you to one of my fellow mods that has been so graciously sending me information. Mello is being held with no bond. Hughes was held in contempt and given 6 months. This came from local news for him saying things he wasn't supposed to say in court that the judge ordered not to be said in court. He was given 6 months. Oh my gosh. Yesterday was spicy in the Rose Petal murder trial, and we are here for it. Y'all, I have to tell you, last night I got 12 hours of sleep and I just woke up. I am so happy, but I'm like, give me coffee. Hello, Dawn. No sunny day. How is everybody doing? This girl got some good sleep last night. It's about time. Whoa, I got to get my computer to screen where I need it. So yay, I got some good sleep. It's hard sometimes for me to get good sleep. Between going to college, doing this and everything else that I do, sometimes it is a little difficult. So I am so blessed that I was able to get sleep. Dawn, thank you so much for the heads up information. You are so awesome. You know that, love? I thank you for that. I appreciate it. A whole ton in a bunch. A whole ton in a bunch, as my grandma used to say. When she used to tell me, I go, I love you, a whole ton in a bunch. So, oh, hi, Haley Mouse. Good morning, love. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, let me get the court up and going. Usually I have all this done, but you know what? I popped my head up and I thought it was 9 o'clock and it was 4 minutes till 10. I was like, uh-oh, ruh-roh. There we go. So once again, thank you to all my fabulous mods and my court junkies. I call you court junkies. I want to call you something. All right, this is on their feed. It's not on me because I don't have anything open for this to be causing that. So we'll just deal with it. Yesterday, I really did a lot of thinking about the Karen Reed trial, and we'll talk about that during the breaks because a lot of things happened in that hearing, and I think the judge maybe overreacted. And when Brennan made the comment about the defense and all of that stuff. Hold on, I'm trying to do many things at once and I can't do that. Anyway, and he said that the information came from the feds, and then he turned around later and came back and said, no, it came from the defense. By then, the judge was already pissed off. And so I felt that she should have been able to continue that hearing and just put that topic aside and continue, but she did not. Auntie Bev is Auntie Bev. Auntie Bev is Auntie Bev. So what can I say? What can I say, y'all? Auntie Bev is Auntie Bev. I'm trying to get the comments and all that stuff up on my screen like I should have everything. But last night I for the first time, I I didn't have a ton of things to do. I was able to go to sleep, get down in bed before midnight. It was so refreshing, y'all. And I tell you what, that's a nice thing. We need that every once in a while. Oh, happy day. Your pipes didn't freeze. Well, mine probably have. Ah, to be honest with you, mine probably have. Um, and it got down to, let me see, let me look at our weather today. It's 23 now. It got down to, I think, about 16 last night. I think it got down to like 16 degrees last night. Trying to add some color to my face. I'll add more later. But um yes, it was 15 degrees this morning and it felt like negative 2. And tonight will be a tonight is going to be 25 and then we start creeping up. We'll be 80 degrees on Tuesday, low of 49, high of 80. Like I said in that picture I sent into the Discord, in Texas, you never know. It's a lottery number. It's 61, 17, 80, 15, 32. So happy your pipes did not freeze. That is a great thing. One sunny day. I know it's one sunny day, but I call you Oh Sunny Day because I can. Dawn, thank you this morning for your information. Oh, guys, yeah, don't forget to like. Okay, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, let's give a little recap, shall we? Yesterday, the defendant got on the stand. And yesterday, he dropped some major bombshells and caused a lot of problems. And to the point to where he got 6 months contempt of court. Number one, he accused the mother of Ida. Well, everyone's upset about her name being brought in. Excuse me. Everybody's upset about the name of the little girl coming in. And somebody got mad at me for saying it. Well, the problem is that little girl's name has been brought up all over the place. And there is nothing I can do to keep that out. If every witness hadn't brought that up, then I could keep it out. But that is not what happened. Okay. So, Christina Parcells' daughter, Zachary Hughes accused Christina Parcell of being intimately inappropriate with her daughter. I have a hard time believing that. The other thing is that, the boyfriend of Christina Parcell is in jail on 8 counts of CP. That I believe. Do I believe that she was a part of it? No. Absolutely not. Let me look. Hold on a sec. Can you bring me a clean coffee cup, please? Thank you. I'm trying to get down to the nitty-gritty on this here, so I was trying to look something up at the same time. So, unfortunately, A well-known pianist. Everyone's calling him a well-known pianist. I don't think he's that well known. I don't know what's going on with the internet, y'all. My son may have to reboot it. It may be us. I'm not sure. Our signal strength is very. It's not us. Well, look at the signal. This is not a coffee cup. Um, there's a lid to this. Yeah. I'll take this and do the lid. So I'm going to have a mega a cup of coffee. Because I need it. No. I trained you. Oh, I'll go ahead and keep that in here, but I'll use this to pour it into. Okay. So that will stay warmer longer. Okay. You didn't find the lid, did you? No. This cup, let me tell you guys about this cup. Anybody have arthritis in the house? Or we're waiting for trial? My son said our signal strength is good. It's not us, it's them. This cup is specially handcrafted, and you can get these on Amazon. They're arthritic coffee cups because your hand slips in and your thumb goes here, and it is easier to hold, and it's warm, and it feels fabulous. I don't know what's going on. It's not our signal strength. Our signal strength, he said, was good. He checked it. Maybe if you're into piano music, him. One sunny day. I'm very much into piano music. Although people don't understand how I can listen to piano. I feel the vibrations and I can hear a few pitches. But I'm very much into classical music. I am into a lot of different music, but I'm not into like hard rock or anything like that. So for me, I never heard of him, and he prides himself on there's a shoulder pad. He prides himself on the Beethoven um, pieces, and yes, they are brutal. They are hard. And yes, that is an accomplishment. I will give him that. But in the Juilliard world, he's probably well known, but he's not well known throughout the United States or anything like that that I have found. I kind of Googled that last night when I was just sitting here chilling. I mean, it was nice. That was an unexpected night. My dad's a retired rheumatologist. Oh, well, I gotta go see my rheumatologist soon. These, you can get them in different patterns and colors. My child found this and gave it to me for, birthday or Christmas. This I have RA really bad. I have a wheelchair, sometimes I'm in. My most affected areas are my hips and my feet right now. Luckily, I don't have the disfigurement yet, but I am starting the every time I do sign language, the turn of the fingers, so they're starting to do that disfigurement because they're hiding behind. When I do a U in sign language, it looks like almost like an R, so I really do an R. But my fingers, especially this one and this one, they're I have to really think to get them up, but when I go natural, it's hiding behind. But anyway, this is a very awesome cup because I can carry it like this, I can carry it like this, and it's easy because of this lip that your fingers tuck into. It's harder for you to lose your grip. So wonderful. You can get these on Amazon. Just look up arthritic coffee mugs. I absolutely love them. I wish I had more of them. Now, I will tell you they hold heat. So if that cup can get pretty hot, but it does maintain that warmth. And if your hands like this time of the year really want to have some good warmth in it, hold on to that coffee cup because it's fabulous. So hold on. I have no earrings on. Do you know what's so funny is I've gone through my life with not wearing earrings very often, and then my spiritual mama, who I call mom, my spiritual mama is always on me. Ada, where's your earrings? Ada, where's your earrings? You need earrings, honey. I'll go somewhere. We'll go to a meeting or go somewhere, and here, let me give you a pair of earrings. You need some earrings. Now I need some earrings. I need some earrings. Oh, we're waiting for day 7. Um, I bet going back to the trial, I'm all over the place this morning, I'm sorry. Going back to the trial, um, the thing that happened yesterday in court with the lawyers and everything, he was the Hughes 2 things Hughes was not supposed to talk about. One was the accusation that the decedent who he unalived, um, did some inappropriate things to her daughter, number 1, because number 1, that's not been founded. And number 2, and when the coffee cup is too hot to handle, there's your handle. It holds 14 ounces, just FYI, comfortably. I've got 12 in here, and I got that much more to go. But that mug sure does take that heat on well. So it can be a little too hot sometimes. Too hot to handle. So I just hold on to this. But we're gonna let it cool down right now because it's way too hot to drink. Okay, so the other thing he brought up that was totally inappropriate was the point that the state was hiding evidence from the jurors. That to me is insane. Hold on a sec. I'm needing to text somebody, so don't sorry, I had to take care of something. So the one thing that I mean, I can if you were on the jury, let me ask you this. If you were on the jury and all of a sudden you heard that kind of stuff coming out of the mouth of that person on the stand, would you be able to ignore what he said? Would you be able to set aside the fact that he's accusing the mother of that child of mother of that child of harming, number 1, and would you be able to set aside the fact that that mother I mean, and that he stated the state is hiding evidence? Would you be able to do that? Is that something you can do? I don't know. I don't know if I could. I think I could. Well, could you? Come on, in the comments while we're waiting for trial to start. Let's get a conversation going. My doctor's office is asking for me to confirm my appointment. Um, so there it is. Uh, I love being able I love being able to do everything through text with the doctors because of my hearing. It's very difficult sometimes for me to, um, understand some of these people on the phone. So this makes it great, but I have to do it. Yes. Yes, June, you could set aside that information. Oh, that's great. I think that's awesome. Um, I am getting everything up and going. There we are. Why do I not have a feed on this device? Yep, should have a feed. Camera 2, where's your feed? There it is. I am loving having this setup up here because I got the camera for the shop up here. I got all of that stuff worked out. It's great. All right. I want to see if I can find a video of him playing. Oh, I do have a video. Um, I can't monetize this video because I'm gonna share this, but I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway. Here we go. The sound is all the way up. This is the guy. I am watching. Good, I'm not monetizing so I can keep What a waste. Remember, you have to memorize. Always wanted to be a pianist. I'm not good enough. Hate this ponytail. Hello, Tammy love. I'm having a blessed day. Or by accident, but I guess I needed it. Oh, it was glorious. I was supposed to clean my glasses, not make it worse. This guy is good. I give him kudos. Good dude. I wanna put my makeup on. I can't stand it. I don't have any on right now. I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to get a copyright strike on that. I am not monetized for that reason, but I got yeah, I may get in a little trouble for that. We'll see. I'll fight it. That is yesterday's I couldn't get monetized. Do you know why I couldn't get monetized? Is that little you know that little, music that Court TV plays when they go into a break? Yeah, it demonetized me. It caught me. Okay, y'all, what did you think about that? Yeah, that's a good comment. A lot of times the chapels will have or they'll have some kind of a keyboarded instrument, but, he went into the military. He went into the Marines. I'm like, "Okay, you are a Juilliard graduate." He how I'm kind of struggling unless he had some mental stuff going on and people couldn't work with him, which is a grave possibility. But please tell me, how in the world could you be a Juilliard graduate and play like that, and you couldn't get a job accompanying a symphony or an orchestra, even the youth philharmonic, and making a decent income at that? That you got to the point to where you were playing on the streets and had to get a, they had to get a permit to do it, but he's playing on the streets. I don't understand that. I don't understand how he can be that good and not earn an income. What was going on? Oh, absolutely does not make his red room forgivable. And for those of you who are just joining, thank you so much for joining. I'm Ada K. And we can't say certain words on here. So we can't say the M word. So if you reverse it, it's red room. Yeah, there's a lot of things we can't say. So if you don't understand a word, just put it in a comment. What was that word? And we'll explain it. We did see the judge's head poking in. So we're getting ready to start trial. Yay! Um, but He's good, y'all. He's good. Well renowned? Don't know because he's too young to be that, but was he on his way? I think he absolutely was, and I think that he threw away, uh, that is a God-given talent, and he threw it away, and I can't explain why, I don't know why, but, just for giggles and grins, let me share some personal. By the time I was into 7th grade, not even a full 2 years of playing the clarinet. I was in the San Antonio Youth Symphony's Philharmonic, and in high school, I was in the highest level, which is the Philharmonic, and I then accompanied and, was substitute sometimes in the San Antonio Symphony with the bass clarinet, and then I played the contra alto bass clarinet and percussion in the San Antonio Symphony at some point, in my early 20s. I was a I was a musician. I was, and I sang opera. But, that said, I could sing classical, I sang country, I sang gospel. But there is absolutely someone with his talent, no reason for him to have been struggling the way he was struggling, and no reason for him to do what he did. There is other than this man's got some mental issues somewhere down the road. When court goes on, I'm gonna throw on a little bit of makeup. My eyes are watering this morning. We have allergies already in Texas. So this gentleman right here got served 6 months in contempt of court. And the other gentleman, motto was
Ladies and
arrested
gentlemen,
with
thank
no
you. I
bond.
see everybody right here safely. We're going to continue with the case. Cross-examination.
Ooh, cross-examination. This ought to be good, y'all. This ought to be a bombing experiment. Let's see how many minds this guy walks in.
And Mr. Hughes, I will remind you that you're still on track.
I understand.
Cross-examination, you guys. Here we go.
There's State's Exhibit 66 up there on the
Okay, with that, I'll be right back.
Overhead. Mr. Hughes, when you drag Christina Parcell across the floor of the front room where you killed her, did you drag her by her arm or by her ankle?
I don't remember for certain, but I think by the ankle.
That's all the questions I need to ask this, Your Honor.
Any limited redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Mr. Hughes, you can start. Any
Oh, right.
any other witness? Defense going to call any other witnesses?
Your Honor,
And I am aware that you wanted to put additional property.
yes, not at this time.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go back to your jury room, and I'm going to be taking up a few matters, hopefully very quickly.
What? Excuse me, I had to step out. I'm going to go back. The puppy had to go to the ladies' room, so I had to go take her. I missed.
States Exhibit 66 up there on the overhead. Mr. Hughes, when you dragged Christina Parcell across the floor of the front room where you killed her, did you drag her by her arm or by her ankle?
I don't remember for certain, but I think by the ankle.
What? Why is that important?
That's all the questions I need to ask this, Your Honor.
Any limited redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
I am wearing this in honor of a dear friend today. It's their birthday. They're Native American, so I'm wearing this in honor of them.
Any
I don't
any other
wear it
witness?
often, but
Defense going to call any other witnesses?
I feel a little better. I love wearing my turquoise.
Your Honor,
And I am aware that you wanted to put additional property.
yes, not at this time.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go back to your jury room,
That's it. We're
and I'm
done.
going to be taking up a few matters, hopefully very quickly.
We're going to have a closing argument, jury instructions, and we're going to be done. Maybe we'll get a verdict today. Yeah, this verdict is going to be real fast, quick, and simple. Guilty. He confessed on the stand. Yeah, I'm going to wear those today. He confessed while on the stand of red rum. So this is going to be probably one of the fastest deliberations known to mankind. I won't put all that on. Some of the fastest deliberations known to man. Yes, I keep it in a very special container. I can share you a little bit about this. This is Hopi and Navajo a wedding piece. It is authentic. Isn't that gorgeous? This here is someone asked me about my turquoise shoes, the jewelry the last time I wore it. That's why I'm explaining it while we have this break. And then we're going to get into the Karen Reed. This here is super thick, super heavy, as you can see. This is a pawn piece. They used to, when natives didn't have enough money for groceries, when they go to the native grocery store on the res, would take take a piece of their jewelry, and they would hold it until they brought the cash back. And if they didn't, it was theirs. And that's where pawn came from. I was like, what is that white? That is the word pawn. That's where that came from. This piece is turn of the century, 1800s, and it has all of these pieces of turquoise in it are not mined. They are found off the ground. So this is a very old piece. A lady owned a grocery store on a native res, and this piece was pawned for groceries, and the lady never returned. She thinks she passed away. And the lady that had it had one daughter. That daughter doesn't have any children, and she blessed me with giving me the privilege of purchasing it. In the native community, this is new. That's a new piece. And the earrings are also very, very old. In the native community, turquoise is worth more than diamonds. Now let's get back to court. I'm explaining this because I had somebody who asked me to explain my jewelry to them the last time. Okay. Um, Dawn, I agree with you. I hope so because of him trying to say he did it to protect the daughter. That disgusts me in all honesty, and it creeps me out. And I'm like, what kind of relationship did you have with this daughter? None. Well, he did know the daughter. That's right, because he knew the father, and he was a part of the father's. Um, that's the connection. He was friends with the daughter's father, the ex-wife's husband, and unfortunately, I think he got a little too involved. Why would he want to protect the daughter that much to think that he would have to unalive the mother? What was his play in this? What was going on? If anybody did anything inappropriate, did he? All right, Miss Tammy, let me give you the lowdown. The lowdown is this. The Oh my gosh, I had a brain cramp. Don't we love it when we get brain cramp? Let me go back and get it back up here again. Zachary Hughes is charged with the redrum or unaliving and possession of a weapon in the commission of a violent crime. The charges are related to the death of Christina Parcell, who was stabbed approximately 31 times in her home October 2021. Hughes, a well-known pianist, I will say a very good pianist, was arrested in her unaliving and is being tried for redrum harassment, possession of a weapon during a violent crime. John Mello. Okay, let me read this. I'm just going to read it. It's easier. Greensville, South Carolina Court TV. Zachary Hughes' shocking testimony from the stand led investigators to charge John Mello in connection with Christina Parcell's unaliving. Zachary Hughes testified in court during the trial on February 19th of 2025. Parcell was found stabbed more than 30 times in her home in 2021 and in the middle of a very nasty custody battle with Mello at the time of the unaliving. Hughes, a close friend of Mello's, was charged with her brutal redrum. The judge in Hughes's trial barred the jury from learning that Parcell and her fiance, Bradley Post, were suspected of making CP abuse material and what? Okay, whoa, this is news. The judge Hughes in the trial barred the jury from learning that Parcell, her and her fiance Bradley Post. Now I knew he had charges of CP, were suspected of making CP abuse material and stopped Hughes' testimony multiple times when he tried to allude to his concerns. Oh, maybe there is some concerns of that. That may be a different charge. Hughes testified that Mello frequently told him about the grave concerns he had for his daughter's safety. In one of the conversations, Hughes recounted on the stand that Mello allegedly approached him and asked him if he would consider accepting $5,000 in exchange for unaliving Parcell. Then it went to $10,000. So maybe there's some slight validity to that. I think there may not be. Parcell may not even have been a part of that.
Welcome back. Just be patient and understand there
Oh,
are
sure.
procedures that have to go in, and I'm sorry that I have to send y'all in and out, okay? All right, anything further?
Nothing further, the defense rests.
Defense rest. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can go back to the jury room.
Okay, so Parcell may not have been a part of that. That's an alleged by this guy. Now, Post is in jail with 8 counts of CP charges. So, if the girl was if that is in fact possibly true, they may still be investigating that. And if that's the case, she will be brought up on more charges. Okay, I have a video for us as soon as it loads. I am checking the phone. I have got a video. Let me go to my Discord. For some reason, I don't have anything in Discord. If you send it to me in Discord, do I? I have a new Discord in the Read trial, but I don't have anything from you in Discord. It would be great if yes, I did, Haley Mouse. I've got the video right here. I was just getting ready to put up on post. There we go. And let me play it. Let me get the volume up. And there we go.
Carolina, we've got defendant Zachary Hughes in the Rose Petal murder trial back on the stand today to face cross-examination. And that, of course, is our top story for you. Brand new overnight. We want to show you our first look at the victim's ex, John Mello. He went before a judge this after he was arrested on Wednesday. So Zachary Hughes, his good buddy, maybe not anymore after this, testified that Mello, who's the father of Christina Parcells' child, offered him money twice to murder Christina, which Hughes said that he rejected.
What John asked you to do?
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me
Resend it in Discord.
that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcells for $5,000?
What did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
Then a short time later, John Mello was arrested. This was big breaking news on Wednesday. He's facing charges of accessory before the fact to a felony and solicitation to commit that felony. At a hearing last night, the judge ordered him to be held without bond.
Based on the nature of these charges and the situation involved in these cases, this case, I am going to no bond you, and I'm going to send you to the circuit court for a bond hearing. Your next court date will be sometime in the next 30 days. I can't tell you if it'll be 3 days from now or 30 days from now, because that'll have to be scheduled by the solicitor's office. But at that point in time, it'll be up to them to decide as to whether to grant you a bond or to keep you in jail until your court date. Do you have any questions?
I don't think so, thank you.
So I guess that testimony from Mr. Hughes tipped to the scales, I like to say, with Mr. Mello. So we'll continue following his case.
I love you, Court TV, but you're killing me with the music. I'm just saying, you're killing me with the music, man. Okay, you guys, I have lost almost 30 subscribers in the last 24 hours, which tells me that 99% of that is most likely a glitch in YouTube. So it does happen. Will you do me the honor and the favor to please check your subscriptions? Step and make sure you have subscribed to my channel. If you have subscribed, or if you're a new subscriber, put I sub in comments, or if you like the video, put ILIKED in the video, because when you do that, that will enter you into a drawing for a $50 gift card at the end of the month. That will enter you into I will draw at the end of this live One person to be in that drawing. I don't see anything in Discord, hon. Sorry. Okay, I do have something else to show you. That's why I took that down. I have a decision on Karen Reed, and let's get into that. All right. The courts have order for production of records. The Honorable, and I don't call her Honorable, the horrible Court Judge Canoni, upon motion of the Commonwealth, hereby order WFXT TV Boston 25 to produce all recorded statements of Karen Reed, including any video recording, video interview notes is highlighted, or memorialized statements made by Karen Reed. The records are to be delivered to the office of the clerk of magistrate criminal docket ... on or before March 1st of 2025. I was not shocked to see this, but it does grieve me to see this. Hi, Dave. Thank you so much for that. As you guys can see right here in the lower left-hand corner, you see a word that says I liked all in one. Thank you for doing that. Let me see if it caught it. It did. I have 4 of you who have done it this morning. Thank you guys so much for doing that. I am greatly appreciate it. Let's see how many I likes I have in the comments today. I have 1, 2, 3. It did catch it, Dave. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I'm looking at myself like, I am going to let my face breathe today. I'm not going to put makeup on. And if I am too scary for you guys, tell me put makeup on. Otherwise, we're going to be all natural today. I do look a little washed out, but that's okay. So we also have the Karen Reed documents from yesterday that we need to finish reading. We'll do that in a little bit. Comment. That was not surprising, but I don't think the notes should be. Their interview opinions, not record of fact. That is a good catch, Haley. I was just getting ready to speak about that. Someone's personal notes are not actual, should not be actual evidence. That is their opinions, their thoughts on it. Let's see. Fit News said that there are pictures of both moms. Okay, Dawn, send me the link in either comments or Discord. I'm pulling up Discord again. I don't know why I do not have anything from you in Discord. Let's just make sure. Dawn, will you send it again? I would love to see that. Because if that's the case, doesn't mean he should have unalived her, but boy, that's going to totally change my view. This case is starting to feel very disgusting and icky. Not something that it's starting to feel a little uncomfortable, y'all. And David, thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you so much. Let me see. Oh, I need to get. That's not you. That's another notice. I wish I could quiet the alerts in the let me get to Angela. Download that. Open in link. We were near the bitter end of the Karen Reed dockets. Now, this document that I have been reading to you guys is 699 pages. Yeah, that's a lot of documents to read. So we're not going to read the entire document. However, Mother knows best. It's from Disney. We were down to about page 29. So let me get to where we were yesterday. We have a lot to catch up on. And why did you go blank? Did it go too far? Okay. I'll have to do it this way. Okay, page 12. Why do I not have anything after page 12? I know we read past page 12. We were way in the weeds on this one. So there's 9, 10, we read that. 11, we read that. Why am I not going past 12? Open file. Let me see if I can do. There's 699 pages. Why does it stop at 12? Maybe it's just taking a little time to download. It stops at 12. Let me give it a chance to do its due. Do its due. Do its due. Ah, you love it. Oh, I really love that movie, Tangled. Okay, let me try and find this information that someone is trying to get me. Bits News. Okay, let me go. I'm trying to find something because it gives us more information on this case. Let me see if I can find it. Bits News. Oh. Oh. We got more video. Yeah, yes. Let me share video. Share. I shall. Okay. Here we go, y'all.
Okay. I'm taking notes from my brain. All right, here we go.
Okay, Donna.
All right, are you Mr. Mello? Mr. Mello, I'm Joe. Well, that's 1 to 5 years in jail. You have the right to a trial by jury. You have the right to an attorney. Wiped clean from these charges. Now you're being charged with a criminal offense, and if you were found guilty, you were facing serious consequences, which may include the payment of a fine, the loss of your driver's license, and the possibility of a jail sentence. In addition, you may face increased penalties for later convictions, the loss of your right to possess firearms or ammunition, and your immigration status could be affected. You have important constitutional rights, including the right to representation by an attorney, but you may lose those rights or waive them if you do not act to protect those rights.
I'm reading something.
You have the right to hire an attorney to represent you in every case. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may be eligible for a free attorney. If you want a determination made as to whether you are qualified for a free lawyer, then it is your obligation to be screened at the location identified in paragraph 5C of the bond checklist form that I'm going to give you today. If you do not hire an attorney or go to be screened, then you may be found to have waived your right to an attorney at your trial. You also have the right to represent yourself. However, you should be aware to preserve for an appeal. If you exercise your right to proceed without a lawyer, then you are responsible for complying with all applicable rules of court, including rules of evidence, procedural rules, and proper behavior before the judge and jury. If convicted on the charges filed against you and ordered to pay a fine, you may request a reasonable scheduled payment plan to pay that fine. It is your obligation to keep up with your trial date and to obtain an attorney, either by hiring one or by being screened and found eligible for a court-appointed attorney prior to your trial date. If you do not appear at your trial with your attorney, you may be deemed to have waived your right to have an attorney represent you. And finally, you are required to keep the court notified of any changes of your address until the completion of your case. Do you understand so far, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Mello, you're being charged with solicitation to commit a felony and accessory before the fact of murder. These are both general sessions charges, which means you have an additional right. You have the right of a preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing is an evidence hearing where the state has to show that they have the evidence to take you to court. If you want that hearing, take the form I'm going to give you and fill it out. You can, based on the nature of these charges and the situation involved in these cases, or excuse me, this case, I am going to no bond you, and I'm going to send you to the circuit court for a bond hearing. Your next court date will be sometime in the next 30 days. I can't tell you if it'll be 3 days from now or 30 days from now, because that'll have to be scheduled by the solicitor's office. But at that point in time, it'll be up to them to decide as to whether to grant you a bond or to keep you in jail until your court date. Do you have any questions?
I don't think so, thank you.
All right, sir, sit tight right there. I've got some papers for you to sign. Good.
This is your preliminary hearing form, and it is that now or the. Is it might be complete?
And also, when you finish that, sir, just sit tight for a moment, okay?
I'll need your signature on this one. On this one, I'll need your initials 2 through 5.
Oh my gosh, hi, sneaky.
All right, now, Mr. Mello, one more thing. It's my understanding that Tina
Sneaky side. I have been worried about you. I've been praying. I'm glad to see that you're jumping in and saying hello. Just know that you are loved, you are family, and we are always here for you. Thank you so much for hopping in. Love you so much. I am doing well. I had 12 hours sleep. Yo, I didn't get up until 9:45 this morning. Never do I do that now that I'm in court all the time, but since this court didn't, I bolted out of bed this morning to get here. But Sneaky, just know that I love you. I miss you terribly. I really, really do. You're a dear friend, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you for hopping in. We're going to get back to this. I'd love to talk to you, but we got to do this.
Purcell is in the courtroom. Tina, as I understand it, you're the sister of the victim. Is that correct, ma'am? Would you like to say anything to the court in reference to this proceeding? Please, go ahead.
About Christina, we should be ready to be here for this. We have waited 1,224 days for this. And I wish I could tell you it felt really good, John, but it's not going to feel good yet. I've been at every day of this trial. One witness to what you all have done. Everything in this trial, everything out of this trial, with my family, with your family. You did this to your family. Your child has to know that you did this to her family.
Don't hold back, Mama Boo.
I don't know where I will be when you go to trial, but I assure you, if I am at all capable, I will be there every day. When you are convicted, I will be there at every parole hearing. Everyone. You will never get rid of me. And that is your own fault. You did this to yourself. So I have your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. I appreciate you coming. Mr. Mello, do you have any questions before we end this?
No.
All right, sir, you're free to go with the officer.
You're free to go. Good to go. Wow, y'all. Oh, snap. Okay, here's
Stunning new developments.
okay. We're gonna switch
Three
a little bit. Now,
Michigan
I'm going to say, we're gonna play this, but what's gonna happen is I need to, before I start playing it, I need to give some credit because I do not like to use things without permission. And when I do, I want to make sure that I give credit to the people that I'm getting the information from. This is from Fitz News. Let me see. Here's what I'm looking for. Give me a moment though, please. Copy link. Okay. I'm giving video credit to Fitz News for this.
Of the week in review, as you
This is going to be, it's about an hour long, so we're going to be in and out. For those of us, or for those of you who have not been able to follow this completely, I think this is going to be a good thing. So I think this is done. If this is the one, let me know. If it's not, let me know. But right now, we're going to give credit to Fitz News. Thank you so much for this. I am using this hopefully in the proper manner and don't get in trouble.
As you know, we have been covering the Rose Petal murder. This is a graphic, ritualistic slaying that took place up here in the upstate of South Carolina, the suburban subdivision, back in October of 2021. Now, this case, again, stoked fear across the upstate, as for several weeks, it wasn't immediately clear who was responsible for this crime. There were two arrests made, was only who apparently had no connection whatsoever to the victim, a 41-year-old vet tech named Christina Parcell. Now, this story has so many twists, so many turns, so many different narratives, and I'm joined now, Dylan Nolan, Troy Stiles, Jen Wood. You guys have been watching this trial for the past week, the murder trial of Zach Hughes up here in Greenville. The state's got a tough job here because, again, this is not a simple case. They've got a lot of different elements to prove. And Jen, I want to start with you because you've been covering kind of the key players of this case. Let me just ask you a bottom line question. Has the first week of the trial made this incredibly complex and confusing case any clearer, or do you have more questions than when it started?
Well, I think you have to look at it from the jury's perspective. And for me, no, I think it's confusing. It's still confusing. I don't think it's any clearer. I think the jury's confused. It's been probably the most interesting trial I've ever watched.
You know, a lot of different moving parts and a lot of different things that juries are trying to comprehend in this case, but also the jury doesn't know everything. Troy Stiles, Blunt Force Media, I wanted to bring you in here. You guys have done a great job, by the way. Love your site, love your outlet, all that you're doing. Talk to us a little bit about the aspect of this case that has not been introduced as evidence, that has not been presented to the jurors. Tell us about the child sex abuse material or child porn, whatever we want to call it, that is sort of lingering at the outskirts of this case and could potentially blow this trial up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the defense certainly has dropped it a couple of times. So they've definitely led the jurors into maybe speculation of the child pornography and materials, but certainly there's been a lot of whiplash, and there's been some boring times. The state really hasn't laid out a roadmap for jurors to follow, and quite frankly, I think they've kind of fallen asleep.
Yeah. We'll give folks a little background about this. We're talking about these allegations related to the child sex abuse material, the child porn. They fit into this murder because when police came to investigate the murder, not only did they see this incredibly ritualistic, bizarre staged crime scene of a dead body stabbed multiple times with rose petals sprinkled around it, but they also found this child porn evidence. So who has that been linked to? Who's the person in this trial that has been directly linked to?
Well, certainly Bradley Post, has been the key player in the child pornography, and Christina is, of course, the ex-fiance of Bradley Post, and that's really all that we know. There are other names, that come into play in this case, but those have been the key elements of the child pornography. Now, the jurors didn't hear anything about that, though. All they heard from Bradley Post is that he has the 9 charges. They have no idea what those are. Mm-hmm. And Bradley Post, he was the first witness on the stand. He did a great job. He came off very honest and authentic. I don't think they really understood why he was there. His testimony was merely focused on finding the body of Christina, and that's really all that we heard from him in his orange jumpsuit.
Yeah, so I'm sure the jurors were looking at that a little bit. Dylan Noel, let me ask you, you've been covering this all week. You've been covering this story for a while before that. Let me ask you this. We've got a killer whose DNA has been found under the fingernails of the victim. We've got a witness watching him put a mask, gloves, and a hoodie on a block away from the crime scene. We've got camera footage of him going into the house where Christina Parcell was murdered. How is this a hard case?
It's a hard case, I think, because of some of the aforementioned confusing elements. I think the jurors, you have to look at it from their perspective. We know the charges that have been filed against Bradley Post, but they see the former fiance of the victim coming in an orange jumpsuit and know that he's been charged with 9 crimes. And you also have to remember, although the judge instructs these jurors at the beginning of the proceedings, if there's an objection, if I have to take you out of the courtroom, this is not something you should consider. These people aren't robots. They're human beings. So they're going to consider, okay, why is the state jumping up and objecting to us hearing about this when they can tell that they're on the edge of learning something? I think that would make anybody uncomfortable. The other thing, Christina's sister, Lutina Parcell, took the stand, and I could actually see during cross-examination when she was very combative with the defense, you could see multiple jurors' eyes rolling. So I think that there have been things that aren't adding up for them. And you said we saw him walk in, meaning we saw Zach Hughes walk in. We saw a figure walk in. Mm-hmm. You said we had the eyewitness. Well, today on cross-examination, we had the defense attorneys pretty effectively pull apart why did the investigators not identify this eyewitness until they sat down with the solicitor shortly before this trial to put it all together. It's certainly strange when they did all of this investigative work directly after the crime. They don't have this eyewitness until right before the trial. And that definitely goes to the credibility of that witness. And also, I mean, I don't know what folks will assess her credibility to be in general. But as you say, Zach Hughes, they've documented, turned off his phone on the day of the crime. They've documented, I think, pretty well that this is not just a murder trial. This is also a trial for harassment. I think they brought in a lot of evidence which indicates that John Mello and Zach Hughes may have been working together to send these harassing letters in the mail. So I think that the state is a lot closer to proving that charge than they are to proving the murder charge. That being said, at the conclusion of today's testimony, the state rested. And this means that next week the defense will either put up a case or they could conceivably rest themselves. We also had the judge instruct Zachary Hughes of his rights. He might take the stand. So it's all very up in the air as to what the defense will do. But the state is definitely not going into the defense's case here with a slam dunk, I think. I mean, I've seen other murder trials where you get to the point where the state rests and you're like, I don't know what the defense could conceivably do to get a not guilty verdict for this defendant. And
You
while
didn't
I
feel
could,
that way this
no, I could completely understand at this point if the jurors were to find Zach Hughes guilty, but I could also completely understand how half of them might be really hung up on what the heck is going on? What the heck don't they want me to know? And I could also see it.
Okay, that's where I am at. If I'm sitting there as a jury, this guy's, why are we here? Let me ask you, by the way, I do have a poll up. 60% of you are saying within 1 to 2 hours. Let me see what the rest of you are saying. Nobody says less than an hour. 40% between 2 and 3 hours. I'm asking myself, why are we even here? He's confessed to doing this. Why are we here? But there is an undertone of unknown. And just like with other trials, sometimes the information that we outside the courtroom have, what was that trial that something happened with the father and when that young man unalived his mother and then turned around and the court did not and would not allow the fact of that he had just a year before unalived his father in an accident. And then his mother, he's acquitted. Why can't I think of his name? He's acquitted of unaliving his mother and basically saying it was self-defense. But the jury was not allowed to know that it was his father he unalived. They were allowed to know that he has defended himself and unalived a person in the past, but they kept out the name and who the identity of that person was. There's an underlying, and then when they get out of that trial and find out it was Griffin, thank you. When they get out of the trial and hear that this young man had unalived his own father in a very similar manner of unaliving his mother by accusing them of coming at him with a knife. And I'm on the jury. I'm going, okay, did we get this wrong? What's going on here? Because he unalived his father because he said the father came at him with a knife. He grabbed the gun, and I just got in trouble. The lead shooter and unalived the father. And then you turn around and he unalived his mother because she came at him with a knife. Allegedly. If you're on the jury, how would you feel when you get home? Same with this case. When there is an underlying tone of something that's not being shared within a jury, when you go back in that deliberation room, what do you talk about? What do you think? But remember, guys, I've never been a juror in a trial before, so I don't know. I don't know. This is something that I've never done. I would love to do, but when you come into a situation where you know there's stuff that's being kept from you and it's so hard. Could I put all that aside and decide strictly on evidence in front of me? Yes, I can. Do I like it? No.
Did not give an opening statement at the beginning of the trial. I think that the defense might be about to put on a serious show here in the coming week.
Well, you mentioned the name John Mill, and I want to get back to him in a minute because this is one of the key figures of this case, kind of an unindicted, alleged conspirator, if you will. But Jen Wood, I wanted to ask you about this. You've been watching these jurors. We've gotten reports that the jury, they start looking at each other when this Bradley Post evidence is referenced, or when Bradley Post's phone or anything to do with Bradley Post. They've started sort of looking at each other a little bit, and
Okay, guys, this is an hour and something long. Somebody has sent me this information. Please, I hope this is the correct one. If not, let me know on my phone.
Listener discretion is advised.
Yeah.
On the morning of October 13th, 2021, the savage murder of a 41-year-old woman shocked the sleepy town of Greer, South Carolina. The body of Christina Parcell was discovered shortly after 11 a.m.
Beautiful.
in the front living room of a suburban home owned by her sister, Tina Parcell.
Is this correct?
Christina was found unresponsive with nearly 3 dozen stab wounds to the head and neck by her fiancé, Bradley Post. According to Post, he had placed multiple calls to Christina on the morning of her murder, calls which went unanswered. Post told authorities he drove to the home where she was living with her sister to check on her, and when he arrived, he found her savagely slain. At a bond hearing for the accused killer in this case, the community received some details about this horrific crime from South Carolina 13th Circuit Solicitor Walt Wilkins, whose office is in charge of prosecuting this.
So this isn't the one. It said episode 1.
She was
Can you just send the link? Otherwise, I may not find it. There's so trying to find something specific for y'all. And someone's trying to help me find it. And it's like, I need the link because I have so many windows open right now, y'all, that I'm struggling. It said episode 1 right there, 24 minutes. Oh, okay. It was correct. Just go 12 minutes in. I got you. Huh. Thanks for your patience. And now this is going to be doing this thing. Really? We're doing this. I'm going to take this down for a minute. Oh, gotta have that. Gotta have that. Okay. Matt, this internet is running slow. What? It's not us, it's upstream. Okay. Okay. Excuse you?
Yeah.
What?
exploitation of a
Okay, I'm going to start it here.
Subdivision quickly found footage on their ring cameras showing a male in a black hoodie and a backpack entering the front door of 122 Canebrake at approximately 10 a.m. The suspect was then seen on another ring camera leaving the subdivision on a bicycle.
At about 10 o'clock that morning, a ring camera from across the street shows the defendant.
abundance of physical evidence at this crime scene, including DNA under Christina's fingernails. Combined with the video footage they collected, it seemed an arrest was imminent. On October 19, 2021, just 6 days after Christina's graphic murder, her fiancé, Bradley Post, was arrested. But to the shock of the community, the charges weren't for murder. Instead, Post was apprehended in connection with a child pornography investigation tied to evidence obtained at the murder scene. And as we air this episode on July 19, 2023, Post is currently facing 6 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, 5 of them in the first degree. He's also facing 1 count of criminal sexual contact with a minor and 1 count of buggery. And just trust me, we'll have a lot more to say on that last charge in future episodes. All of these charges against Post, incidentally, are being handled by the Office of South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson. Now, additionally, Post and the estate of Christina Parcell, the Rose Petal victim, have been named as defendants in 2 civil lawsuits, one brought on behalf of Parcell's own daughter, and the other on behalf of another minor female allegedly victimized by the couple. That's right, the couple, including, allegedly, the murder victim herself. According to the first lawsuit filed in February of 2022, Parcell and Post took pictures and videos of and with the minor female in states of undress and in sexually provocative positions. These images and videos were uncovered during the investigation of the murder of Parcell. The second lawsuit, it was filed in August of 2022 on behalf of Parcell's own daughter. It claims the child was allegedly photographed and videoed in sexually explicit and nude positions. And this is graphic, but some of these files, quote, depicted her genitals and breasts. As with the first complaint, the second pleading alleged that both Post and Parcell were involved in the abuse, and that the evidence referenced in the complaint had been uncovered during the investigation of Christina Parcell's murder. As you are no doubt starting to see, this was and is no ordinary case. Who killed Parcell, though?
Wow. I am struggling with that to no end. She's not alive to defend herself. She is not alive to defend herself. But if there's hardcore evidence to state the other, then I'd have to see. I can't imagine this woman with her child doing that. I don't know. It's something feels icky. It could be that that's what she did. I don't know. We're gonna go back over here and listen to this a little
1
more.
or 2 times, okay, it's it's out of sight, whatever, out of mind. 3 or 4 times it starts to sink in. This is now several dozen times that these jurors have had to be sent out of the room or instructed as it relates to this particular line of questioning. They're starting to realize that something's going on that they don't know about. And here's, I guess, my question. Do you think, as Dylan alluded to, maybe they're going back and, hey, getting on this computer? Who is this guy? What is he charged with?
I hope they are not, but I do understand the draw to do so. There's something they know. They know there's something going on when they're being whisked away in the middle of someone's testimony, and then they come back and they're told to ignore what they heard, and then they go through it again, and back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This is where, but the good news is for this jury, they already know who killed. They already know who done it. They know who done it. He confessed to doing it. So what is their purpose?
With how many of those jurors do you think really know what he's been charged with?
It's a good question. You know me,
Is he hoping that they're going to give him a lesser because of righteousness? I don't
rule follower. So
So if you were on the jury, you wouldn't do it.
I think it would be very difficult. Would be natural curiosity. I would guess probably quite a few of them have.
You think they have?
Yeah. And I think the defense is trying to give them a little roadmap to that, in as much as they can. They were cross-examining one of the witnesses on the cellular forensics, and Andrew Mormon, one of the defense attorneys, asked, well, you downloaded data from all these phones and presented it to the jury. Let's talk about the phone that you downloaded that the jury didn't know about. And I could see the solicitors just tense. I mean, the hands on the table, ready to object. And did you download data from Bradley Post's phone? Yes. When you downloaded that data, did you forward that data to a Greenville County Sheriff's Office investigator?
Those are some serious breadcrumbs.
Right.
Yeah.
And defense
Serious
objected,
breadcrumb.
overruled, proceed cautiously. And I watched Andy Mormon walk the tightest tightrope. I mean, it was probably some of the
That was a thread thin tightrope that he was walking, and I could feel the tension, but I didn't know exactly what was going on because we were watching it live. They have backstory I didn't have.
best lawyering I've ever seen. He would take, he took like 30 seconds before asking a question to think about how to ask it.
And what's the goal? Just to raise
The goal is to I think it's to give the jury some breadcrumbs. Did you end up providing that evidence to investigator so-and-so? I can't remember the guy's name. I mean, he got as far as he could go and he never crossed that line. But they clearly know
something's up.
Right.
Something's, I mean,
And they know it was from a cell phone. They know it's from a device that contains.
Well, and let's talk about devices. We also had, and this was put in front of the jury, the fact that Brad had a duplicate, a clone of
Yes, that was weird. I forgot about that.
Which, okay, we all have Life 360 on, or Find My Friends on iPhone with our spouse, with our members of our family. But to have a duplicate of their device is certainly strange, and that's not something that was explained. And whatever, people can do whatever they want with their relationships, but there's a lot of unexplained loose ends that the state has not done a very good job of putting into a cogent narrative. You got the clone of the phone. You've got, why is Brad in here in an orange jumpsuit? You have, there's a bag of cocaine on the scene.
Didn't hear that. What? There was a bag of on the scene. I didn't hear that, y'all. I wanted to say something, and when I heard that C word, I lost my train of thought. Cloning. I had somebody in my life who was court ordered to provide. Oh, I gotta say this carefully. I've had a phone cloned and I didn't know it was being cloned, and it is very disturbing and very, very invasive. I felt so violated when I found out that it was being cloned. Extremely violated when I found out that my phone was cloned. And luckily, the phone was bugging and doing something, and I took it in to have it checked. And I didn't take it to the provider. I took it to somebody who works on phones. And I said, look, the provider's going to try and sell me a new phone. Is this an app? Do I have two apps that are clashing? Do I have something that's competing with the operating system? And so they found that I was being cloned. And let me tell you, the thought of someone cloning something like that I own, even a husband, I wouldn't be married to somebody who's cloning my phone because there's no trust. That's not a relationship. If my husband wanted to see my phone for whatever reason, here, sure, fine. I have nothing to hide. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm fine. But the fact that they had a clone phone just creeps me out to no end.
That nobody has explained where the bag of cocaine.
We talked about the analysis of the cocaine, how it was cut up with other substances. Okay, so what's the point?
Sorry.
Right. If I'm a juror, I'm like, okay, is this a drug deal?
Right.
Or I don't know. But when you're the state and you rest and you have this many loose ends, which have been introduced as evidence because they had to be introduced as evidence, you can't have a bag of cocaine at your murder scene that you don't address. I think this is something that the defense is going to hop all over and say, look, you're prosecuting this Zach guy. He has no connection to any cocaine. There's cocaine at the scene. I think there's certainly a lot that they can play with next week.
Mm-hmm.
If they do. And again, we were walking out of the court and we heard one of the lawyers say, if we present a defense, if, forget Zach Hughes taking the stand, they were saying, if we even present a defense, which is just, I would think
that tells you how they feel about the state's case, if that's even on the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Going back to that case, and I want to bring you guys both in this because you've spoken directly to this key player that is kind of, I guess, the shadow producer overseeing all of this. In fact, some people believe he's the producer of the murder. That's been hinted at on numerous occasions by those close to this investigation. Obviously, Mr. Mello, John Mello, and his attorney vehemently deny that. In fact, I spoke with his attorney the other day, and he said, look, if he was in any way involved in this, they would have had evidence in those phone messages, the WhatsApp messages, they would have arrested him by now. But let's talk about John Mello.
Was he, let me ask, where was he? I thought he was out of country. Can one of y'all explain that? Don, wasn't John Mello in Italy? Why was he back in the US? I may have missed that part. Forgive me. Whoa, bye. All right, come on. Okay. I may have to take care of puppers. But anyway, yeah, why was he back in the US? I thought he was in Italy.
This is a guy who was correct in that his young daughter, the daughter of the victim, Christina Parcell, was being abused. She was being abused. And in fact, his lawyer said, look, he was having to take her and drop her off on the order of a court to be abused. You guys have talked with him. What kind of man is John Mello, and what role is he playing in these proceedings? Troy, let's start with you.
I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could send my child somewhere where I knew that they were being abused, first of all.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the harassment, which has been laid out pretty clearly to the jury, of course, the jury hasn't heard from John Mello. He's talked about very often. In fact, some parts of this trial, I've wondered who's on trial here, Zachary Hughes or John Mello. But he's not in the room. And as far as John's told us, he hasn't been subpoenaed. So it's odd, right? As far as, what kind of guy is John Mello? He's a likable guy. He also, he gets into conversation. He's got this whole script in his mind. So when you take him off of that script, and this is before we met with John together, I was like, when we talk to him, you have to just kind of interrupt him and kind of reset where he is, or he'll just keep going down that path. So, he'd be talking about whatever he's talking about, and I would stop him and just interrupt him really and say, hey, what was that music research about? And he would be completely, not in his script anymore.
And that's a reference, obviously, to one of the WhatsApp messages that was sent the day of the murder, which prosecutors are implying is code for, hey, did you successfully murder, my ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, that was the.
Let me tell you,
yeah. But it's not really coming off as a home run, and I mean the harassment is clear, right? He harasses. We've heard from the guardian ad litem who spoke of, John Mello accused her of manufacturing child porn in her practice, and there's just all these things that he does, and everybody that has spoken of John Mello has at some point kind of been harassed by him. But he's a man of persistence. He really wants to be heard. And in this case, he's not being heard, and he's friends with Zachary Hughes. He really is, he says, a man's man. That's what he says a lot of times. He's a man's man, and Zach's a man's man, and they enjoy a lot of the finer things in life, like cigars and wine and music. And John's a very interesting guy. I showed you a video of him playing a nose flute. I've never heard of a nose flute, so I really enjoyed my time with him. But it comes off as all scripted, and when you take him off of that script, that's where you really get the real John Mello. Now, do I think that he conspired to have Christina killed? I'm not sure that he did that, Will, because two things could be true at once. He could be harassing her, and he could have asked Zachary Hughes to harass her and not have asked Zachary to kill her. But if he constantly fed information about this daughter, and then you have to go back to the bond hearing for Zachary Hughes and think about what people are saying about him. Zachary Hughes has a ton of support in the courtroom. There's a lot of key players in Greenville that are prominent people that are highly respectable. So for those people to show up every day and to consistently do so, as long as this trial is taken to even get onto the docket and be heard, there must be something great about Zachary Hughes, and that's what people say about him. He's a great guy. So are people going to think that, that he's guilty of being monster, or are people going to think he was trying to save a child here? We'll just have to wait and see.
They don't know that he was trying to save a child.
That's right, but they're getting it in every chance they
I'd
get.
like to point out something though. You said he was right about the daughter.
Being abused.
He said he
Right.
didn't know.
Right. Okay.
He didn't know about the child pornography, but he submitted a DSS report, which was then unfounded by DSS, but wherein his daughter
sub-
reported
that-
sleeping naked with both Bradley Post and her.
He reported that his daughter said that.
And she then told the DSS caseworker the same thing and said in an interview, I don't know like why this happened.
Okay.
That's in the report.
Well, John says that he didn't know about the actual child pornography until after the murder. But he did have indications that the child was, that just things weren't normal about the sleeping arrangements, other things that just made him feel uncomfortable as a parent.
But let's be honest, he's also pulled a lot of stuff out of his ass on this case. He's made a lot of allegations that had no
As I
sense.
said last week, I can see why, the true thing that he said gets lost in the other things that he says.
Right. Well, and that leads me to ask you, Dylan, and you guys were sitting with him just this week. What is your take on John Mello?
One of the interesting questions I had for John Mello is, do you think you're going to be indicted at the end of this? And he's emphatic that he won't be. And I don't think he'll be indicted for conspiracy to commit murder, because we've now seen the state's whole case. I didn't see anything that would be able to nail him on a conspiracy to commit murder charge. The text messages or WhatsApp messages that were shown yesterday were certainly compelling on the mail front. I mean, you see him and Zachary discussing dropping things off in a post box in Greenville in a disguise. You see them talking about a burner phone. You see him saying harass the shit out of her. And now these messages are not, they're kind of in pig Latin, the way that WhatsApp.
Sorry about that, guys. My son unlocked the shop and I didn't know it. And I thought I unlocked it. I locked the shop. There was a customer saying, let me in. Let me in. I'm like, oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, guys. So we are still on hold. We still got the proverbial that. So is this discussion helping anybody? Is anybody liking it? Not liking it? Why is this doing this all of a sudden? It's not what I want it to do. So do y'all want me to keep playing this interview? It goes on for quite a while. It is a very good in-depth conversation, and I can appreciate that, but I don't want to steal their life. So we're gonna probably not continue with that. But it is so shocking. I'm shocked that just the thought of this mother could do this to her own child. And the fact that she's not here to defend herself. And if he had a clone, let me put this to you. Here's a conspiracy theory going in my head. If he had a clone of her phone, could he not be the one? Could he not be setting her up? Could he not be setting her up? Just curious. Right now, we are sitting here one sunny day. Oh, sunny day. We're sitting here. This is the view from the court. The jury will return 2 p.m. Eastern. So we're going to go to the Simatilli trial. Let me see if it's up and going. But they're not going to return it for closing arguments until 2 p.m. Simatilli trial just hit, so we're going to go into the Simatilli because we are following both. So let me get her over here. Let me get her on, get everything set up for the Simatilli trial. Share this instead. I've got a lot more work to do. I have to put certain things up in certain thing. There we go. Okay, now we're going to change gears because at 2:00 their time is 1:00 my time. So we're going to take an hour and 10 minutes or so, and we're going to go into the cemetery trial. But before we do that, I just want to say I love all my court junkies, and thank you so much for your support. I really do love all of y'all. Y'all are so awesome. All right.
Detective Gable, to call another witness out of order due to scheduling issues. You may call the witness out of order.
This judge takes detailed notes, y'all. He is like, I am on it. I like this guy. I like this guy. I need to be double checking. I want to make sure that I don't get in trouble for sharing live, even though I'm
You
saying that
solemnly
I
swear
can.
the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. Bring it closer to you, and for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Janet Cover, Janet space Cover.
Thank you. Ms. Cover, what do you do for a living?
I'm an HR leader for Wella.
Okay. Back in January of 2017, what was your role?
I was the HR director for Wella.
And what does that involve?
It involves supporting employees. It involves business partnership with our leaders. Yeah, pretty much.
Now, well, as a large corporation, were you where were you located actually, as far as physically as the HR leader?
We were at that time we were based in Woodland Hills. So now we're in Calabasas.
And then Exhibit 1. Are you familiar with this individual?
Yes.
And who do you know him as?
Fabio Cementelli, he was our education leader.
And what was your relationship as far as in the hierarchy, if any, with Fabio?
So as a business HR partner, you support various functions, and I supported his function, the education team. So him and I worked very closely together to, work on strategic plans, whether it's regarding the organization or staffing of his people. That's what I partnered with him on.
Now, how long would you say that you worked with and knew Fabio until the time of his death on January 23rd, 2017?
I was with him the entire time he was employed at Wella.
So approximately how many years was that?
I want to say maybe 5-6 years. Yeah.
Would you say that you saw him, since you were based in Woodland Hills, on a daily basis?
Yes.
Did he come into the office typically?
Yes, when he wasn't traveling.
And did he sometimes work from home?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any definitive or scheduled days that you knew he was never in the office and always working from home, or did it fluctuate?
Fluctuates.
Okay. Do you know who his wife was?
Yes.
Do you see her in court?
Yes.
Could you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's wearing a blue jacket.
And what do you know her name to be?
Monica Cementelli.
Did you ever socialize outside of the office, whether it be work functions or personal functions, with both Fabio and his wife?
Yes, but in a group setting. So sometimes we would go out to dinner with various coworkers, and Monica would be there at times.
Have you been to the Cementelli residence at 5012 Queen Victoria in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
Now, prior to his death, how many times have you been there?
Probably 1 or 2 times.
Okay. Jumping to the date then of January 23rd, 2017, do you remember that day?
Yes.
And were you notified by somebody of Fabio's death?
Yes.
How did that occur?
That was when Henry called me. I was having dinner. I think it was around 7 p.m. And he had said, "Hey, Janet, have you heard from Fabio?" And I was like, "No, not today." And he said, "Well, we just got a call that he's been like killed, and we think it's a joke. So we're going to go over to his house to check.
What happened after that?
I said, okay. So then I called his phone immediately to see if that was a joke, and he didn't answer. Fabio, he didn't answer his phone. And then later Henry called me to confirm that it was true.
Up until this point, based on the relationship that you had with Fabio, did you know him to have any enemies or anyone upset with him?
No.
Had you witnessed up until this point any problems that you observed between the defendant and Fabio or their marriage?
No.
So the date of the 23rd, did you go to the house that night?
No.
Did you go the next day?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Henry.
Can you tell us what happened when you went to the house the next day?
Went to the house, and there were other people, I can't recall, but I believe like family with Monica, and she was grieving, and we were trying to support her at that time.
When you say grieving, what did you observe?
I saw her holding his sweater and a photo book.
Okay. Did you see her crying with tears coming down her face?
I don't recall tears, but I saw her like holding the book.
Okay. So during that day, the point was to reassure her that you were available. Did anything else happen during that meeting?
I think Henry had mentioned to her, like, hey, when you're ready, we have benefits to share with you. And I think he left her like a folder that had a summary of all the benefits that she would, be able to be entitled to due to his death.
Did you see Henry, and this is Henry Meyer?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Henry go over on that day, the 24th, any of the benefits with her, if you saw?
I think he did a quick, like 5-minute conversation with her.
And when you say a booklet, did you see a spreadsheet of some sort listing out benefits?
Yeah, it was like a list, and he had it like in a folder.
All right. So did you then go back to the Cementelli house on February 13th, 2017? Does that ring a bell?
Cold,
Yes.
hot, cold,
Did you
hot.
go with anybody back to the house on that day?
No.
When you went back to the house that day, and now it's 3 weeks after the murder, what was your purpose that day?
I wanted to help Monica make phone calls, and actually when she was ready to go through all the benefits. So I knew it was like a hard time. So I wanted to sit down with her and go through one by one. And if we needed to make phone calls, we could do them together. And I had Fabio's information in terms of the benefits. So it was more to give her like, intimate service at the time to help her during a grieving moment.
When you refer to benefits, what do the
That's
benefits,
nice,
as far as
HR.
your perspective in HR, what were those benefits? What kind of benefits are we talking about?
Life insurance.
Okay. Anything else?
Stock options.
Okay. Anything else that you recall?
No.
Okay. Those specific benefits.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the residence, can you describe her demeanor on February 13th, 2017?
When I got there, she opened the door, let me in the house, and I said, "Hi, Monica, how are you?" And, it was just like, you could tell she was still grieving, but at the same time, like, I think there were no more, it was like, oh, come in, sit down. And then I went through the benefits with her, and she kind of just said, okay, can you handle it? And then she stepped out to make phone calls.
So your purpose was to help her understand the benefits or actually get the benefits? If you can differentiate between that in my question.
Basically, my purpose was to sit down with her and trigger the execution of the benefits. And so I can't do that on my own. So I wanted to help her do it. And in case she needed help,
She
I would
has
be there
to
to
do that.
help her
What?
with questions.
Are y'all
Now,
hearing me
did she
okay?
actually work the benefits out with you, go through them with you during that time?
Monica,
So what
had to
happened?
trigger it herself.
So she went to make some phone calls outside, and then I basically made the phone calls on her behalf.
Did she direct you to make those phone calls?
She
Sort
just
of.
said, "Let me know if you need anything. I'll be outside."
Is that what you expected to happen?
Not really.
Why not?
Think.
Okay. When you go through benefits with other individuals, have you done that before in your experience? As an HR director, have you gone through benefits with other individuals?
Benefits, but I've never had to trigger life insurance.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So triggering life insurance, do you have the authority to
That's
do
weird.
anything as far as
Okay, we're gonna
making
pause
claims
it.
for life
What?
insurance?
Is it only when I'm talking over the video, or is it the video? Well, let me do this. Okay, it may be my settings over here. Let me know if this is not any better.
Or exercising stock
Testing,
options?
1, 2,
Stock
testing.
options. Do you have that authority?
No.
Do you need the individual who is named as the beneficiary in order to make any executions on those two topics?
Yes.
And was she there assisting you while you're making the calls?
No.
No.
So let's talk about it. Where was she during this time?
She was
That's
outside on the
weird.
patio.
Maybe I
Can you
need
tell
to
what
be
she
more
was
on the
doing? You
mic.
said making calls. Anything else?
I think smoking.
Approximately how many calls did you make for her?
I think I made about 2.
Okay, and were you by yourself during these calls?
Yes.
Okay, the first call then, what was the first call you made for her?
I think the first call was with P&G for the stock options.
Okay, had you gone over these stock options with her?
I just shared that she would be entitled to that. And so that's all the basically of the conversation.
When you made that call, do you recall if you completed a call and actually got a live person about the stock options?
No, there was a voicemail. So I left a message
regarding stock options.
Regarding the stock options and calling on her behalf.
And then what is the second call that you made on her behalf?
There was another call to Canada because he had some other benefits in Canada. So I made the call to Canada as well.
And did you talk to someone live this time?
No.
Now, after these calls, did you relay to her what you had done on her behalf while she was outside?
After the calls, yes, I shared with her.
Were there, that day, did you do anything else to assist her that you recall?
No.
Okay. So in the following weeks, then, did you have anything more to do with helping her with these stock options and life insurance?
She would call me just to say, where are we? So we kept in touch, you know, in terms of the status of the benefits of the life insurance. And so I would let her know that I didn't hear anything. She would call me and say, have you heard anything? So that was the next few weeks.
So if this was February 13th, 3 weeks after the murder, the following 2 weeks, how often did she call you about the life insurance?
Every day.
Probably every couple of days.
Okay, and it was always the topic of life insurance?
Yes.
Now, were you able to control the claim of the life insurance at all?
No.
What did you tell her?
In the beginning, I said, I'll check for you. And then I would reach out to Tracy from Cody Benefits to see if there was any word. And for a while, she would tell me, no, we haven't heard anything yet. So that's what I would do. And then I would relay back the message.
And is that Tracy Rakovich?
Correct.
Did the defendant say anything to you, whether it be on a voicemail or to you directly, about her need for the life insurance and why she needed it?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She left me a voicemail that shared, I've been getting a lot of phone calls from New York. My attorney hasn't heard of anything. I don't know what to do. Can you please help me? That's what I got.
Did she tell you if money was tight?
Yes.
Now, at this point, did you know that, and this is being February of 2017, that she'd been granted Fabio's salary for the 6 months after his death? Did you know this at that point?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she
So why was money
had a
tight?
trip planned to Las Vegas?
No.
So,
Did she tell you that she had any other trips planned to Myrtle Beach or Las Vegas for a second trip?
No.
Did she tell you anything about anybody else that was helping her, her need to get this life insurance?
She mentioned Henry and that, you know, she spoke to him, but she didn't really feel he was being very helpful.
Did you exchange then during the same period of voicemails and conversations, a series of text messages with the defendant?
Yes.
And you're gonna have an 8-page copy of text messages originating between the defendant's phone number and another individual. Let me mark this as People's 175.
Yes.
Putting this up on the screen here. I know it's small print for you, but there's a series of text messages, and it starts with, "Hi, Monica, this is Janet. I'll be at your house on Monday between 10 and 10:30, if that's okay with you." And that was, is that you sending that text message to the defendant?
Yes.
And that was on February 10th, 2020. I'm sorry, 2017.
Yes.
Okay. So that was just a couple days before what you just testified to, that meeting, letting her know you were going to come. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And she responds to you. So moving to page 2 then, the text messages continue. Was that you? Did you send a death notice or death certificate?
Yes.
Okay, and so she's responding to you to that, and then you say, "I faxed all the documents with the exception of Aon, AON, Hewitt, AGWITT," and you're going to try again. What is that in reference to?
These are the documents that
Just FYI, the time, excuse me, for the jury to return has been bumped up to 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for closing arguments.
you needed to submit to get the life insurance. So on her behalf, I had submitted what I could, and I gave her the update in terms of the information that I had submitted.
So that's at 5:49. Is that after you met with her?
Yes.
So that was a follow-up from the meeting at her house on February 13th?
Yes.
Okay. And then she wrote back to you that she hadn't received any phone calls?
Yes.
Page 3 then, we're back in the same text messages. Moving down the next day, 2/14/2017, the defendant's asking you, "Have you heard anything?" And then should they call? Do you know what that's in reference to?
I think that's the P&G stock options.
Okay, so you had facilitated that voicemail to P&G, and that was confirmation that she'd gotten a call back for the stock options.
Correct.
All right. And then moving to page 4, we're moving on to the top here. The defense says, "Just waiting for packets to come in the mail. Attorney will be helping. I gave him your number. He may contact you with questions I can't answer. Thank you so much." Do you know what packets she's talking about?
I didn't see the packets, but I assume P&G sends you packets.
Okay, and that's just regarding benefits
Yes.
insurance. She says an attorney is going to contact you. Did you ever get contacted by an attorney on her behalf?
No.
And then back on March 2nd, we're jumping ahead, you're checking in to see how she's doing, and she asks you to call her. Do you remember this interaction?
Yes.
And what was happening here?
Basically, I wanted to just follow up to check in with her to see if she was okay and if she got, you know, the information she needed, just in case I needed to help her with anything. So that was the interaction.
And during that interaction, did she ask anything about life insurance or stock options again, or follow up with that topic?
Yes.
And again, did you have any information to provide
No.
her? Okay, page 5, we've moved to the top now. We're at March 8th and March 9th. Can you call me today when you get a chance? There's no response to that immediately. Did you end up calling her if you remember?
Yes, I might have called her.
And on March 9th, did you receive a voicemail from her as well?
Yes.
Do you know what she was asking you for?
She was asking if I could help her because because she had been getting phone calls from New York, but they haven't heard anything, and she wanted to know if I knew any information.
And again, this was on life insurance?
Correct.
Okay. On March 14th, right here, you say we've been told your MetLife claim is being reviewed and processed. The latest we've heard is MetLife needs to confirm the incident with LAPD. What were you referring to?
So when I had spoken to Tracy, she basically said to me that we've done what we could as a company. We've processed the claim, and now it lives in the hands of the LAPD. So that's what I responded to Monica with.
And then on page 6 at the top, she sends you Detective Parshall's number. Why did she send you that? Do you recall a conversation or a reason why she sent you the detective's number?
Objection calls for conclusion.
Did you receive this text, Detective Parshall?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
I assumed it was the person that was the LAPD contacting Tracy.
Did you ever talk to a Detective Parshall about it?
Y'all, y'all, I gotta go get a Band-Aid.
2017.
Actually, when she was ready to go through all
He was tight.
he sends you packets.
There we go. I gotta go get a Band-Aid. I'll be
And
right
then you
back.
told her how to say flight. Do you know where she was going on this date on April?
Might have been Canada.
Okay. Was there a memorial that was held in Canada?
Yes.
Did you go to that?
No.
Okay. You did go to that?
No.
Oh.
I did not.
Did you go to the one in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
And that was on May 22nd, 2017?
Yes.
Did you go to the wake that was at her house on January 29th, 2017?
Yes.
One moment. Earlier I asked you about the Aon Hewitt, when I talked about that. Is that the Canada?
Yes.
Is it the stock options or the another insurance policy?
We had, I think it was something similar to a stock option. I don't know if it was called a stock option.
So is that why you asked whether it was US or Canada she was
Yes.
referring to? Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Ms. Levine?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Bevis. Let me ask you some questions from here, and we'll get back to the some items I want to show you. It sounds like you were doing the best you could to aid Mrs. Simontilli in navigating the issues of benefits, life insurance, whatever it was that Wella had let her know she was entitled to as a result of the death of her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't the only one doing this. It was also Mr. Mayor, and you mentioned another person, Tracy. What was her name?
Tracy Rakovich.
She was involved as well.
I don't think she spoke to Monica directly. It was Henry and I.
Okay.
Mhm.
And again, your goal was to help out someone who had just suffered the loss of her husband tragically in a murder, correct?
Correct.
And when you saw her the first few times, she was showing the effects, you believe, of being a widow now, having her husband murdered tragically in her own home, correct?
Correct.
She was devastated.
Correct.
And that's what you said in previous occasions, right?
Yes.
And grieving.
Yes.
You were there to try to help.
Correct.
Now, at some point, you were able to provide her, or Mr. Mayor was, a list of the benefits she was entitled to as a result of her husband's death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of those had to do with life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you know that Fabio Simontilli had designated beneficiaries for his life insurance? That is, who he wanted to receive the life insurance and in what percentages?
I believe it was in the form. Yes.
Okay. You saw that in the form.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
So you knew that almost half of the insurance was designated for her children, correct?
Yes.
And there was some designated for Luigi, his other son from a previous marriage, correct?
Correct.
And then some for her. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were other benefits that were automatic as a result of the death of Fabio Simontilli, correct? I'm talking about an IRA, for instance, some stock that he owned, some options, things of that nature.
What do you mean by automatic?
Well, was he unique in his position as the only one who got some of those benefits, or do you know?
No, he was not unique.
Okay. But each person had their own unique set of benefits, I assume.
Yes.
Some they could purchase on their own, correct?
Objection made.
Go, Rube.
Yes.
Okay, they could increase insurance, they could buy stock, purchase options. All these things were made available to a variety of employees. Is that right?
Yes.
And Fabio took advantage of some of them. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you intimately involved in explaining that to Monica, or was that mostly Mr. Mayer or Tracy?
It was mainly Henry, and then I was sharing where the details were the following week.
Okay. And you did that, correct? As best you could.
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And you said well, first of all, you had been to the home prior to Fabio's death. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was for a business event. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I went to a barbecue.
Okay. And about how many people were there? Do you recall?
Probably about maybe 10 or so.
Okay. And how long before Fabio's death did that occur, approximately?
I don't know, maybe it was in the summer, so maybe like 6 months prior to that.
Okay. Was that the only time you were at the home?
I believe so.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that barbecue, if you know?
He just wanted to have a get together, so he invited his leadership team and their families to come. So we stopped by for the barbecue with my family.
So a social event with business friends and so forth and fellow workers, correct?
Correct.
And you had a chance to see how Fabio interacted with Monica and vice versa, correct?
Correct.
Is that the only time you were at the home?
As far as I recall, yes.
And as far as you saw, they were
Why did
happily
you ask
married
that?
and nothing,
Why
no
did you ask
problems
that
and so
question
forth. As
twice
far as you
a year?
Yes.
appeared to be getting along fine.
Correct.
He's trying to impeach
All right,
you.
then this tragic event happens and you go out to assist.
Why,
Is
I
it
don't know.
fair to say that except for the life insurance issue, everything else seemed to be working out according to plan?
What plan? I'm not
Did
sure
you
what you mean
assist
by
Monica in other things besides the life insurance issue?
No.
Did you advise her of what her benefits were besides the life insurance?
On the stock options.
Okay. And was there any other conversations between you and her about the stock options?
Beyond the text, no.
Do you know if she attempted to exercise those options?
Beyond what I did or outside of what I did?
Well, tell me what you did.
I called the P&G phone number to help her exercise those options.
And which options were there? Do you recall?
The P&G stock options and then the Canadian ones.
And you recall what the value was of those options?
I don't recall.
Okay. Were you involved at all? Do you know if she was able to exercise them and receive funds, or was that tied up in the estate and the probate as well?
I got the text message from her that shared they put the US ones on hold. I don't know what happened to the Canadian ones.
And on hold, the same thing happened with the life insurance. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the primary contact between you and Mrs. Simontilli after these initial meetings involved the life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in summary, and I'll show you these texts as well, whatever she was doing or or Wella was doing was not succeeding, correct?
You're not asking
what do you
clear
mean not
questions.
You were not able to succeed in having the life insurance paid to the beneficiaries that Fabio had designated.
Yeah, it was not my call, but yeah,
You did all you could.
correct.
You learned that it had something to do with LAPD. Is that correct?
Correct.
Later on, yes.
Did you know at the time that LAPD was intentionally withholding approval of those benefits so that they would not be paid to her?
No.
They never told you that.
Who's they?
LAPD.
I never spoke to LAPD.
No, you spoke to Wella, correct?
Tracy?
And what about Meta? Life Insurance, was that the company that was issued the policy?
I never spoke to them.
All right. Did you learn from anyone that this was being held up because LAPD had put a hold on it?
Yes,
And who did you learn that from?
Tracy.
Okay. And this was the source of the frustration of Monica that LAPD had not resolved the case, cleared her, or whatever it was they had to do before the life insurance was paid, correct?
Correct.
And they not only were holding up the life insurance to her, they were holding up the life insurance to her daughters as well. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And she was concerned about that as well.
We never spoke about her daughters.
But you knew that was part of the benefits.
Yes.
Just saying.
What efforts did you make to try to resolve?
Second.
What efforts did you make to try to resolve this issue with LAPD and Meta and so forth regarding
It wasn't her job
life
to resolve
insurance
it.
being cleared and so forth?
Why are you asking that? That's not even her position.
MetLife. I'm sorry.
I just spoke to Tracy. Tracy was my contact and she gave me the information.
And that information was basically she'd done all she could do. It was now in LAPD's hands. Is that right?
Correct.
And basically, in the end, Monica informed you that it looked like everything was going to be put over until May. Is that right?
Correct.
In the meantime, she indicated
I
she was
just told
having
you
some
for my
financial
skin,
issues.
y'all.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point,
Bad.
Wella had made available to her additional funds in the form of a continuation of Fabio's salary as well as a continuation of the health benefits for her and her daughters, correct?
Correct.
Were you the one who informed her of that, or did Henry or someone else?
I believe that was Henry.
And that was a few weeks later, I guess. Is that right? If you know.
I can't recall.
Well, it wasn't the original policy of Wella to provide that benefit for the spouses of deceased workers, was it?
Correct.
So a new policy had to be put into effect. Is that right? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how long that took?
To create the policy,
To change the policy and inform Monica that it had been changed.
I believe that Henry was doing that, but I assume it was like a week or so.
Okay. And that policy was put into effect. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So again, the only thing that was not resolved was the issue of the life insurance. Is that right? As
Yes.
far as you know.
Yes.
And that became the subject matter of the text to and from Monica, right?
Yes.
Could I have 9 pages of text messages between the witness and the defendant? Big mark defense next.
That'd be 615. Is this the same as 175?
It is somewhat duplicative and also different.
Very good.
So just to make sure we have everything that occurred in terms of text messages back and forth from you to Monica, let me show you page 1 of this text message. This one looks like it's dated 2/10/2018. 2017, 7/28/32. You see that top one?
Yes.
And that says, "Hi Monica, this is Janet. I will be at your house on Monday between 10 and 10:30, if that's okay." Then she responds, "Perfect, thanks." Then you say, "No problem, see you there," correct?
Correct.
And you did go out to the house on Monday, between 10 and 10:30?
Yes, I poked myself.
Page 2, starting at the top. This says, I'm not sure it says anything there. It has an attachment, however. You see that?
Yes.
It is sent from a number 8182,
Yes.
and that number is?
My number.
Okay. And it's sent to Monica, it says, and do you know what the attachment was?
It might have been a death certificate
Okay, you're right, yeah, looks like it. And why was the death certificate involved here?
because you needed that information to exercise the stock option. So I had to fax things on her behalf because I don't believe they had a fax machine.
And did you inform Monica of that fact that she had to get a death certificate?
Yes.
Okay. And did she go out and get a death certificate and supply it to you?
I believe so.
And I assume a death certificate is also needed for any claimed life insurance, is that right?
Correct.
Now, the second line there has the attachment as well. And then the third line at the bottom says, "Hi Monica, I faxed all the documents with the exception of Aon Hewitt, AONHEWICT. The fax did not go through. I will try again in the AM." You see that?
Yes.
And that was again on February 13th, right?
Yes.
And I think you just answered prosecutor's question as to who Aon Hewitt was, which was what again? You can remind me?
Canada, the equivalent.
All right. You can then look at chronological order, page 3, beginning at the top. This is dated the same day, February 13th. And it's Monica saying, "Okay, I haven't received any phone calls." You see that?
Yes.
You know what that referred to?
Meaning from P&G or the Canadian Aon Hewitt.
Okay. So she had sent the death certificate and had not received any phone calls, or do you know what that referred to?
That's what I was assuming. Yeah.
Okay. And then you said, "No problem, I'm always there to help," which I assume is true. Is that right?
Yes.
And she said, "Monica, I know you left message with C&G number, no call back here. Have you heard anything?" The next, I was just reading that. Does that appear to be the message that she sent to you? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, again, that was on February, this is February 14th, so it would have been the next day, correct?
Correct.
Page 4, starting at the top. That is from Monica to you. NVM, you know what that means?
Never mind.
Thank you. They called all good things. You see that?
Yes.
And then there's a response from you, "Okay, great." You see that?
Yes.
There. And then below, we're now on February 17th, which is 3 days after the last one was February 14th. And you initiate this text 3 days later. "Hi Monica, just checking in with you on the insurances. Have you heard anything or do you need more help?" You see that?
Yep.
So you were, again, offering her help to try to navigate this insurance issue 3 days later.
Correct.
And she responds, "Just waiting for packets to come in mail. Attorney will be helping. I gave him your number. He may contact you with questions I can't answer. thank you so much for everything. You see that?
Yes.
And she had indicated in that she had talked to an attorney, so you assume because of the problems that were not being resolved, correct?
I didn't make any assumptions. Yeah.
But again, you didn't know that LAPD was putting the hold on it.
No.
Let's go to the next page 5 of Defense Exhibit 615. And you are, now this is on the 17th again of February. Got it, no problem, let me know if you need anything else, correct?
Yep.
And she says, thank you, you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Again, that was on February 17th. So, before I get to the next, it's fair to say that you were offering your help every time there appeared to be an issue or a problem, correct?
Yes.
So when she was contacting you, it was, as far as you understood, partly because you had offered your help and you were willing to give her the help when she was not succeeding in navigating this issue of life insurance or anything else.
Yes.
You were there for her.
Yes.
To your credit. You can say yes.
Yes.
And then we have another text here, which is dated March 2nd, 2017. So now we're approximately over 2 weeks, about 2 weeks from the previous text message. You see that?
Yes.
Had you had any contact with Monica during those 2 weeks?
I can't recall.
Okay. So is it fair to say that these text messages are the best evidence of what your contact was with Monica during this time period?
Yes. And voicemail.
Okay. So that was on March 2nd, and then Monica answers 6 days later. You see that, March 8th. And she says, hi, Janet, can you please call me when you have a chance? You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in response to your saying, have you heard anything else on insurance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, page 6. And this is from you to her, correct?
Yes.
This is now March 8th. I am in meetings till this afternoon. Will call when I have a break later this afternoon. See that? That was from you to her, right?
Yes.
And then further down, there's a response, okay. And then the next day, March 9th, she says, can you call me today when you get a chance? Got that?
Yes.
And that was following the day before when you said, we'll call when I have a break later this afternoon. See that?
Yes.
Okay. Now that was on March 8th. Now we go to March 14th. So we're going ahead 6 days. And you get back to her and say, hi, Monica. We've been told your MetLife claim is being reviewed and processed. The latest we've heard is MetLife needs to confirm the incident with LAPD. See that?
Yes.
And I assume that correctly gave her information that you had received from MetLife.
From Tracy.
From Tracy. And again, in answer to what was holding this up, right? Waiting to hear from LAPD.
Yes.
And again, you did not know why or for what reason LAPD was holding it.
Correct.
You had no contact personally with LAPD.
No.
Now, the next item, page 7, this is dated March 14, and she says to you, okay, I heard that, too bad. That was last week. I heard that, too bad, that was last week, but that was last week. Do I call to check on status? And you responded, on the same date. Sure, you can try, maybe check with detectives too to see when they can respond to MetLife. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then she says, okay. And there's a phone number given for Detective Parshall. See that?
Yes.
That's on March 16th, 2 days later. Is that right?
Yes.
From her to you, from Monica to you.
Yes.
Do you know why she was sending you Detective Parshall's phone number?
I can't recall.
Had she asked you to perhaps contact Detective Parshall and find out what was holding this up?
Possibly.
Did you do so?
No.
Because it was out of your hands or what? You didn't have the authority or what?
Yeah, no, that I didn't have the authority, and no, I just
You
didn't.
done all you could on your end.
Correct.
All right, let's go forward then to page 8 of the exhibit. This is on March 16th. And now that was the info from Parshall. Were you passing that info on to anyone?
Yeah, to Henry and Tracy.
Okay, so that's the best you could do on your end.
Correct.
And it says, on the 22nd of March, for what reason? Let me ask you. You know why you are and really just life insurance, correct?
Yes.
All right, now moving ahead from the 22nd of March to April 12th. This is about 3 weeks later. You say, hi, Monica, thinking of you and checking in to see how you are. Also, all good with insurance now? You see that?
Yep.
So during this 3-week period, I assume you had not had any contact with Monica.
No. Yeah.
That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And you wanted to know why.
I didn't.
I'll withdraw that. You were hoping that it had been resolved and maybe she didn't need your help anymore, correct?
Correct.
So she writes back, sends back a text on the same day, on board a flight to Canada for Easter. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. One, progress insurance. We must wait for investigation to be over, so who knows? Also, stocks going to prograde as there was no will, so everything pretty much sucks, and I'm very, very tired. Wish you had better news. Thanks for checking in. You see that?
Yes.
And that speaks for itself. Did you check back with her or respond? Okay, I see you did. So here's the one below it, which is the same date. Almost 2 minutes, just 2 minutes later, 12/24/31, you go, oh no, on the stocks, is this the P&G stocks, the US or Canada? And she sends back US, and then you say, have a safe trip to Canada, I'll see what I can find out on those PG stocks. You see that?
Yes.
That appears to be the last text message between you and Monica. Do you recall that being the last one?
I think so.
Okay. Basically, there was one shown to you where she said everything sucks and it's been all put over till May and that's it, right?
Yes.
And that was the end of your attempt to aid or help her in navigating these issues she was concerned about, right? Or did you do anything more?
No, I didn't do anything more.
And in all fairness, you've done everything you could. It was beyond your control and out of your hands.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Anything on redirect?
Yes, please. Ms. Cover, these text messages that we just went through with both myself and defense counsel, those text messages, were they exactly the same ones that I just went through with you?
Yes.
There was no additional text messages?
No.
There's no variation to what I went through with you, right? As far as the text messages?
Yes.
Nothing was different?
No.
Okay. As far as the P&G, I know defense counsel stated that everything was resolved except the life insurance, but you mentioned the stock options. And when you called on behalf of the defendant to exercise the P&G stock options, was that at the defendant's direction? If you remember.
To call to exercise? Yes.
On February 13th, you met with the defendant at her house, right?
Yes.
And then you made a call and you testified that one of those calls was to P&G in order to exercise the stock options. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the defendant was aware that was one of your objectives, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But then you testified that the stock options, the value was put on hold. What do you mean?
You mean after?
Yes, after. I'm sorry.
So I assume it had been all related to the whole thing.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you got a notice that you called to exercise the stock options and then it was put on hold. What do you mean by put on hold?
It was put on hold by the LAPD.
Okay, so the stock options were not able to be exercised
Correct.
by the defendant.
Correct.
All right. So that was still an unresolved issue as well as the life insurance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. One moment.
Anything on recross?
Yes, thank you. Were you aware that there were several different options that were part of Fabio's death benefits?
Objection made.
So ruled.
I just knew there were stock options.
Okay, but were you aware that there were more than one option?
Objection made.
You're referring to the stocks, is that correct?
Yes.
So ruled.
No, I just knew there were stock options. So if there's any details beyond it, I didn't know.
Did you actually review a list of all of the benefits that Monica was being given by Wella or had been purchased by Fabio after his death? I think Henry Mayer gave that to Monica. Did you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall how many different options were listed there?
At this time, no, I don't recall.
Okay. So as far as the options and what they were for or what they were worth, you had no idea, correct?
At this time, I don't know.
At that time, did you know what the options were worth or how many they were?
I think I don't have the document in front of me, but I assume that it was listed there in terms of how many there were, but I can't put that in a number value.
You didn't look that up.
No,
And you don't recall if there were more than one option.
no.
How did you try to exercise that, you said?
I called the phone number, and basically when you call the phone number, it triggers that exercise.
Okay. So how did you learn that did not go through or was not honored?
Through Monica.
Okay. So as far as you know, she was then contacted by the company. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, she could have just called the options herself, couldn't she? The number?
Yes.
You had offered to do that for her, correct?
Yes.
Did you do it for more than one stock option or just one stock option?
I did it for the P&G stock options, and then there was an equivalent one for Canada.
So how many were there?
I only called 2 phone numbers.
You called 2 phone numbers.
Correct.
And then each one you were told what?
It was a voicemail that I left.
And then she followed through. Is that correct?
They,
Just name.
Well, did you do anything else?
no,
Do you know if they were ever paid?
no,
Do you know who the options were for, whether it's for her or children or anyone else?
I can't recall, but I can't recall.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people? Ms. Clover, you're excused.
I am here, y'all. I just had to put makeup on. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't last another minute without makeup on, y'all. Just, us girls got to paint the barn. Us girls got to paint it.
And you're still under oath.
Are we calling?
People may continue the direct examination.
I'll be right back. I know people don't like me putting my makeup on, so I'm going to be back in a minute.
I think where we ended, good morning, Detective Gable.
Morning.
I think where we ended, we were talking yesterday about the arrest of the defendant and Robert Baker on June 14th, 2017, and they've been placed in the back of a black and white patrol vehicle, right?
Correct.
And again, just to refresh, where were you while the defendant and Baker were inside a patrol vehicle?
I was in the van, a car to or length behind the black and white.
And were you able to monitor the conversation or anything that happened inside the patrol vehicle live, like as it occurred?
Yes.
Now, for the entirety of how long they were inside, do you know how long they were inside the patrol vehicle?
Just a guess, 30 minutes at the
Okay.
most.
So as far as there was a recording device then inside the vehicle.
Yes, on the front dashboard.
And so for 30, 40 minutes, have you reviewed that recording device at some point, whether it be recently or back in the day?
Like 7 years ago.
Okay, so there's about 30, 40 minutes of
Or
recording.
less, somewhere in there.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a portion of it, about 13 minutes reduced down. We've cut the portion to 13 minutes.
Okay.
And there's a video up on the screen right now. Did I mark it yesterday? I did mark it.
73, the transcript is 174.
Okay.
Can we request that it's not continuous and it's
Again, counsel, that is something you can acquire. I'm not going to do your job.
Ooh, y'all.
Okay, so we're gonna put up on the screen. So what we're looking at right here, is this a recording? Well, can you explain what's up on the screen? There's a video up on the screen. We can see actually a video of an individual. Who's that individual?
Yes, that's Monica on the right.
Okay.
And Robert, you can see his face on the left.
Okay. And just to put it into context then, what we're looking at, we see kind of a screen, but then we see something under it. Were you recording from a phone? Can you explain how we are viewing this recording? It's easier in your words, I think.
Sure, yeah. So what we're seeing in the still is this is the dividing window between the front and the back of the black and white police vehicle. Like here's the shotgun that stands up, you always see. And this is a sliding window that opens and closes. It's open. The recording device, the only one that worked was on the front dash of the vehicle pointing back toward them. So you're looking from the front dashboard to the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
And what you're seeing on the screen here is my partner used his cell phone to videotape the live feed.
So just to be clear, when you review this, will you hear a audio recording of the communication, correct? You can hear the audio.
Yes.
And then the video will not necessarily be synced up with the audio. Is that correct?
Correct. I can explain why.
If you can explain.
Because what happened was when we were, I'm sorry, no, I pulled the end off. When we were watching this live, at some point the technician stated that this isn't recording, it's only live.
When you mean recording, you're talking about audio or video?
Video. We thought that when this was going on, it was live, but we thought it was also recording. So when my partner found out that it wasn't recording, it wasn't going to be preserved, that's when he whipped his phone out and then he got what he could.
Okay. So it was, you were watching the video live and able to record it, but the recording device didn't preserve it in the car.
Correct.
So from where are you sitting when you're recording these two individuals? Where are you guys, you and your partner?
This is the back of the surveillance van, and there's my
Now
partner
I
back there,
feel
and I'm
human.
left
Okay,
watching the screen.
So again, their
Not too sure about the
mouths, their movements aren't going to be synced necessarily with the audio, but this is what you saw.
Correct. He was just trying to preserve some of the visual.
Okay. And may I hand out the transcripts? Yes.
Now I feel human.
Position, as with all transcripts, applies.
Transcripts are not evidence, they're an aid. So if you have a hard of hearing or deaf person who is on a panel with an interpreter, give them a transcript and they can follow along. Okay, guys, we are going to take a break from here. The good place to stop. We are now hopping over to this trial because it had okay, and here we go. Now we are back over at the Zachary Hughes trial. Oh, why did you do that again? Let me back it up. It's kind of glitchy. Okay, we're going to start here. This is closing arguments in the Hughes trial.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment where myself and the defense have an opportunity to speak to you directly. It's called our closing statement, our closing arguments. All the evidence that you're going to hear in this case, you've already heard it. It's either sitting right here or it's through testimony that you already heard. And so my goal here is to just talk a little bit about this case with you and sort of explain the state's perspective and how we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Zach Hughes did in fact commit the crimes that he's alleged to have committed. And I'm going to go through those crimes a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then I'm going to go briefly through the evidence and explain my perspective on those things. I will give you a bit of a caveat that this is a little bit of a unique case in that you rarely have the defendant testifying and admitting to the entire crime during the trial. So in that respect, my closing argument may be a little different or maybe a little abnormal than our normal way we do things, but I'm going to do my best. I first want to thank you for your service. It's been a long 2 weeks. Y'all have been extremely attentive. You've paid attention. You've listened to the judge. And to be frankly, I couldn't ask for a better jury, and I appreciate your service. On behalf of my co-counselor, Mr. Jake Hoferth, Investigator Jared Sparkman, and Master Deputy Blake Wolf, we thank you for your service. Now, I told you in my opening statements that once you see and hear all the testimony in this trial, and I did not know that the defendant was going to testify, you're going to find that Zach Hughes, I don't know if you remember what I said, is a cold-blooded killer.
Yeah, yes, he is.
And I submit that the state, and along with the testimony of Zach Hughes, we did in fact prove all of that beyond a reasonable doubt. Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. Zach Hughes is an admitted cold-blooded killer. And keep in mind, he solved John Mello's problems. So the judge is going to instruct you on the law, and just as we just abide by, we're going to abide by his rulings, you must abide by his instructions. Remember, I told you he's the referee, calls balls and strikes, and he also tells us what the rules are, what the law is. Y'all took an oath way long ago than you can probably remember, back in last week on Monday, a week ago. And you said you would take an oath, you would adhere to his instructions, you would do your duty as jurors, and I have no doubt in my mind that you will absolutely do that. Now, before Zach Hughes admitted to the murder of Christina Parcell, state called approximately 32 witnesses. We submitted close to 200 exhibits. If you put all this on a hard drive, it's a little over 4 terabytes of information. And all of that taken together, it's a lot of evidence to digest. Now, with the admission of Zach Hughes to a lot of the state's case, the questions you were presented with at the beginning of the case really are answered. Regardless of what he may believed in his head, his actions are what matter in this courtroom. Actions speak louder than words.
Yep.
And boy, do we have a lot of cold, calculated, horrific actions in this case. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you must find the facts based on the evidence in this trial and solely based on the evidence presented at this trial inside this courtroom. And it's undisputed that Zach Hughes planned, he lay and waited, he broke into Christina Parcell's home with a .22 and a knife, some roses. She had just returned home from an interview, from her last interview with Vet Tech. Zach Hughes, a person she had never met. She had never met him. Beat her with a gun, brutally stabbed her 35 times, severing her jugular vein and her carotid artery. Now, as we go through the evidence and we look at some of the different things, I'm going to ask you to keep in mind of the charges that you're actually looking at. So the first charge I'm going to explain is the harassment charge. And there's 2 harassment. There's harassment and there's conspiracy to commit harassment. The only difference is the conspiracy requires 2 or more people joining and to commit the harassment. So harassment is just a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that serves no legitimate purpose and would cause a reasonable person in his position to suffer mental or emotional distress. That's related to all those photos and those documents that you saw mailed out. I think there's 7 envelopes full of photos and other documents. You heard testimony about what was in those. Some of them are in evidence. Some were just described because those were pictures of Christina Parcell without any clothes on. So we didn't introduce those so as not to embarrass her or her family. Burglary first. A person is guilty of burglary first if he enters a dwelling without consent and with the intent to commit a crime. And to remind you, the judge is going to tell you the law is, what it is. I'm just trying to give you an outline so you can keep that in mind as we're going through this evidence. And they enter without consent and they're armed with a deadly weapon or cause physical injury. Well, those things all already appeared in this case. Zach Hughes went in under a ruse of roses according to his own testimony. But he went in directly with the intent to commit harm, and he had weapons on him. And then you've got murder. You also have possession of the weapon during the commission of a violent crime. That is, if you used a weapon and you murder somebody, that is the possession of the weapon during that commission of a violent crime. But you have murder, which is the killing of any person with malice aforethought. Malice aforethought. And you're going to hear those words a lot in the judge's instructions. But malice is ill will towards another person, the intentional doing of a wrong act with the intent to inflict injury. And I think I said early on, ladies and gentlemen, it was a depraved heart, an angry heart, with the intent to harm somebody. And there's also express malice, meaning it's expressed, it's right there in front of you. And it's shown when there are words of hatred or when someone prepares to do the act. They prepare to go in there. It's called premeditation. Is what you'll hear the judge charge you. Premeditation is preparing to go and harm somebody, like lying in wait, like buying weapons beforehand, by concealing your identity, going in there. Those kinds of things are premeditation, things that you do in preparation of the violent act. And if you find those things, and you find the state proved those beyond a reasonable doubt, then you can find the defendant guilty. So before we get in, let's start with a little background now. You know the players, you know everybody involved in here, you know the victim. You've heard a lot about the victim, Christina Parcell. You've heard a lot about John Mello. You've heard a lot about Zach Hughes. And you've heard a lot about Christina Parcell and John Mello's daughter. So the background, and we're talking the time frame from 2020, October 2020-ish, to October 13th, 2021. So we're roughly a time span of 1 year. And what happens throughout that year that leads up to the murder of Christina Parcell? Zach Hughes never talked to Christina Parcell. He didn't know Christina Parcell. He never met Christina Parcell. And everything he knew about Christina Parcell, even according to his own testimony, was told to him by John Mello or shown to him in certain evidence. John Mello was in a nasty custody battle with Christina Parcell. We all know that. He was on his 4th round of custody disputes with Christina Parcell. Keep in mind, according to the Guardian ad Alem, the prior 3 were just as nasty, but they had always been settled where John Mello would have significant custody of their daughter. But in April of 2021, that changed. The tide changed for John Mello because he took Aida out of the country in violation of that order, according to the Italian courts. And he took her to Italy. And Christina Parcell didn't even know about that until she saw a social media post where she realizes my daughter's out of the country, I can't see or talk to her, and she's with her father. Thus, the continuation of this nasty child custody dispute. And then from October to April, Aida was living in Italy with little or no contact with Christina. So what did Christina do? She did what any mother would do, is she tried to get the return of her daughter. So she went through this process, and it was explained by Christina's sister, Tina Parcell, as well as the guardian ad litem, Vanessa Cormelo. She filed under what's called the Hague Convention, and she asked to have her daughter returned to her. She actually flew to Italy twice to have these hearings in Italy. And she was successful. She won that particular battle in this myriad of battles of child custody that have been going on between these two individuals. And so in April of 2021, that really set off John Mello. He was unhappy. And we know the things, and we're going to talk about the things that he did starting that day through the WhatsApps, through the harassment letters, everything else, to solve that custody dispute problem. And that's where this case really, really began. That is when things turned not in favor of Christina Parcell. She lost her life as a result. So what is the relationship between Zach Hughes and John Mello? All right, so where did they all come into this mass of characters? Well, according to Zach, he met John on the streets of Greenville about August of 2020, and he was with Aida, and Zach played a very likable classical music piece that John Mello and Aida liked. And that's how they met. So they met that one time. That was one of the few times that Zach Hughes actually met Aida Mello. And he talked about, they went on about 4 or 5, maybe 6 occasions where they were hanging out. They got some tacos one night. They saw a museum. But Aida Mello didn't know Zach Hughes. She didn't know who he was. She's a 9-year-old little girl who heard him play a piano piece, who's a friend of her dad's. And that's all the time they ever spent together. That's it. In August until October, John Mello left for Italy. And with him went Aida. So Zach Hughes never spent any more time with Aida, what little time he did during that small time, ever, never again. Now, he may have seen her on a FaceTime while he's talking to her dad. He may have seen her or seen videos of that, which he testified to. But Zach acted on this stand as if he could see into her soul. He could see into her eyes. He knew how she was feeling. He could tell that she gained weight and why she gained weight at a certain particular time in her life, in her adolescent life. He is
How old is this?
drawing those conclusions on a little bit of information.
I thought she was younger than
And nothing
adolescent.
but whatever John Mello is feeding him. So, what's their first thing? Aida's back with her mother. She, in May, begins living at Canebrake with her aunt, Parcell. And that's where they're living there. John Mello's in Italy, and Zach Hughes and John Mello decide, well, you know what we're going to do? Let's embarrass Christina Parcell. Let's make her life look bad. Let's make her look like a prostitute. That'll help me get custody of her. That'll help me with the guardian ad litem. Bevel, who testified, had photos, and according to evidence right here, photos of Christina Parcell. And those photos were told Zach Hughes, according to his own testimony, Alex Field's affidavit, let's make her look like a prostitute and let's send them around to a neighborhood. Well, they sent them to a neighborhood where Brad Post lived. They didn't even send them to Canebrake. And we know this because in these WhatsApps, they talk about it specifically. They talk about, may I present to you my daughter's mother, Christina, Caroline Warren, escort. And we know there's a bunch of attachments that we can't see because Zach Hughes deleted these on October 13th. And when we retrieve them from WhatsApp, they're deleted. So you have to see us, investigator Sparkman, manipulating these WhatsApps. And then they sent them that way. And then Zach Hughes receives them. He gets them. He sees an email that was sent to him as well. This email is very important. And he prepares all these packages to Brad Post, to Mr. Bradley Post. These are all his P.O. box. Brad Post, cigar bar, where Brad Post hangs out. Misspells Mr. Post one time in the WhatsApps. Misspells it here, P-O-A-S-T, which is why we know it. But Zach Hughes admitted it. But this email here purports to come from Mullen Investigations. Mullen Investigations at protonmail.com. And it's cut out. And you've got this photo of Christina Parcell, and you've got another photo of Christina Parcell back there, which is the same ones that are in here, but there's no URL with Bella Donji on right here. And this is the escort site, and it says Caroline Warren. She became a member, Caroline Warren, in 2009. Well, this is 2021. And apparently this Mullen Investigations on May 16th found these photos attached to this website, except the photos don't have anything attached to the website. It's just a square of an escort site of Caroline Warren. Well, I don't know who that is. I know this. I know Caroline Warren. I know Mullen Investigations, John Mello. Vanessa Carmelo testified to it. She received emails from Mullen Investigations. She received lots of emails from people purporting to be John Mello. So Zach Hughes went to the trouble of preparing all these envelopes, manipulating all the items, the photos, the escort, and putting it together. And he wanted to make sure we knew it was her. And so we would add a cover letter. You can see the cover letter that he would do. You had to add a cover letter to make sure you knew exactly who that was, that it was Christina Parcell that was engaging in prostitution. And he sent him out to shame her, to make fun of her. There's WhatsApps in there saying, we're going to ruin her day. And Zach Hughes did it the same way he committed this murder. He used his bike, he avoided cameras, tried to find a location, and he didn't know that we could track his phone. And so we know he was in Greenville when he mailed those in June and July, and he was in Tennessee when the other two were mailed. So we know he did all that. But the big point of the harassment custody battle. And it doesn't work. He even sends one to the guardian ad litem. What does the guardian ad litem do? She investigates everything.
I think what's happening is with this cold weather, I do know that north of us we've had some ice and stuff on the wires, and I think that might be our connective issues. So if we should drop like we just did, hold on, I will be back. That's one thing I love about StreamYard is even though it goes down, I can pop right back into this live. So thank you so much. I'm on it. Here we go.
But Brad Post put a lot of work in. I mean, Zach Hughes put a lot of work into that. It's a lot of work finding all those envelopes. To somebody he doesn't even know, he's never met, never talked to. Now, John Mello, I would say he's pretty much a liar.
Yeah,
He dated Christina back in 05 and 06 and had their daughter in 2012. And of course, this custody battle. And if you want to look about the character and who John Mello is, I refer you back to Vanessa Cormelow's testimony. She testified that John Mello would do horrific things in relation to this custody battle. To her, to a lawyer who's representing a little girl as a guardian ad litem who's practicing law for 26 years, he would accuse her of horrific things, according to her. He would accuse her of trafficking children in Spartanburg. He would post things on social media ridiculing her. And that's how John Mello operated. That's how he operated. He used deceit by using fake emails. He used threats to try to get what he wanted. Mullen investigation. He sent those to Vanessa Carmelo. He sent an email pertaining to be a lawyer named Sophia Carlucci, according to Vanessa Carmelo. And she knew it was John Mello writing it because she's read so many emails from him, they matched up. So he's trying to gain a strategic advantage.
Yeah, the cold does affect everything. If it's under
John
ground, above ground, it
and
doesn't
Zach
matter.
Hughes, John Mello and Zach Hughes were trying to harm Christina because John Mello had a custody problem. And the only way to solve it was murder. So Zach visits John for what, 3 weeks in June in Italy. So he met him for 5 times between August and October of 2020. They're having lots of conversations on the WhatsApp, and he's in 3 weeks in June in Italy.
Glad you enjoyed your Italy trip.
And it was
Never see it again.
it was a pretty important moment when Zach Hughes said, John Mello offered me $5,000 to kill Christina Parcell.
You'll never see
John
it
Mello
again.
offered me $10,000
to go
to
to
kill
Italy.
Christina Parcell. Now, of course, Zach said he wouldn't take that money. He would just do it for free. Because killing Christina Parcell is the right thing to do. So I submit that's when the plot to murder Christina Parcell began. That's kind of when this evolved. And I think they started with the photos, which were in June and July, but that wasn't going to carry any weight with anything. Interesting that a struggling pianist turned down $10,000. Do it for free.
I bet
Especially
he has money sitting somewhere.
Of a person he's never met on behalf of a little girl he barely knows. Now, much of what Zach Hughes said, I believe, on that stand was true. A lot of it was a bunch of self-serving, narcissistic junk. Zach Hughes is trying to portray himself on that stand as a hero instead of the cold-blooded killer that he is.
Oh, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we judge the defendant by their actions, not by their excuses or their words. Actions speak much louder than any self-serving lies from a sadistic, pathological killer like Zach Hughes.
Good one.
He murdered Christina Parcell, mother to Aida, sister to Tina Parcell, and daughter to Erica and Tim Parcell. Now, I've talked a lot about Vanessa Cormelo because she's a key witness, because that is the dispute that we're having, the custody battle. And she's in charge of making recommendations about who should get custody. Her job is to investigate the custodians. She stated that she investigated every allegation which were at Christina, which was involved in prostitution and drugs. She stated she would investigate every allegation, hire private investigators, put trackers on cars, meet with potential custodians, have home visits, and talk with the child constantly. So she's doing everything that she can possibly do.
Yeah, we nailed it, y'all.
She even had allegations like Alex Fields. There's an affidavit that the defense submitted on Alex Fields, where he says that he was propositioned by Christina Parcell for sex and offered to sell him drugs. And he put in an affidavit. This was after John Mello put on Craigslist, "You have any information about Christina Parcell that I know about? I'd like to know anything about." Who responds to a Craigslist ad about somebody and then sets an example of what they did at a bar? And for what purpose? Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not true. I have no idea. That's what Alex Fields says. Really doesn't matter. While the defense wants to impugn the integrity of Christina Parcell as a justification for committing murder, so be it. If doing bad things means anyone can break into my house and stab me 35 times without retribution, then two things will happen. There'll be a lot of people stabbed to death, and I'll be out of a job, because all we'll have is vigilante justice in our system. But again, these are allegations that John Mello is making. He's looking for any dirt on Christina Parcell. Again, these are all allegations.
Not only looking, but creating the dirt.
Well, let's come to October. Vanessa Cormelo was getting close to making her decision. Who's going to get custody? Her investigation revealed that before Christina's murder, she would write a favorable report for Christina Parcell and a bad one. That's what Vanessa Cormelo said. In addition, it was almost 6 months since Aida had come home, and that's important. 6 months. Someone can file to terminate the parental rights of another. We were about to be 6 months. Zach Hughes said October was the time that he felt it was the time to kill her. Just felt it in his heart and his mind. And he tried on the 12th, did it on the 13th. That is important because it was getting close. John Mello's getting a bad report, and things aren't going to go his way. So he's got a problem. Now, if Christina Parcell is no longer around, he's the last man standing. He's going to get custody. So Zach admittedly decides to murder Christina Parcell. That was his intent. He bought a gun and a knife about a month before. It was weighing on his soul. Custody dispute's not going well. And so he entered into a lot of planning going into this murder, a ton of planning. And the state presented all of this evidence to you before he testified. But we know that Zach Hughes on the 12th was up at the Mountain House because his phone showed that he was up there. And while up there, he had his truck. And we know he put his bike in the back of the truck. And we know he parked it somewhere. And we know that he decided to park somewhere near Canebrake and ride his bike in there. And we didn't know, but we know that he knew the schedule of Christina Parcell that day because he said John Mello told him. So he gets in his truck, and I would submit he arrives around 7:42-ish to somewhere wherever he parked. We never learned exactly where he parked near Canebrake, but we know he parked somewhere there, and he rode his bike. Because at 7:42, we know from his phone that he plugs it in and unlocks it. And that's the last activity on his phone at that time. So he parks, maybe he plans, he thinks, and he gets on his bike and he drives in. And we know he drives in because he passes Donna Gorman's house. And Donna Gorman was an early witness from the state. And she did an identification of Zach Hughes from that witness stand. State was not expecting that. We had never shown her a photo lineup. We had shown her a photo of the bike, of Zach on the bike from the ring cameras. But she had never seen Zach in person. And so we just left it. Now, we did wait until about 3 years after the murder before Donna Gorman told us that information. That is true. Riley Stokes talked to her that day, and he didn't have a copy of it. Master Deputy Wolf talked to her on the 19th, and he didn't show her a copy of the person on the bike. And so there was so much chaos going on, so many officers moving in so many directions, trying to find the evidence to solve this murder. It was just overlooked. And so when we went and talked to her, this was her testimony. And that's what we presented to this jury. She was right. She was right. The DNA proved it. Zach Hughes proved it. So Donna Corman sees him, and she says this around 8:15-ish when he goes by. And then he goes to Christina Parcells' house. And my opinion is that he went and he hid under the bottom of the house. His testimony was different. He says different. He says that he got there and went straight in, dropped his bike, and went to the front door. We have a difference. Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe I'm wrong. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But I submit that he went and he waited. He had an hour to wait. Of course, he had an hour drive from the Mountain House all the way to Canebrake. You know what he could have done? He could have turned around. He could have done anything he wanted. He could have gone to the QT. He could have changed his mind. Had many opportunities to do that. He was committed. And so he went and he lied and he waited. And he waited for a time because he knew her schedule and he knew her car. He knew her address. That's in evidence. And he went and he decided to walk in the front door with roses as a ruse, according to his testimony, with a gun and a knife and a backpack, paint thinner so he could clean up afterwards. And he kills her. So let's see the moments before Christina Parcells is murdered.
What do y'all think about this closing argument?
Zach Hughes, dressed as he said he was, gray sweatshirt, backpack, black pants, walks directly into that house. I can't see if he's carrying flowers. I know he had flowers on him. And he walks in and he surprises Christina Parcells.
Yep.
Points a gun at her, and hits her in the head with the gun. And then he stabs, and he begins to stab, and he begins to slash, and he begins to slash, and he begins to stab.
31 times.
Stab and slash. Now think of the force needed to stab someone in the chest, stabbed him in the back, all over the head.
That's a lot of force, y'all.
And finally, and through all the fighting and the stabbing and the pushing, while Christina is fighting for her life, he finds the vulnerable spots, stabs her in the jugular and the carotid artery, causing her to bleed out. With blunt force trauma to the head, she has to be on the ground. Blood is everywhere, pulling around her dropped phone and the couch. But that's not enough. He drags her through her own blood to cover up the crime as he closes the curtains and locks the front door so he's not detected, as droplets of blood fall from his blood-soaked clothes. She remains laying on that floor in her own blood with nothing but her blood-soaked scrubs and her wedding band that Brad Post gave her. But his sadistic actions are not over. I submit, ladies and gentlemen, those rose petals had a dual purpose. He may have used them as a ruse to get in and get inside the house. so he could surprise Christina and gain that strategic advantage to murder her. But he also sprinkled them around. He sprinkled them around the house, on her purse, around, as some sort of sadistic, artistic sign that he thought was necessary. Then he had to keep in line with the allegations: prostitution and drugs. Put a bag of cocaine under a couch, under a chair, right down from her body.
That is so true. He could have been the one to put it there.
Killing her wasn't enough. Shaming her was the goal, too. This was not to save Aida. This was to help John Mello win his custody case. He never told us about the drugs either. Never mentioned those. So then the cover-up. So then, after you effectuate the crime, you commit it, then you got to clean up. You got to cover up. So he first had to cover up the scene. He had to worry about that DNA under her fingers. That DNA is key to this case. He had to wipe her fingers down with that paint thinner. He did not want to get caught. Pre-planned, and then really good exit strategy, cover up. He went back to the mountain house. Of course, we know he's there because his phone puts him there around 1:17. He connects to the Wynn Wi-Fi. The Wynns have a mountain house. He has access to it. Remember, it's real remote. I think Master Deputy Wolf said it's so remote you could walk around naked. Nobody would see you. Perfect place to clean up a crime scene like that. Can you imagine how soaked in blood his clothes were? Can you imagine how soaked in blood his car was? Can you imagine how soaked in blood his bike was? And he did. And he admitted it. Burned his clothes, ditched the knife and the gun in some pond, cleaned up everything, and he went back to Tyndall about his daily life. And that's what he said. I've mentioned Zach Hughes' testimony a lot. And I'm sorry that you had the unfortunate privilege of hearing the specific testimony of the killing of Christina Parcell by a cold-blooded, cold, stone-faced killer trying to portray himself as a hero instead of the cold-blooded, calculating killer that he actually is. Only a person with a severely diminished sense of heroism, with a heart that is cold as ice, can portray that. The absurdity of many of his words and I'll reference a couple. I wanted to make her death quick and painless. This is what he said. When I was listening to that, it was hard for me to comprehend that someone is actually saying that at their trial to a jury.
Good point.
Do we say thank you? I appreciate it. Thank you for taking my pain into consideration as you murder me? What does that even mean? Well, I ask you this. Was it quick and painless when he hit her in the head with a gun? Was it quick and painless when he stabbed her the first time? Was it quick and painless when he stabbed her the second time?
Or the 30th?
How about the 5th? The 10th? Maybe the 20th? He was being
I think he wanted her to hurt because he thought that
Maybe the 30th.
a
How
child.
about the final 35th blow? And then, of course, I asked him one question. How'd you drag her body across the room? And he said, I don't really recall, but I think it was by her ankles. He looked me in the eyes in a stone cold faced way, told me the answer, like he was proud of it. He said, I do not want anyone else to be involved. I waited till everyone was gone. Thanks. Appreciate that. Talking like he's doing us a favor. I wonder what would happen if a neighbor did come over. I wonder what would happen if Brad Post had showed up. I wonder what would happen if Tina Parcell had showed up. Would it be a double homicide so we could escape and escape detection? And of course, he was so calculated, he got her schedule that day from John Mello. And then he said, I didn't want to get caught because they would connect me to John Mello. Oh, okay. So if you didn't get caught, you've solved the custody problem. But if I did get caught, then I didn't solve the custody problem because then they would connect me to John Mello and he wouldn't get custody. Then he comes in here, testifies, connects John Mello. Doesn't make any sense. Now, he talked a good bit about his background. My understanding, he's a fantastic pianist, highly trained.
He sounded like it.
But he went through his resume with an ego, letting you all know how great he really was. Military service.
Not humble in any way. Means
playing these really difficult sonatas by Beethoven. I'm going to play all 16, never been done. But he described his sister Grace in great detail as well, for some reason. He said she was a horrific person when confronted with irrefutable evidence. She would go cold, stone-faced. She would manipulate and recruit others to do a terrible deed. If you trust Grace, you're only going to get hurt again. She was a vampire and would suck the blood right out of you. Maybe he's describing himself. He said, I feel pity for her. He felt pity for Christina Parcell. How was that even possible of a human being? His heart is so mean, so depraved, that he viewed someone he'd never met and discussed the specific details of killing her, treating her like she was an elderly dog being sent to the vet to be euthanized. It doesn't get any meaner than that. Christina Parcell didn't have to die. Zach Hughes had a million opportunities to not do this. And if he did it to save Aida, there's a million ways to handle that. Vigilante justice is not allowed in this state. vigilante justice isn't allowed anywhere. Regardless of what Zach Hughes had in his mind or what he thinks he had into his heart, he's lying to himself.
That's
All
the
he
phrase.
had
He's lying to himself.
was hate and meanness, coldness. He brutally murdered Christina Parcell. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long 2 weeks. Thank you for your service. And thank you for listening to me.
2 weeks.
The evidence is absolutely overwhelming. I'm going to ask you to go back there and deliberate. I'm going to ask you to find Zach Hughes guilty of harassment, of burglary, of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime.
Guilty.
Murder. Thank you.
I have to say, I think I'm going to sound off her. I'm going to pause it. I think that I loved his closing. It was clean. It was to the point. It went through the timeline. But I don't think it was really necessary because why? The guy confessed. He confessed. I did it. Me, myself, and I. Hey, I'm the other side.
I want to start with something that Mr. Wilkins said towards the beginning of his comments to you. He said, Zach Hughes solved John Mello's problems. Yesterday, Zach Hughes told you he solved Aida Mello's problems. That's what he told you yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to watch the state. You got to watch the evidence. Zach Hughes yesterday came in here and told you under oath that he killed Christina Parcell on October the 13th, 2021. He told you that. But contrary to what Mr. Wilkins just told you, killing somebody in and of itself is not a crime. What? Mr. Wilkins told you that he confessed to committing the crime. That is not the case. Yesterday, Zach Hughes told you that he killed Christina Parcell, but in doing that, he did not tell you or confess to any crime. And let me be clear, and let me tell you why I say that.
Oh, God, a hair split.
Every crime, and the judge is going to tell you this in the instructions, every crime has two parts in general terms. The actus reus, which is the action, and the mens rea, which is what's in your mind, the intent that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's very important that you understand this from the get-go.
It's very important for you to understand that this guy's getting ready to hand you a load of bull crap. Yes and no, he's right. But this was planned. This was orchestrated. This was premeditated. It is murder. Red rum. If he had walked in and seen the child being abused or saw pictures of inappropriate age, inappropriate situations with inappropriate acts and behavior sprawled all over the table of that little girl, and that mama was sitting there with the camera in hand, and it was evident that mama was doing that, and he lost his cool, then you couldn't possibly claim in protection of, but get your bull bucket. Bull butter, Dr. Bull Butter, get your bull bucket. Because we getting ready.
He did not confess to a crime yesterday. He confessed to killing Christina Parcell. But that in and of itself does not make him guilty of murder. That's very important. Okay? The first part of, or Mr. Wilkins had talked about how this case is unique. It is unique. And one of the unique parts about this case is that first part that I talked about, the actus reus, the action that's involved, there's very little dispute, if any. Zach admitted that he killed Christina Parcell, right? Where the dispute is, where the heart of this case is the evidence as to what was in Zach's heart, what was in Zach's mind, that the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. It must be evidence that leaves you firmly convinced. It must be evidence that would cause you not to hesitate to act. Right? That's what they have to do. So the heart of this whole case, Mr. Wilkinson can talk about the blood, he can talk about the scene, he can talk about all these things. But the heart of this case is the intent, is the mens rea. What have they proven about Zach's intent? All right. Now, let's talk more about what the judge is going to charge on the law and what they have to prove about intent, about the mental side of this. All right. Zach has been charged with murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt malice. That is the intent, the knowledge, the mental part of murder. The state must also prove burglary in the first degree, that when he entered that home, he intended to commit a crime. In this case, murder. He intended to commit the crime, which means there was a crime he committed. For harassment, the state must prove that he sent those mailers, which he admitted to doing. He sent those mailers without a legitimate purpose. And for the conspiracy, the state must prove that he formed an agreement to do something illegal. That is the mental component to this. And again, that's the heart of the case. And Mr. Wilkins, in his opening statement, said, we have to prove the state beyond a reasonable doubt an angry heart, that Zach was mad. That's where this case, that's where the heart of this case is. What was Zach
Yep, I just made it.
thinking? What has the state been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt about what was in his heart and what was in his mind? Now, you're going to hear, the judge is going to talk to you about different types of evidence you can consider. He's going to talk to you about circumstantial evidence, which is evidence that an arrangement of facts when put together that lead to other facts or conclusions. That's circumstantial evidence. Judge is also going to tell you about direct evidence. Direct evidence is evidence that comes from people who perceived what happened, who with their senses derive knowledge about what happened. All right, that is direct evidence. The state has the burden of proof on the mental element, and the state is going to use circumstantial evidence. That's what they're going to use. We have no burden of proof whatsoever. We entered and are going to use both direct evidence and circumstantial evidence to explain what Zach's state of mind was on October the 13th, 2021. Now, what is the state going to do to try to prove what was in here, to try to establish the burden of the mental side? Again, it's more than just the acts. That's critically important. But what's the state going to use to prove the mental component to this? They're going to use the acts, and they're going to say, they're going to use the stab wounds, the photos. They're going to use all the actions that Zach testified to yesterday. That in and of itself is not a crime. And Mr. Wilkins, he talks about stab, and I wrote this down: stab, 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 slash. Right? Got to watch. Got to be careful. Right? This is a tragic case. Bottom line, someone died. The last thing I ever want to do is minimize the tragedy in this case. Not going to do it. All right? But when we come to talk to you about what happened, you have to have faith that what we are saying is balanced. Think about what Zach testified to and what Claire Rose testified to about Christina Parcell and what happened that day, right? Stab, 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 slash, slash, slash. Claire Rose testified Christina Parcell was 163 pounds. Zach testified that he was 160 pounds. Claire Rose testified that there were, of the 35 wounds, the vast majority were incise wounds, superficial wounds, wounds that would have been consistent with a struggle. Zach told you that when he went inside, there was a struggle. He told you that they fell to the floor. He told you that when he got inside, his body would not do what he was telling it to do because he didn't want to do it. He did not want to have to do it. So let's talk about the circumstantial evidence that the state has offered as evidence to try to get you to understand what was in Zach's mind. The state talks about in determining how much weight to give to their representations about their conclusions on the circumstantial evidence. Just think about this. Donna Gorman testified that 3 years after this happened, having never been shown a photo lineup, with Zach's face all over the television and the internet, that she says that she saw Zach. Now, here's what is most troublesome about this whole thing. She testified that she saw Zach at 8:15. That's what she testified to. She testified she saw Zach through 2 trees in her house, that he was wearing a hoodie, no evidence other than what she said about a hoodie. In back, Zach said that he was wearing a hat or a smaller hat. There is no way that she could have seen Zach Hughes at 8:15 because by the state's own evidence, with the ring cameras, with investigator Sparkman, the state's own evidence, Zach didn't even get there until after 9 o'clock. So when he says,
could have been 9:15.
Donna Gorman, she saw him, it's impossible that she saw him the way she said, because she said 8:15 by their own admission, by their own evidence. Zach didn't even get there until after 9 o'clock. Think about that. In determining how much weight to give to their spin on the circumstantial evidence, think about investigator Sparkman, right? Called him as a witness and showed him reams of WhatsApp messages. These messages were garbled, but he had a unique skill. I don't know if he went to WhatsApp school, but he spoke fluent WhatsApp, right? And he was asked to...
You know what, people? You'd be surprised how many deaf people could make very good understanding of WhatsApp, the way it was messed up and the way the words were placed, because ASL is not English words put to sign language. For example, Matthew, please bring me my shoes. It may say, shoes, bring now, Matt. It other languages. So, you know what? Some people are just good at putting words together. He was. Deaf people are really good.
Decode all of these messages for you as though you couldn't have done it yourself. But what's the most interesting thing about what he said in the WhatsApp messages, there was one message that he was not able to decode, coincidentally. The message that had the words Aida and doomed. That was the only message he could not uncode for some reason.
Aida doomed.
Think about that.
What? What specifically?
In trying to determine how much weight to assign to the state's conclusions or their spin on the evidence, think about Vanessa Cormelo and what she testified to. Mr. Wilkins talked about how she was doing everything she could during this period to uncover it. Really interesting. And the judge is going to tell you this. You can determine or decide how much weight to give to testimony. You can give it a lot of weight. You can give it a little weight. You can give it no weight. I want you to think about how much weight to assign to the state's conclusions and that testimony, because I want to take you to one specific exchange between Jake Hoffer and Vanessa Cormelo. Jake Hoffreth asked Ms. Cormelo, prior to October the 13th, 2021, and he said this, and they've said this throughout this entire case, prior to the murder of Christina Parcell, which is for you to decide and you to decide alone. Prior to October 13th, 2021, did you have a recommendation as to where Aida Mello should live? In other words, would you have had a recommendation as to whether or not she lived with her mother? And what was Vanessa Cormelo's answer to that?
Not at that time.
You can hear this for yourself. At the time, I would have recommended the mom. At the time. There was no follow-up to talk about other times. Can you trust that evidence? Very important. That's the circumstantial evidence. Now, let's talk about the direct evidence that you received from Zach himself as to why he did what he did. He got on that stand, he told you. Let's talk about the direct evidence. He talked about what he knew, what he was told by John Mello. That was part of it. He talked about that. But contrary to what Mr. Wilkins said, he had a lot of other information besides just what John Mello told him. He had a deposition that Christina Parcell gave under oath in July of 2016. And you remember I asked him, after you read that deposition, what did you believe about Christina Parcell? What did you believe? He said he believed that she was engaged in prostitution. He said he believed that she had participated in a pornographic movie. He said that he believed that she had used drugs after reading that deposition. Another document that Zach got, Alex Fields' affidavit. Now, this is very important to consider about this. This entire case, the state has worked very hard to distance Christina Parcell from the escort website. And they've made these conclusions just because they want to. Despite the fact that there are website addresses on those photographs, they have insisted that those photographs were private photographs, were taken by John Mello and then somehow put on the internet by John Mello, that she had nothing to do with that, right? Think about this. And this is an evidence for you to consider. The Alex Fields affidavit, it has one page on the front, which is what he said, that they met randomly at Hall's in 2018, that she propositioned him for sex and drugs in exchange for money. He turned that down. But in the second page of the affidavit for Alex Fields, John Mello, in that advertisement, said, if you know this woman, her name is Christina Parcell, and then he puts the Caroline Warren alias in that ad. Right? Here's the question for you to consider. If he didn't think that she really and truly went by Caroline Warren online, why would he put Caroline Warren's name in an ad for people to respond to? Why would he include that if he did not think that may trigger someone who had seen her site? Why would he do that? I would submit to you, he put her name on that ad because she was Caroline Warren, and he was hopeful that someone who had seen the ad or used the ad would recognize the picture and contact him. That's the only reason why that makes sense. Let's talk about the other evidence, and let's talk about the elephant in the room. Let's just talk about that Mr. Wilkins discussed, the planning, right? Let's talk about that. Zach was very honest when he testified about the planning. He told you in detail what he did. in a lot of cases, planning can be good evidence in a lot of cases. As Mr. Wilkins said, this is a very unique case. And probably one of the most unique aspects about this case is that the person who Zach believed posed the danger was the mother to her own child. Think about that. This isn't where you're home and an intruder comes in, you don't know, and it's a spur of the moment. This isn't a random interaction or difficulty. This is what Zach believed. This is a mother, the person who's charged with caring for your child. Most importantly, the person of all on the whole planet who is supposed to be the most nurturing. This is the person who is doing this to the child. The person who lives with the child, the evidence was the person who shared a room with the child, the person who's with the child all the time. So in a situation like that, where you have a belief that's grounded on documents, that's grounded on information shared with you over many, many months, when you have that belief, how do you alleviate that threat, the threat from the mom, without thinking through how to do it? How do you do that? And so I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the planning in this case, unlike most any other case, doesn't show malice because the mom was the threat. The mom was the one who posed the danger. Mr. Wilkins talked a lot about this was just interjecting the custody, just get John custody, get him custody, right? If this was all about the custody, why would Zach have waited so long to do it? Right? Part of it, he was in a process. Part of it, he was working on this music project. But the other part is Aida and John were separated for half a year. Right? If Zach wanted to fix it to solve John's problem, he would have done it much sooner. But the reason why it took so long is that Zach agonized over it. What do I do? Over time, he continued to get information. What do I do? He didn't want to do it. If he wanted to do it, he would have done it right away. And he told you that when he testified. He told you in detail about that day. He told you about it. About when he woke up, he drove to that location and he thought he was going to throw up. He told you about his hand shaking. He told you about when he got out and got on his bike, it was one pedal in front of the other, just trying to make it there. He told you about this, and you saw him testify. He's, contrary to what Mr. Wilkins said, he doesn't think he's a hero. He's never asked that. He did what he believed he had to do to save an innocent child. That's what he did. That's why it's more than just the action. He hasn't confessed to any crime. He told you what he did. And he told you the truth about what he did. If Mr. Wilkins talked about solving John's problem, right? And he intimated in his closing that
Sorry, guys, I had a customer.
an aspiring or starving, I can't remember what word he used, pianist would turn down $10,000. Interesting. As though to say he didn't turn it down. There's no evidence anywhere that John Mello ever paid him a dime to do this.
No,
none.
Got caught too quickly.
Gotta watch the state, ladies and gentlemen.
Or he never intended to.
Lot of lot of in the state's closing, lot of moral indignation. That, what do you mean try to be humane? Who can say that? How does that even mean, right?
How
I was not in Zach's shoes. Nobody was in Zach's shoes
nation.
but Zach.
Zach choose
Nobody was.
to put those on.
None of us has been in a circumstance where we have reason to believe an innocent child is being abused by her own mother, where her father is out of the country, the evidence is shown, with a warrant pending, can't come back.
Now, if he really thought that child was being abused like he was, he had many other options. One, contacting the police. If he did not think that, he could have kidnapped her and then given her to the father, which is still illegal. But if they could prove abuse by the mother, a lot of times that, that's a lot less of a charge than red room. There's so many other things this guy could have done other than red room. I don't understand. I understand the lawyer is doing his job. The lawyer is lawyering. He's doing his job. He is representing his client to the best of his ability. He is throwing as much shite at the wall as he can throw and seeing what can stick. He is giving him the best defense he can possibly give him under the law. All right. Kudos to you. This man's he's lucky he didn't have DP on the chart. I mean, if they had DP on him, that would be the end.
When you write an affidavit to try to put the authorities on notice to what you believe is happening, when you call DSS and DSS does nothing,
but
none of us have been presented with that circumstance.
Did he?
Mr. Wilkins said, we can't condone vigilante justice. That's what he said. He said, if you find him not guilty, I'm going to be out of a job. Right? It's really interesting. The state wants you to be a legislature and make decisions for the people of the state in law and order. But they don't want you to be a jury when it comes to deciding how the law applies to the facts. Because they just want you to assume he's already confessed to it. He's guilty of a crime. They use the word murder throughout, which is a legal phrase, which is an offense that you have to find.
All right.
So they want you to speak for the people of the whole state, but they don't want you to really look at the evidence. And that's what we're asking for. That's just what we're asking for.
We reached it.
Mr. Wilkins said he could have done other things. This didn't have to happen. Okay. The judge will not instruct you that Zach Hughes had a burden to exhaust all remedies, to try everything he could to do. He tried a lot. He wrote the affidavit, went to DSS, did a lot of different things, but there's absolutely no requirement. We have no burden whatsoever. Just to continue to remind you that we have no burden whatsoever. The burden is on the state. And there's no burden whatsoever for me as Zach Hughes' representative to try to prove to you that he exhausted every remedy. That's just not what the law says, and you don't need to prove. You don't need to even consider that. The evidence is that Zach tried, and when everything failed, that's when he acted to do what he thought was right, and that is, and was, to save Aida Mello. Ladies and gentlemen, the state talked about the mailers, and I don't envy your task. I don't at all. It's a tall task. But I do think the mailers, this piece of the case is a little bit easier for you to resolve, and let me tell you why. The judge is going to tell you that for it to be harassment, a couple things have to happen. First, the person who was the target of the harassment, in this case, Christina Parcell, who's alleged in the indictment, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she actually suffered mental distress and that a reasonable person would have done so in that circumstance. But there has to be evidence that she actually suffered distress, mental distress. There is almost zero evidence that she actually experienced mental distress in this case, right? Let me talk more about that in specifics. There were at least 3 people who testified for the state who were with her when she gave the letters, those envelopes to law enforcement. At least 3 people: Brad Post, Dan Bevel, Mike Nicholson. Did any of those people testify that she was remotely upset? Any of those people say that she cried? Any of those people say that she was shaking? Any of those people say that she had made statements that led them to believe she was upset? Zero evidence that shows or that even comes close to proving that Christina Parcell was upset.
There doesn't.
And if anything, the evidence you've seen that has been introduced with nude photos of Christina Parcell online, with Alex Fields' affidavit, I think the evidence shows took a lot to get her upset or be in mental distress. So I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, on the harassment charge, that's something that you could go to initially and think about that evidence. And based on your recollection of the evidence, if you find that there's no evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was in mental distress, then that's your answer on that charge right there.
A man
It's the
standing there
state's
with
burden
a
of proof
weapon,
on
and
each and every
you're
element.
getting ready to be alive after he started attacking.
Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the state has brought us here.
No,
and
Hughes brought us here.
They've brought the charges that you are to consider. They've decided what to charge, and they have brought us here on these specific charges. And the charges they brought, specifically the charge of murder, is among the most serious charges there is. Doesn't get any more serious than that.
Yeah, there are a couple of them that are worse, but yeah.
Murder, the charge of murder, in contrast to what the state's position is, requires more than the act of killing another person. It requires malice. Malice is defined, and the judge is going to define this for you, as evil, as hatred. In his opening statement, Mr. Wilkins told you an angry heart, mad. Ladies and gentlemen, I would submit to you that the evidence in this case has failed to show you that you should be firmly convinced that Zach Hughes had hatred. You can be shown pictures and talked all about the acts, but when it comes to what he was thinking, what the evidence shows that was in his heart, that evidence hasn't come close. Ladies and gentlemen, in hindsight, 3 years after this happened, it's very fair for you to say this didn't happen, or this didn't have to happen, or disagree. I wouldn't have done that. Some of you may say you would have. Some of you may say you would. That's fair. Bottom line, can't say otherwise. But no matter what no matter what your take on what he did, I think it's so important that we rely on your common sense. And that was one of the things that Mr. Wilkins talked about early on, that how important your common sense is that you bring with you. And so in closing, I'm going to ask that you use your common sense that you brought with you to the courthouse and just ask yourself, does a person who kills another person with the intent to save an innocent child, does that person have evil in their heart? Does that
Oh, you
person
went
have an
there.
angry heart?
You went there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So now
I
you're
would
trying to
suggest
tell
to
the
you
jury if they
that your
convict
common
him
sense
that
would tell you
they're,
no.
oh, they went there.
And that person who killed another to save an innocent child is not a murderer.
He is an
I would
unliable.
ask that you return a not guilty verdict. Thank you very much.
We knew he was going to go here with it. We knew he was.
Please, the court.
Redirect.
Now the state has an opportunity to rebut. And I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be brief so y'all can get to your deliberations. I do want to address a couple of issues. I want to make very clear in this record, there is zero evidence of any kind of abuse. Not for witness,
True.
not from any evidence.
This is true. Glad you brought that up because there is no.
Mr. Mormon said you got to have
there's no
some
evidence.
emotional distress from the harassment charges. Christina Parcell had a bunch of neighbors receive pictures of her without clothes on, private photos between her and John Mello. And so what did she do? Immediately, Brad Post corralled them all up, took some from neighbors so they didn't see them, and she went to the police. Going to the police without emotional distress is not something that you see very often. Mr. Mormon talked about not trying to minimize this case. Minimize the killing of Christina Parcell. Minimizing the heinousness of this crime while trying to impugn her character. He talked about malice, and he said that you got to have an angry heart. He kept referring to me. I said, an angry heart, malice. If you're mad at somebody. And I'll leave you with this. Ladies and gentlemen, in regards to an angry heart, just because Zachary Hughes' heart is so cold and so dead that it can't be angry, that is not a defense.
Oh, that's beautiful, y'all. That is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, that deserves a. That was priceless, y'all. That was beautiful. OMG, I love it. Take a big drink there, sir. Get a good sip of that cold coffee. You got a planning to do.
Members of the jury, it is now my duty as the trial judge to instruct you on the law applicable to this case. And in that regard, it is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I'm now stated to you. Furthermore, it is your exclusive duty to decide all the issues of fact in this case and determine the effect, the value, the weight, and the truth of the evidence. All the parties have the right to expect that you will carefully consider and evaluate the evidence and apply the law of the case to it so that in the end, all parties will receive a fair and an impartial trial. I remind you that during this trial, you and I have certain duties to perform. As the trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial of this case, and I also have the duty to rule on the admissibility of the evidence offered during this trial. You are to consider only the competent evidence before you. If there was any testimony ordered stricken from the record during this trial, you must disregard that testimony. And furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard in the deliberation room. You are to consider only the testimony which has been presented from this witness stand, any exhibits which have been made a part of the record in this case, and any stipulations of counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case. As the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law of this case, and it is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now state it to you. If you already have any idea as to what the law is or what the law ought to be, and it does not agree with what I now tell you the law is, you must abandon this idea because you are sworn to accept the law and apply the law exactly as I state it to you. In every case tried in this court before a jury, the jury becomes the sole and exclusive judge of the facts in a case. A trial judge cannot intimate, state, comment on, or make any statement to a trial jury about the facts in a case. Since you, the jury, are the sole judge of the facts in this case, you are not to infer from what I have said during this process or during the progress of this trial in ruling upon the admissibility of evidence or otherwise, or anything that I say now during this course of this instruction to you, that I have any opinion about the facts in this case. The law does not allow me to have an opinion about the facts in this case. This is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. And as jurors, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, the weight, and the truth of the evidence presented during this trial. The defendant is charged with the following: murder, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, burglary, first degree, conspiracy, and harassment, first degree. I remind you that the fact the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence in this case and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case, nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. These documents are simply the formal instruments which contain the charges made against the defendant. It is the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. The indictments in this case allege several different offenses against the defendant. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense, and you must decide each indictment separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant has pled not guilty to these indictments, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until and unless you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not mere legal theory, and it is not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true, such as by the greater weight or preponderance of the evidence. In criminal cases, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If based on your consideration of the evidence, you're firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. If on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. Facts and circumstance that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the accused. Facts in issue may be proved either by direct evidence or indirect evidence or circumstantial evidence. It is direct evidence if it proves a fact without an inference, and which in itself, if true, conclusively establishes that fact. Direct evidence is basically evidence you can see, observe, or hear with your senses. Circumstantial evidence means the proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. In other words, you may infer that a particular event occurred based on proof of circumstances warranting such an inference. It is not something that one observes, but from facts, one can draw a conclusion. Crimes may be proven by circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. The following things are not evidence, and you must not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. 1, statements and arguments of the attorneys. 2, questions and objections of the attorney. And 3, testimony that I instruct you to disregard. While argument of counsel is a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting arguments, counsel often refer to evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. Therefore, if there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely upon your own understanding of the evidence. Necessarily, you must determine the credibility of witnesses who have testified in this case. Credibility simply means believability. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine which evidence convinces you of its truth. In determining the believability of witnesses who have testified in this case, you may believe one witness over several witnesses or several witnesses over one witness. You may believe a part of the testimony of a witness and reject the remaining part of the testimony of that same witness. You may believe the testimony of a witness in its entirety or reject the testimony of a witness in its entirety. You may consider whether any witness has exhibited to you any interest, any bias, prejudice, or other motive in this case. You may also consider the appearance and manner of a witness while on the witness stand. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions, and an exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. A witness who by education and experience has become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state an opinion as to relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence in this case, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert witness is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of other witnesses simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion, even though it's not contradicted. There's been evidence presented that witnesses have made prior statements which are not consistent with the witness's present testimony. You may use this evidence to decide whether to believe the witness. You may also use evidence of the earlier contradictory statements to determine the truth of those statements. It is up for you to decide whether to believe the earlier statements or the testimony given at trial. If a witness is shown to have knowingly testified untruthfully concerning any material matter, you may consider this in determining whether to trust the witness's testimony as to other matters. You may reject all testimony of that witness or give all or part of the testimony the weight you think it deserves. In order to establish criminal liability, criminal intent is required. For example, the mental state required to be proven by the state for a particular crime might be purpose, intent, knowledge, recklessness, or criminal negligence. Criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, and criminal intent is always a matter that must be determined by the jury from the circumstances surrounding the situation. There's no way to prove intent to a mathematical certainty. There's no way medical science can dissect a person's brain and determine what the person had in mind. So the law says that criminal intent may be inferred from the circumstances shown to have existed. And this is how you make a determination of whether or not the elements requiring intent was present. It is not necessary to establish intent by direct and positive evidence, but intent may be established by inference in the same way as any other fact, by taking into consideration the acts of the parties and all the facts and circumstances of the case. Criminal intent is a mental state, a conscious wrongdoing. It is up to you to determine what the defendant intended to do based on the circumstances shown to have existed. Criminal intent can arise from action or a failure to act. It may arise from negligence, recklessness, or an indifference to duty or to consequences that is considered by the law to be the equivalent of criminal intent. The defendant is charged with murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be either express or inferred, and these terms express and inferred do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, any acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. The defendant is charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, and the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of a violent crime. A firearm means any machine gun, automatic rifle, revolver, pistol, or any weapon which is designed to or may be readily converted to expel a projectile. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, you must first find the defendant.
Wait a minute. What about a knife? That is a weapon.
Guilty
Maybe
of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of the crime. The defendant is also charged with first-degree burglary. The state must first prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant entered a dwelling without consent. A dwelling is any building or portion of a building in which a person ordinarily sleeps. A building is a dwelling even if the residents are temporarily absent from the building. In order to prove that the defendant entered the dwelling, the state does not have to show that the defendant's entire body entered the dwelling. The smallest entry is sufficient. It may be any part of the body, such as a hand or foot, or even an instrument, such as a hook
So
or
by
other
him
instrument.
walking
In addition, the state
forcibly
does not
in with
have to
the
prove that
weapon is
force was
considered.
used to gain entry. If a person enters a building by using deception, artifice, trick, or
There you go.
misrepresentation to get consent to enter, this is an entry without consent. Next, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to commit a crime, either a felony or a misdemeanor, at the time of the entry. The mere entry into a dwelling without consent is not burglary. If the intent to commit a crime is
Breaking and
formed
entering.
after the entry, it is not burglary. On the other hand, if the defendant intended to commit a crime at the time of the entry, it is a burglary, even if the intent was abandoned after the entry. It does not matter that the intended crime was not completed. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. Finally, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one of the following aggravating circumstances, such as 1, when entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice caused physical injury to anyone not participating in the crime. Or 2, when entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice used or threatened to use a dangerous object. Or 3, when entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice displayed what was or appeared to be a knife, pistol, revolver, rifle, shotgun, machine gun, or other firearm. Or 4, when entering while in the dwelling or in the immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice was armed with a deadly weapon or explosive. A deadly weapon is any article, instrument, or substance which is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Whether an instrument has been used as a deadly weapon depends on the facts and the circumstances of each case. The following are examples of instruments which may be deadly weapons: a pistol, a shotgun, a rifle, a dirk, a dagger, a knife, a slingshot, metal knuckles, a razor, gasoline, a firebomb, Molotov cocktail, and lighter fluid. A gun may be a deadly weapon, even if it is not operating. The defendant is charged with conspiracy. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant combined with one or more persons for the purpose of committing an unlawful act or of committing a lawful act by unlawful means. There must be a mutual understanding, agreement, or common intention and plan. Mere passive knowledge of or consent to the criminal conduct of another is not enough to make a person a conspirator. There must be guilty knowledge and participation. Similarly, the mere fact that the defendant may have associated with another person or met with another person and discussed common aims and interests does not necessarily establish proof of the existence of a conspiracy or that the defendant was involved in a conspiracy. On the other hand, it is not necessary that the agreement be a formal one, that it be in writing, that the person hold a meeting and expressly state in the terms of the common plan, or that the agreement be stated in words between them. The agreement of a criminal conspiracy may come into being through an implied mutual understanding. The willful, intentional, and knowing adoption by two or more persons of a common plan is sufficient. No overt acts need to be shown to establish a conspiracy. A conspiracy may be shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. In order to convict the defendant of conspiracy, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that the defendant knew of the unlawful conduct, but that the defendant agreed to combine with the other person for the purpose of accomplishing the unlawful conduct. The defendant is charged with harassment first degree. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntary. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment first degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of 1, following the targeted person as the targeted person moved from location to location, 2, initiating, maintaining, or repeating visual, physical, or verbal contact after the defendant was notified that the contact was unwanted, 3, surveilling or the maintaining a presence near the targeted person's residence, place of work, school, or another place regularly occupied by the targeted person, or 4, committing vandalism and property damage. These are only examples of harassment first degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment first degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. If you find the defendant not guilty of harassment first degree, you may consider whether the defendant is guilty of harassment second degree. A defendant is guilty of harassment in the second degree if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntarily. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment second degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of verbal, written, or electronic contact that is initiated, maintained, or repeated. These are only examples of harassment second degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment second degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. Electronic contact means any transfer of signs, writings, images, sounds, data, intelligence, or information of any nature transmitted in whole or in part by any device, system, or mechanism, including, but not limited to, a wire, radio, computer, electromagnetic, photoelectric, or photo-optical system. In determining the guilt or innocence of the defendant, you cannot consider any possible penalty for any particular crime. The punishment for the crimes is a matter for me to determine and should never be considered by you in any way whatsoever in arriving at an impartial verdict as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Madam Foreperson and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I wish to express the hope that each of you will be mindful of the importance of your responsibility. You're not called upon to serve as jurors very often, and the proper performance of the duty requires each of you to reach the height of freeing your mind of all improper influences. As the presiding officer of this court, I am vitally concerned that whatever verdict you find will be the result of your going into the jury room and confining your consideration to the evidence and the law that you have heard in this courtroom, weighing it fairly and impartially, as I have every confidence you will do. Your verdict in this case cannot be based on sympathy, compassion, prejudice, or emotion, or some other consideration not found in the
Sorry,
evidence.
Haley Mouse.
Remember, your verdict must be unanimous. I will now explain the verdict form and possible verdicts. There are 2 pages to the verdict form, and this will go back with you to your jury room. Once you have received that, you'll be instructed at that point to begin deliberation. There are 2 possible verdicts for each charge, which you may find in this case, and there's no significance whatsoever in the order in which I state these possible verdicts. It is simply that one must be stated first. Ladies and gentlemen, your verdict must be a unanimous one. Madam Foreperson, when the jury agrees on the verdict, you will write the verdict on this verdict form and then sign your name as Foreperson. Then knock on the jury room door and inform the bailiff that you have reached a verdict. At that time, we will receive you back into the courtroom. Madam Foreperson, if the jury has any questions, please write the questions on a piece of paper, not the verdict form, and give to the bailiff. Everyone needs to be present when deliberating. If one of you takes a restroom break, then the rest of you should pause deliberations until said person returns. I ask that you now return to your jury room, but do not begin deliberations until you are told by the clerk or the bailiff to do so. There are matters that I must discuss with the attorneys before you begin your deliberations, and if my 4 alternates will remain in the courtroom.
I'm sorry, Haley Mouse. Sorry, y'all. I had a cough and I had a sharp pain right there. That kind of concerned me. Okay, guys. They're not deliberating yet, so I don't have the timer going. But when I do, let's see when other people are putting their timers on. Y'all know where I'm going. Just get a minute. Right, let's see. How can we be? We're not 20 minutes in. So some people have 70% guilty and 16%. Oh, I can't believe anybody would say not guilty on this. He's 100% guilty. 100% guilty. Okay, so I'm going to minimize that. We're going to get back to the cemetery trial. Until this comes up, if any helps up, I'll come back over there. So now I've got to get all this stuff up and going and get all my little glorious things clicked. Click, 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 click. And we're going to start playing. There we go. Now we are on the cemetery. I keep wanting to call it cinematily. We're now on the cemetery trial. Why is there no sound in the courtroom? I'm up all the way. Whoa, that's a good picture. 3. Why is that? so that he's back there too. They stuff in that. She's sitting on his lap.
Video is not contemporaneous with the audio.
That was made clear earlier. So ruled.
Why is she sitting so far over there and pushing him against? Weird.
I can't hear anything either.
She definitely doesn't look the same. Dude, shut up.
I need to know what's going on right now. Somebody said this.
What is that noise? I won't tell you what I think that sounds like. It feels like on my ears. My gosh. Oh. No, this is so good.
happening.
I'm turning the noise down because it's just driving my ears crazy. I think if it's okay with y'all, we're going to do this. Yeah, then they take a long break and let's get out of that video. It's nonsense at this point.
Hear the radio dispatch part where they notified the defendant that there was a warrant for her arrest for the murder. Can you just, again, they're initially arrested and they're put in the car and told that it's a stolen car. Is that right?
Correct.
And then what was the demeanor that you viewed while you watched it live when they're put in the car for the stolen car ruse?
Their demeanor was fairly lighthearted because the officer assured them that this was really procedural. They believed that it wasn't a stolen car, but they had to go through the steps. So they were casual and no issues at all.
Now, do we have video of that you know? Was it recording yet, or what happened?
It was filming live, but not recording. We didn't realize it till much later. This is the video we watched was toward the very end of the detention.
Okay, so I know it gets a little tricky. So multiple devices failed in the police car.
Many things. Yes.
Go ahead.
The microphones that we put in are specialized to pick up whispers, and the one that we put where their mouths would have been, that one was inadvertently turned off instead of on. It's easy to do. I won't explain how, but it was inadvertently turned off instead of on. They're very small, about the size of a 50-cent piece. And then the one that was supposed to be back where their heads are if you're leaning back in the car, that was a miscommunication, and they just didn't put it in. So we went from 2 highly sensitive microphones down to 1 very poor microphone in the front of the car.
So when we viewed the defendant and Baker sitting in the patrol car, and there was like a partition, right?
Yes.
When they first got in the car, if you can describe just what happens as far as the process until we start seeing it, what was recorded. What you watched live as far as the defendant and Baker in the patrol car.
Sure. So after a short time, maybe 5 minutes at the most, that's when they came back with the warrant for Monica. And understandably, there was a huge change of demeanor. And they spoke and whispered, but I can't recall exactly what they said without hearing it again.
And to be clear, while they're sitting there thinking they're under arrest or there's a stolen car stop, do they seem concerned about that?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
The dispatch, you have it intentionally played where they can hear it in the car saying there's a warrant for Monica Simontelli's arrest, correct?
Yes. It was
And
very
then
clear.
while you're watching it live, what can you see or hear them do?
So for the first, they're leaning in head to head. You can see the tops of their heads, and they're leaning in, talking to each other.
So when you look at the screen right now, it's up on the screen, the last exhibit that I marked was 173, the video.
Yeah.
You can see the top of their heads. What's down below them?
It's a black plastic or metal wall or plastic with plastic on the outside, and the microphone was just behind the plastic. And you can see the top of their heads as they were facing into each other.
So as soon as that dispatch came out, was that the first reaction that you viewed live?
Yes, they started whispering very quickly.
Could you hear or make out any of the whispers?
None of them.
And how long did they whisper?
Well, we then read the felony warrant for Baker. So I would say the total deep whispering was a good 5 minutes. And that's when my partner, when we were in the van to explain that a little more, he says to me, he goes, "Wow, this is going to be really good video." And that's when the tech said, "Oh, this doesn't record." And that's when he whipped out the phone. So we had missed all of that action.
As far as the video recording,
As far as the
with
video.
tech. So you watched it live, but it wasn't recording to be preserved.
Correct.
And then in addition to that, the audio that you had installed in the position near where they were whispering failed.
Completely failed.
Okay. So you were too firm.
I'm sorry?
Never mind.
Oh.
Okay. So after that, then you had their heads were down for about 5 minutes whispering. You couldn't.
Up and down. Up and down.
Okay. Up and down.
Yeah.
Then the radio broadcast came out. Not the one that we heard, but a first one that Baker was also had a warrant for murder. Is that correct?
Yes, but I just included that. As they were whispering up and down, the second warrant came out, and then they continued to go down and whisper. And that's the pauses you can hear in the beginning. You can slightly hear some whispering, and they're long pauses where you're kind of thinking maybe they're not doing anything. They're whispering down there.
Okay.
It's overruled.
And just to be clear, you could hear whispering. You just couldn't hear what the words were.
You can hear very light whispering like that.
Okay. Now, within this transcript that we did listen to, actually the audio we listened to, you heard Baker say the word protocol, the stay in protocol.
Yes.
You know what that means?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a military background?
Yes, I do.
Is protocol a term in the military that you refer to?
All the time.
Now, do you know Baker to have a military background?
Yes, he has about 10 years military.
Do you know what kind of military?
Yes, I believe he was an MP, and I know he was a recruiter and also a drill sergeant in the Army.
And what is your military background?
I was also in the Army for 23 years. I was a paratrooper for 4 years, the 82nd Airborne.
Wow.
And then I spent the rest of the time in Special Forces.
And when you said MP, what is that?
Military
police.
So is protocol a term within the military that's used on a regular basis or frequently?
It is, but I mean, this courtroom's full of protocols too. There's protocols everywhere, but military lives on protocols. I've developed many protocols myself.
And is that a term that you would use?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so when you hear Baker talk about
It's protocol.
staying in protocol, when he tells Monica that, what does that mean?
As to what Baker means, is sustained. As to what protocol means in the military, that'd be overruled.
What does it mean in the military?
In the military, protocol is basically a rule or set of rules.
Yeah.
A protocol is a rule or set of rules that people agree to follow. Now, protocols don't just come out of thin air. They come out of a lot of planning, a lot of thought.
Actually, it is. It's overruled.
Thank you.
In my experience, protocols come from a lot of thought, a lot of planning, many times.
His experience is irrelevant.
I'm utilizing this as a definition in the military.
Go ahead.
A lot of planning, training, real life experience. And once those practices are honed into
Something that happens to make them think, maybe we need to have protocol to make sure that doesn't
For
happen.
example, if we're going to a target and we take route A to B, and I tell the team, if we get hit with an IED or an ambush, we're going to use protocol 2. The whole team knows what protocol 2 is. I don't have to sit there and explain what the whole thing is. They know what it is and they know what to do. And that's what we do.
So
We
list
develop
procedures
protocols.
that will be
we test
followed.
them out,
Nothing
and
triggers it.
again, they take a
Yeah,
long time to plan, and then they become the rules you live by.
Protocols are a list of procedures or steps or actions that will be followed when an event triggers that particular protocol to be enacted.
So the phrase stay in protocol, is that
Yeah, I
something
may
that
not agree with
would have been
you. That's
planned in
how I learned
advance?
it.
Yes.
Okay.
In the fire department, we have protocol.
Did you
The
take
police department
into
has protocol.
protocol from your military background
Sheriff department
on
has protocol.
arresting defendant, or I'm sorry, Robert Baker? Was you'd already known that you had his DNA at the scene, right?
Yes.
Did that factor in though your background with protocol, knowing that he had a background in the military? Did that factor into why he wasn't arrested earlier?
Your speculation is irrelevant.
Sustained.
Okay, why didn't you arrest Baker earlier once you knew that his DNA had been found at the scene?
Okay, sure. After meeting with Valley Bureau Homicide and they explained that that's the process that they were using. They were withholding that because they wanted to do further investigation to find out
On Miss Timothy.
what was going on with the relationship, and also if they could identify the unknown suspect that went in the house with Baker. My partner and I discussed it and thought that that was a good thing to do. We also, at that time, we knew that he had 10 years military experience, and he did have a criminal record, but it didn't indicate that he was going to start randomly murdering people. So with my experience with the military and with the jobs that he achieved in the military, being a drill instructor, an MP, and even a recruiter, you have to be mission focused. You have to be disciplined. And I took him to be a disciplined, mission focused guy. And I believe that this murder was very targeted, very specific, and he accomplished his target and he was done. So I felt that he posed no risk to the public.
And no risk to the defendant.
Not at all, no.
When we talked yesterday, along the lines of just prior to this arrest on June 9th,
See you later, hey, now I know where you're going, babe.
Gene Parshall had sent
You
an
enjoy it.
email.
Fun.
Well, I think at the time you weren't sure what the form was. Did you go back and review or refresh your memory on what the form was of communication that Detective Parshall communicated with the defendant regarding basically clearing her on June 9th?
Yes, it was at my direction, and I did review it, and it was an email.
Okay. People's Exhibit 54 then, up on the screen, it's already been marked. And was this the email that you reviewed that Detective Parshall has already been entered into evidence sent to the defendant, Monica Cementilli, on June 9th, letting her know that LAPD was going to clear her? What?
No. This is June 7th, and this is, oh, there we go.
Sorry.
From Monica to Gene Parshall.
Okay.
Okay, home phone, ourselves, all let me
Now,
know.
to go
Thank
back
you.
and review then, first of all, are you familiar with Celebrate?
I am.
What's your experience, and can you explain? We've already heard some testimony on Celebrate, but what's your experience using Celebrate?
Okay, in layman's terms, because I'm not a tech guy, Celebrite is a device or software that we use.
Objection, Your Honor.
What is your background and training on the Celebrate usage?
Okay, my background on it is I've worked with technicians many times on many homicide cases to download phones.
And are you familiar with the software then of downloading phones on cases that you worked while you were a detective at LAPD?
I'm familiar with using and querying the software after the download.
Okay, and you're familiar here that there was a download that was stipulated to of Celebrate records?
Yes.
Okay, did you review those records of Celebrate for the defendant's phone from a recent extraction in 2023?
I did, but only pertaining to the topic of this email from Gene Parshall.
All right, and specifically, did you review the records then from the defendant's phone from her download extraction in 2023 from on the date of June 9th, for the date of June 9th, 2017?
Yes.
I have 6 pages, Joe, if I may mark these as People's 176.
6 pages of what?
And it is a timeline. It says timeline 36 at the top. It's Celebrate download from the date of 6/9/2017 of defendant's phone.
Very well. Denied.
And do you recognize these documents?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so is this the date of June 9th then, 2017?
Yes.
And were these records then the defendant's cell phone that you reviewed?
Yes.
And it's got her number listed throughout as well as her email?
Correct.
Okay, specifically going to page 3, and that's item number 16, I'll zoom in. What is here?
This is an email that came into Monica at 3:03 from From Jean Parshall.
Okay, and is that the email that I just showed you people's 54 right here?
Yes.
Indicating that they're going to basically clear her.
Yes.
Item number 18 then, zooming in here, what is right here at 18?
Yes, this is at 3:15 p.m. and this is her opening that email.
Okay, so you can tell from this that the email came from Parshall, and about 11, 12 minutes later, she opened the email.
Yes.
Moving to entry number 24 on page 3. Right here's line 24. What is that?
This is a phone call to Rob Baker's phone number.
Okay, so the email was opened at 3:15, and then it was opened at 3:15, and then at 2 minutes later, she made a call to Baker.
At 3:17, yes.
Okay, can you tell what kind of call that is? I mean, can
It's
you
a-
tell if it connected or if it went to voicemail, if you can tell?
According to, I think it's zero duration, so.
Okay. And then on number 25, 6/9/2017 at 3:20, what is that?
That's a phone call to Detective Jean Parshall's desk line.
Okay, and then again, that's,
Zero duration.
okay, so again, 5 minutes after she opened it. Between her opening the email, did she make any calls before she called Baker?
Just review it. No.
So Baker was the first call after she opened the email, clearing her by LAPD.
Yes.
And then 26, line 26, what is that?
That's at 3:20 p.m. and that's a phone call to Baker's phone number with a duration of 20 seconds.
Okay, again, can you tell from that if it's a conversation or a voicemail?
I can't tell.
All right. And then going down to line 27, a text message, is that a text message from the defendant to Vanessa?
Yes.
Is that fair?
To Vanessa.
And it says, just got amazing news from the detective. I'm shaking and coming down for a smoke.
Yes.
And is this all while she's in Canada?
I believe she's at New York this time still.
Okay. And then 28, the next line, there's another text message, and it's from, again, the defendant to an Anna.
Yes.
Do you know who Anna is?
She's a member of the family.
Of the defendant's family?
Yeah.
And she writes, OMG, I'm shaking, correct?
Yes.
And there's an image sent. Do you know what that image is?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. All right. And then this particular, this is important. Funding records equals 177. It's a screenshot of an email. 177. Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the screenshot that we recovered from Baker's SD drive.
So this particular screenshot then, that particular email then was, it was an email from Parshall, it was screenshot and then forwarded to Baker? Is that correct?
I assume so because it was in his SD card.
I assume so, be stricken. It was an SD card remains.
And then were you part of this SD card?
I'm sorry?
For you, the SD card, okay, so your SD card, did you examine his SD card at Baker's during the time that you investigated this case?
Yes.
What was your role in that?
The day of the arrest, we did search warrants at multiple locations to include Baker's residence. And the detectives that searched the warrant of that location recovered, amongst other things, this SD card. Once we got it back, I sent it to our digital people to be downloaded, and then I viewed it.
Okay. This particular one right here found in the defendant's phone, right? Monica Cementelli, People's 177?
This one was found on the defendant's SD card.
Okay, and it's a screenshot from her phone, though, correct?
Correct.
Now, the time on this is 6:17 p.m.
Yes.
She was in New York at this time.
Yes.
Okay. When we have the Celebrate records though, and I'm saying 3 something, that's LA time, so it's 3 o'clock. It's correct on these records, but it's 6 o'clock in New York, correct?
Correct. When you get a Celebrate, you can choose which time zone you want it in, and this one was chosen to be Pacific time zone. So that's
these
what.
times are correct, it's just that she was in New York.
Correct.
Okay. So they correlate in time frame with her receiving the message, forwarding a screenshot, and calling Baker.
Exactly.
Okay. After the arrest in the patrol car, then did you take the defendant and Baker both, not you personally, but were they taken to the station?
Yes, Van Nuys Station.
Guys, hold on, guys. I'll get you there.
Going to show that
You got it
person. I've received a question from you. The question, well, it is define malice, and then the question is malice required for murder charge? And the answer is yes. Please listen as I recharge you on murder. The defendant is charged with murder, and the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be either expressed or inferred. These terms express and inferred do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, any acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. Thank you. You can return to your jury room.
All righty then.
You can put that back in there.
What are your thoughts on that, y'all? They needed more instructions on whether malice. Wow, that's interesting. Okay. Back to this one.
Can you explain who took them and what the process was?
Oh,
If you know
about
specifically
40,
who took them.
45 minutes.
Officers took them. I don't know which ones. They separated them and took them individually.
And they went in separate police cars.
Separate police cars, yeah.
And then when they got to the station, did you have any contact then with the defendant in court?
Yes.
All right, starting with that, what was your plan when you got to the station?
The plan was preset. The plan was to place both defendants separate in cells, along with a undercover operative agent working on our behalf.
When you say an undercover operative agent, what do you mean?
That means it can be, they work as an agent for us. It can be a police officer, it can be a civilian, but they're working under our direction.
What is the goal of that agent working under your direction?
The goal is to glean information through conversation regarding the case.
Now, just to be clear, at the stage in the proceeding of the defendant just being arrested, is this a perfectly legal operation?
Yes, it's called a Perkins operation. I think it was from Perkins versus Minnesota court case. Illinois. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I shouldn't have said that in front of the
Okay, so you'll remember that.
Um,
Yeah, I'll remember it now.
So you have an agent in there, and then what information do you provide this agent?
We provide basic information on the case so that they have an understanding of what they're listening to, if it's something relevant to the case, and it helps guide the conversation.
You may have just said this, but is the agent then an employee of the LAPD? Is it a civilian? Is it another inmate?
It can be anyone that we deem that we want to work as our agent. In this case, they were both employees. Well, one was a sheriff, and the other one I think was from another department. But it could have been a civilian too. But in this case, it was law enforcement.
So specifically for the defendant, you had somebody basically undercover acting as another inmate,
Yes, a female sheriff.
a female sheriff.
Ellie.
And is the goal of that female sheriff who's undercover just to get basically the defendant talking and see what she says?
Yes.
Is the cell or the agent, I guess I should ask, is there a recording device to capture any conversations that happen within the holding cell?
Yes.
Okay. While this is going on, did you monitor it live? Meaning, did you sit at another location and listen to what was going on?
Yes.
Were you able to watch what was going on?
Yes, I believe this one had video. It's been 7 years. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Now, prior to that, so you gave the agent basic information. Did you give them any instructions on specific things that you wanted them to try to get out of the defendant?
No, the basic, they understand why they're there.
Sustain.
Did you explain to them why they're there?
Yes.
And what did you explain?
We explain the case to them, and the agent, the person that's working for us, understands the goal is to keep the conversation about the case.
That'd be sustained.
Again, what did you tell the agent?
We told the agent to keep the conversation in a normal setting so you don't wig the person out, to keep gearing it toward the case that we're investigating.
Now, going in a sequence, you take the defendant. Is she's put into the cell with this undercover agent? Is that correct?
In this case, yes.
Do you know, if you recall, was there anybody else in this cell?
I don't recall,
But at this point, she knows she's under arrest. Is that correct?
oh yeah.
Okay. Do you tell the defendant any information?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
At one point early on, I went to the cell. I don't remember verbatim, but I know I told her that we knew that Baker's DNA and blood was all over the crime scene, and we've known for some time, and we wanted to talk to her about that at some point.
Okay. Did you tell her that you had been following her and Baker?
I don't believe I told her that at the cell.
Okay, at that point.
At that point.
Right. After you told her that statement, at that time, did she make any spontaneous statements to you?
I don't recall. And to your last question, I could have said that too. I don't recall. It's been, again, 7 years since I've looked at it.
Okay. So at that moment, at some point then, did she make a statement to you spontaneously in regard to what you stated to her about the finding Baker's DNA?
Yes.
And was that recorded?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have another exhibit. If I could mark the recording statement from the defendant as 178 and the transcript that accompanies it as 179.
And is the recording on a DVD, CD, what? What's the recording on? Flash drive? What's my JA gonna get?
Okay, let's see.
These are the Perkins. That's being.
Trustee Preston. DVD.
Thank you. Transcript is 179.
Okay. May I hand out the transcripts?
Interesting, y'all. Handing out more transcripts. I don't know why they're muted, but they is. Sorry, I didn't mean to pause it. But I can zoom it to where they're talking.
When I did tell her at the jail door, she may have had a response. I just don't know what it was.
Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and.
Why can't I embiggen this? Oh, there it is. There you go.
I wasn't asking for a response.
Okay.
I can't believe that, I don't believe that Rob did that. And the only other thing I can think of that his DNA would be in my house is probably when I cracked him in the hand when we played racquetball. It's probably on my racket, it's probably on my shoes, it's probably in the gym courts, and I brought the towel home. And I even showed it to my husband, and he said, "Don't bother washing it, I will get rid of it." And
What?
that's the only thing I can think of for it to even be maybe in the garage, maybe in the sink if you put it in the sink.
You're
Because
right.
I didn't
Thank
see it after
you.
that.
I'm trying to get it up. Why won't it
And
come
that's the only thing I can think of
My
that I've
computer's
been
listening.
thinking while I've been laying down there. How can this DNA be in my home? So that's all I can really, that I know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm trying to finish something for school. Sorry, guys. I'm multitasking here today. I am multitasking.
so detective, at this point then, you're having these conversations, with the defendant. She offers a statement about DNA. And at that point now, we're in June, so she already knows that there's a potential of blood all over her house in various places, right?
I'm sorry, you lost me at the end there.
That's harm sustained.
Throughout the investigation, you had already had, the defendant was already aware, she'd been through the crime scene, she knew that there was blood there because she was asking detectives continually about the DNA in the blood. So she knew that there was DNA at her house.
Sustained.
Had you had conversations about the DNA with the defendant at her house?
No, I was present during the conversation that Jean Parcell was having with
Okay.
her, but I never had a conversation with her.
Okay, but you're present for it.
Yes.
All right. So when she makes that statement, then did you do anything then to follow up on her statement that she made to you about this DNA? She thought about it. She could have been there when she cracked him in the hand playing racquetball. Had you ever heard that before?
Before that moment?
Yes.
No.
Did you follow up to see if there's anything about a racquetball injury?
Yes.
What'd you do?
One thing I did is review the video of Baker leaving the racquetball, the gym that day, and it didn't appear that he had an injured hand.
And did you also review the video of her leaving that day,
Yes.
which would be January 23rd, 2017?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe, left about a minute or so after him, and I didn't see a towel or anything that.
And why did you go back and review those videos?
I was trying to verify her statement.
Okay. So playing what's been previously marked as 42, and we'll start with Monica, the defendant leaving the gym. You play that. One second. Is that the video you reviewed as far as the defendant leaving the gym on the day of the murder?
Yes.
And did you review it multiple times?
Enough to get what I needed to see.
Did you see any form of a towel, bloody towel, anything like that that she was bringing from the gym with her?
No.
Okay, showing you then the video, you also reviewed Robert Baker leaving the gym the same day, January 23rd, 2017. I'm going to play that.
Oh, sunny day. Y'all, I'm getting hungry. I'm getting real hungry.
Okay, did you review that multiple times as well?
I did.
And anything that showed that he had an injury to his left hand, favoring the hand, Band-Aids on the hand, towel on the hand, anything like that to indicate an injury?
No, and I made note of that because he was using his left hand very freely to open the doors, and I didn't notice anything.
Did you ever recover any evidence whatsoever that there was ever an injury at LA Fitness on a racquetball court where Robert Baker bled?
None, and we checked up on that, got negative results. Overall.
Okay. Now, during your conversations with the defendant, did you bring her cell phone?
Yes,
What was the purpose of bringing her cell phone?
we had a search warrant to have it opened.
And again, was this in the interview room then away from the cell with the Perkins agent?
No, this was back down at the cell.
At the cell?
At the cell, at the end of the operation.
Okay, at the end of the operation, you brought her phone. And what was the purpose of you bringing her phone?
For her to open it for us.
Why did you want her to open it?
It makes it easier to analyze it later.
Okay, you had a warrant for it though?
Yes, we did.
Did you ask her for the passcode in order to access her phone?
Yes, we asked, yes.
Did she give it to you?
I don't recall if we asked for it or asked for her to open it, but she tried multiple times and she didn't know it, so she couldn't remember it.
Okay, did you ultimately get the password to her cell phone?
Yes, once it was opened through Cellbrite.
And what was the password?
1962.
What is the year of Robert Baker's birthday?
1962.
The Perkins
Interesting.
operation that you conducted and that was recorded, again, audio recorded?
Yes,
Okay, and have you been able to review that Perkins operation?
not since 7 years ago.
Okay. Did you review it 7 years ago, the transcript and the audio of it?
Audio and transcript, yeah, a long time ago.
Okay.
Mhm.
If I may mark as People's 180 and audio Perkins audio Perkins operation, and then the transcript is 181 of Perkins.
Again, counsel, I need to know how this is
It's on a DVD.
DVD. 180 and 181, so marked. Very good.
Okay, we are still in time. It's been about an hour and 15 minutes in jury deliberations. I suspect they're getting close. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't have a verdict by the end of the workday. Yay! That will close out that case, and then we can focus on this one a little more. Oh, I wondered that was hurting. It was barely on my ear. I don't own these are the only clip-ons that I own, but a lot of your vintage turquoise were clip-ons. I would eventually like to have these made into post, but, you know. I'm kind of at a loss for words about this case. Let me get I am trying to also get an assignment done. So thank you so much for understanding. Oh, oh. Ow! What? Sorry, you guys.
I know, this whole situation, it just sucks. I'm sorry, what you said your name was?
Wow, that hurt. Forgive me. That was a little startling.
This is not right the way they're doing. What'd they do to you? My husband was murdered. Oh my God. In January, yeah. And I left the house to run errands this morning. They pulled me over saying that my car was stolen. And then when I was put me in handcuffs in the back of the car, and then they said there's a warrant for murder. You murdered your husband? No, that's what I'm saying. There's something wrong here. Something I don't know what. There's I was just talking this morning on the phone. I'm being so helpful, trying to give them everything that we have, any kind of information, everything. I was talking this morning on the phone. After 5 months, still nothing was happening. And then I leave the house and I got pulled over for tinted windows and a stolen car. And then they said, well, a stolen car too? They say it's a stolen car. It's my car. I bought it. I bought it months ago. I paid for it. Oh my God. Yeah. So they're saying, like, you shot him? No, both my daughter and I found him. He was stabbed to death in the backyard. Oh, I'm so sorry. 20 years you guys were married? Oh my gosh. And this morning? I told you the detective. Oh, detective. Okay. Telling him whatever, just checking in like I always do, see if there's any updates. He said, yeah, we got some good stuff. We're gonna come and meet maybe on Friday or something. I was excited about it. I left the house and they brought me in. So I have no idea now what that is. And maybe we'll get here soon. This is fucking fucked up. Oh my God. Oh my God. And it happened at your house? Oh my God, yeah. None of us were home. Wow. That is crazy. So they arrested you, they think that you, I mean, if you weren't home, how'd you do it? But that's what I'm saying, I don't understand. They have something they're not telling me, which I would love to know what it is. That is crazy. And this happened like months ago. Wow. So somebody like broke in your house or something? Yeah. Somebody broke in your house? I don't know, but they keep coming and pushing a button. I have no idea.
Should have stole stuff. Remember, David stole his car. He had a Porsche.
I always have a hair somewhere. Always have a hair somewhere.
4 years. I've only been in California for 7 years. I came here for his work. We're from Toronto, Canada. How are you? I've never been to Canada. I just got back yesterday. From Canada? Yeah, no, I was there on the weekend. They were honoring my husband with a Lifetime Achievement Award, so I went to accept it.
Hey guys, I'm 100% gained. 100%.
What did he do for an achievement? He was the VP of Education for what used to be Procter & Gamble, now the company's called Cody. They own Wella. Cody? Yeah, and they own Wella, like hair products. Wella, Sebastian. Oh, Sebastian, yes. So he's runs the education departments for all of that. North America. Oh, wow. So he's loved by he was an amazing. You couldn't have made a better person if you made him with your own hands. No, that's so sad. That's so sad. I don't know why people just want to take from others, don't want to work for themselves, just want an easy way out. It's so sad. People don't care about other people anymore. I can only imagine what that felt like. Coming home and finding I can't even. That's like a bad movie, My youngest daughter found him. She came home. I came home maybe 30 seconds after her pulled in. She found him first. How do you get that out of your head? And I'm sure you don't. It's every day. And now this. What is this? What is this? Okay. So you just came to your house and runs up with a car. You just ran the errand or something? Yeah, just went to the store. Wow. Wow. So do you think they knew who your husband was, or they just broke into your house, just? Oh, you mean the burglars? I don't know. We don't know because he doesn't have any enemies. That's what I'd like to know. What is it that they know? What are your leads, and what am I doing? So how was you said on award, the ceremony or whatever you went to? Very glad people. Really nice tribute. Really great job. Did you have to do like an acceptance speech or something? Yeah. I use Sebastian products sometimes. It's kind of expensive. They're good quality products. So he would teach them how to use the products, or what? No, this is education more like in all the hair salons and stuff like that. They do shows, hair shows. Mm-hmm. Getting salons to switch over to use Wella and Sebastian. So his teams would do that, would go in and do classes and stuff. But did your kids go with you to accept the award? No, she was here. They had school and work. That probably would have been good for them though too.
Yeah, well, we had one here in May at the headquarters, which is on DeSoto.
Uh-huh. I don't know how you can sleep. I'm so nervous.
I have some jet lag and had no sleep. And I know I gotta make me wait hours here before I can talk to these guys.
At least I told them that you did this.
I don't know, I obviously something, they have to have something to pull me in here, and I would like to know what the hell that is. Somebody set me up. I can't see that. We don't have anybody that, like enemies or anything like that. Two suspects, two of them did it to him. He's a big guy, my husband. Just don't know what doing here.
How do you know it's two guys?
They have it on video.
Oh, well then how come they got it on video? How come they don't?
There's no description. They're covered. So that's why we're trying to find out who these people were this whole time. And next thing I know.
Oh, you had cameras at your house?
Yeah, and on the street. And what? Couldn't identify that they were covered. And then,
Oh, this must have happened at nighttime.
No, it was 7 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I came home just after 5, so we'll have to be in before that. Or something. Detective, what's going on? Please tell me what's going on.
I only have a little bit of time, okay?
Okay.
Just a minute. Listen, so remember the 2 detectives that we met with 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So they started running with a bunch of information, okay?
Yeah.
And they came up with stuff that links you to Fabio.
Tell me how.
Hold on a second. First, I want to find out, did you need to call your daughters?
I need to call my dad, my family. I want to find out what's going on here.
You need some phone numbers out of your phone.
Yeah, can you bring me my phone?
Well, no, they don't want me to give you your phone, okay? They're actually gonna be down here a little bit later. They're gonna be able to fill you in a lot more, okay?
Okay, so.
But for now, if you want some phone numbers, you can get in your phone, I can write them down on a piece of paper.
I know my daughter's numbers.
Okay, you need the other phone numbers from your phone.
Well, no, I'm gonna call them first. It depends how long I'm gonna be here.
You don't need to get into your phone.
Unless you need to.
Okay, well, they do need to. They have a search warrant for the phone as well.
Okay.
So what's the password for your phone?
It is, jeez. I have my finger password. I don't know. It's 1972.
Just 4?
Yeah, just 4.
And then enter or something?
Yeah, no, I'm supposed to just open it. That's my thumbprint. I can open it for you.
Or you can type in 1972.
Yeah, I should be able to. Tell me
I'm
more.
gonna put it in a little bit at a time. They want the safe combo, so you're safe as well.
I don't know that. That's at home somewhere.
You don't know what it is?
No.
Okay. Like I said, so 2 weeks ago, I let them run with a bunch of stuff that they were following up, phone numbers and stuff like that. Okay? They're telling me that they got some stuff that links you.
I want to know what it
You
is.
may be able to explain some of the stuff.
I'm gonna have to.
Okay? For sure, without a doubt, they have determined that Robert Baker was involved with Robert Flores.
That cannot be possible. Oh my God.
There's no doubt about that, okay? That was pointed at you now, okay?
How?
So this is what they have. They have a search warrant for your house, your computer, your safe, your cell phone.
Okay.
They've already gone to your house in one other location already.
Okay.
Okay? They're gonna end up talking to both your daughters as well.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh my God, I'm gonna call them.
They're in good hands. Okay? I know the detectives are out there. Where is your computer?
Upstairs.
Okay. Is it hidden? Is it a laptop?
No, it's a PC. Upstairs in the office.
In the office. Okay. You have a password to get into your computer.
Monica 72.
Monica 72.
Yeah. Now wait a minute. Before I misinterpret what you're telling me, or they misinterpret what I'm telling them, I want to know what's going on.
They're gonna talk to you, and if you decide that you want to do that, then that's tried to be an advocate for you. I didn't want to believe that you're involved in this.
This is
but
ridiculous.
What's your
I
name?
don't know. Cynthia.
Okay. You go pick up the.
I don't like it.
Anyway, the stuff they showed me. And I'm actually absolutely shocked with some of the stuff they showed me.
What could it be?
They're messaging, some type of messaging apps. They're supposedly encrypted, but they're able to get in them. I don't know. That's the stuff that really.
That's
Stuff
not.
that I'm reading, okay? So anyway, like I said, they're gonna come down and talk to you. They're out on the scene right now. I don't want to be here for very long, okay? I want to let you know what's going on. The detectives are out there right now. I'm gonna call Detective Tellis and Gable.
Okay.
And they're on their way here, and they should be here within 15, 20 minutes. Okay?
I don't have any apps like that. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. I'm just telling you what they're telling me and what they've shown me so far, okay? All right?
This is impossible.
Okay, well, I don't know how things are gonna work out. But these guys, I know these guys.
Please, can I have someone bring me some water?
Here's the water, okay, we'll do.
Or a blanket or something?
Okay.
I knew it was something, someone hacked into my phone or email or something.
Who's that guy?
Water is a good friend of ours. This can't be. This can't be. He's such a good friend of ours. There's no way.
Wow.
Oh my
He said you were with him?
Yes, he's here too. They pulled us over.
Oh, when you were going to the store?
Yes. We were together. He's in here too. We're like, what the fuck is going on? They wouldn't even let us talk. It can't
That's
be.
crazy.
It can't be him. He said, without a doubt, it can't be. Oh my God, my kids. Oh my God.
Oh my. Oh wow. So you know that officer, detective, or whatever?
Yes, I've been working with him for 5 months. That's why I'm not arrested yet, because something doesn't make sense here.
He just said a whole lot of stuff, but if you, I mean, I don't know you, I don't know that guy, whoever he was, or what's he talking about, but that's a whole lot of places what they're trying. What are they looking for? Wow. Is he your friend? Does he not like your husband? Or they?
No, oh my gosh. You know, he's our lead director of our racquetball league at the gym. And he became a really good friend, especially after this. Really helped me and the girls.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a nice guy, never nothing. No, that's impossible.
So he's a friend both to you and to your husband?
Yeah, well, that's really my
Okay. What
that's
is
my
it?
husband.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Yeah, he's met him a few times, but not like friends like me and all my gym friends. We're closer than he doesn't really know them that well. But they've been over the house and it's not, it can't be. He said without a doubt.
He did.
It is DNA.
He did
Oh my
say
God.
that. He did say that. Maybe they just said that because you were with him today, could that be?
We're just a lot of things together. Why did 25 months if you know it was him? It can't be him. It can't be.
Yeah, they've got to have something though to be able to go into your house and look around and go into your safe and stuff.
I've happened through that house so many times, voluntarily giving them everything.
You let them in the safe before too?
Yeah, but my husband used that safe, I didn't.
used to put his gun in there. But I don't have the code. I don't know how to. I think it's on a paper somewhere at home.
Can you think of anything though? Like they would, I mean, what could they, if he's just somebody you see at the gym, I mean, you know.
No, like they go for sushi or karaoke, not just us alone, but a whole bunch of people. We're always together, especially now that, you know, I'm home alone, I'm always with my friends.
Sushi, boy, that sounds good right about now. He's a friend, I mean, why would he? And even if he is the guy, they're talking about, you know, they're positive, what does that have to do with you though? Wow. Do you email that guy and stuff all the time?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Could they maybe misunderstand
Well,
something you said?
that's all I can think about right now. So I want to see what they're talking about. I've had so many problems with my phone too, and my home phone line. I'm always thinking, is someone hacking into my stuff?
Oh, you think that's it?
I don't know. I mean, apps and stuff. I don't have encrypted apps. I don't even know what that is.
That's weird. Did you ever talk to him about your husband? I mean, he knows your husband.
Yeah. Nothing really in depth, no.
Anything like they could say, oh, I don't know, that's your friend, that's your friend. I mean, everybody has friends.
That's not right. Something's not right.
I mean, do you ever think Robert could do something like that?
No, this is impossible. But since this happened, everything is impossible. I didn't think that would happen to my husband either.
Okay, guys, I have me gained down. Now I'm back up. I have this gained all the way max. So I'm sorry for the volume, but it's just their quality recording. Hence why they have transcripts. So I am being quiet because I'm letting this play. We are now into about 1 hour and 30 minutes into the verdict watch. Back to court.
We were just sitting there today. Everyone is the suspect. Everyone, because we don't know yet. You know, we don't know. I should not be in here. I need to find out what's going on. Poor children.
No, it's really, you gotta be strong for them though. Especially your daughter who saw her dad. You know, certain things that you see that you just can't get it out of your mind, you know. And a daughter shouldn't have to see her father like that. So you're shocked that they said that guy, your friend. Is that guy married or does he have a girlfriend or? For certain, those kind of words are, you know, can't say maybe. But that's the only thing, at least for 48 hours, that is without a doubt is, it's almost like it's better than like a person saying, I saw it. Like that DNA stuff is better, you know what I mean?
We've been waiting for and asking for it, because nothing came back, or nothing came back, or nothing came back.
Yeah, that's like almost better than someone saying, oh yeah, I was there, I saw him shoot him, or I saw him stab him, or I saw him hit him with a bat or something, you know? If you didn't do it, you're gonna be out of here. Unlike me, I did it, so I know I'm gonna be here.
How long have you told me? I don't understand.
I did it, so I know I'm gonna be here. Till he comes to get me out. But if you didn't do it, you don't, you know, you weren't involved. You don't have anything to worry about. It's just a matter of time of them figuring it out, I guess.
Someone is reporting there's a second jury question, but nothing has come up yet. Could be wrong.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch and recess until 1:30. You can just leave your transcripts on the seat. The evidence.
Oh, please. Oh, man. Oh, good. Whew. They're back. By the skin of their teeth. They're back.
I think it's 1972.
1972. You want to punch it?
Let's do it. No, sure.
Here, I'll hold it, you punch it. What, how about, you know the code?
Yeah, it's 1972, but if it doesn't work, I can go in and find out what it is. Your passport is required to enter the last line. Okay, try 1927. Those are usually the numbers I use. Yeah, I don't know. No.
1972, 1927.
1967. Could be, but I don't think so. No. How come it's locked like that? I don't know how I found it when we go.
I think you know people. Yeah, it has to be something like
Well, I'm sorry.
overwhelming, you know, or like
My
just
bad.
not coincidence. He said he tried to speak up for you, and once he saw that, there was nothing he could say.
Is there something in the background like music? I just feel like this little light tingly vibration in the ears, and I'm not
He's like, I
identifying it.
You think? Like, because of like A plus B equals C. So like because of these two things, it has to be this.
God, my poor kids are probably saying.
Has that guy been
Thank
acting
you, Sunny Day,
strange?
because I couldn't figure out what it just felt kind of like,
Like,
"Ooh."
like he did it, so now he's trying to butter up to you or something? Have you spent more time with him since? Oh, yeah. Since your husband was killed?
Well, just recently. I went back to the gym. I hadn't gone in so many months. I went back and started playing again. Dinner, ladies. Dinner? Yeah.
Really?
I never got any blankets. Can I have some? Sure, sure. One second. I'm gonna finish 30.
Dinner. Wow. Like maybe he's, I don't know.
It's impossible. I did something to my phone.
I don't know. He said it was like it was overwhelmed. What did he say? Without a doubt.
Yeah, for him, he said it's without a doubt. Without a doubt, he is has something to do with this.
Well, he didn't say without a doubt for you.
No.
He said without a doubt for him.
I know. I
You think he just didn't tell you? I mean, you're here, so they gotta have, something that's without a doubt for you to be here. And they're gonna take your kids away, or what? Your baby. Why do you think he would have done this?
That's what I'm trying to put in my mind right now. Oh my God. It's not for money. It's not for gain.
This guy has money?
I don't know. So he has his own money. I don't know.
Why do you say not for money?
Wow. What would he get out of killing my husband? What would we get to gain? I started. They stole a Porsche. They stole maybe $10,000 out of the house.
That's a lot of money.
To kill somebody over. Oh my God.
Depends on how poor you are, I mean, ghetto people, they'll kill for $10,000. I saw it on 48 Hours in, what city was that? St. Louis? They had somebody kill somebody for $2,500. And he didn't even get all the money. They gave him like $500 with a promise that after he killed him, they'd give him $2,000. And instead he went to jail. And the person that paid to have him, they went to jail too. It's like, okay, how do you send somebody to jail and they didn't kill him or shoot him or stab him or, beat him or whatever? Did they find your car or your husband's Porsche?
Yeah, they found it. And tested it and everything, and then they gave it back to us and we sold it because they didn't want it. Got rid of it.
Oh, you did. I was gonna say, is that why they said it was stolen?
No, this is my car. It's my car.
Maybe if you can figure out why he would want to do that to your husband, it'll make more sense. That's.
I can't figure it out. I've never had any kind of inkling or sense or feeling that he wanted something or didn't like something or anything like that.
Was your husband treat you bad? So maybe he was defending honor or something, you think?
No, my husband was the love of my life. He was such a good person. Such a good person.
Did Robert go to the funeral for your husband?
Yeah, well, they all came to the house to pay their respects right after, the day after.
Mm-hmm.
But the funeral was in Canada. Brought him home.
What gym do you go to? 24 Hour or LA
What's
Fitness?
our fitness?
I didn't know they had like a ball at LA Fitness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that guy just works at the gym. $10,000 is a lot of money. If you work, I mean, they get paid what, minimum wage or something?
No, I think he has his own businesses and stuff. That's not, he does it for a hobby.
Oh,
He's the league thing for a hobby.
he does what?
The league, the racquetball league.
Oh, okay, I had that. He said he worked there. So yeah, $10,000 too. Because those people at the gym, they don't make a lot of money. I think a lot of them try to meet people at the gym and then, get personal training stuff outside of the gym. That's probably how they make their real money. But you said he owns other businesses.
I think, yeah, he does managing or something.
I don't know, if you didn't think that he was the last person they would say. It's amazing how you really think you know people, You think maybe he tried to put you involved in it?
I'm going to find out. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. It's just unbelievable. It can't even be real.
I don't know. They probably have a lot more pieces of the puzzle. Hmm?
That's what I want to find out.
I mean, was it like maybe that your husband caught them breaking in or something, or you think?
They didn't tell me that. We don't think so.
Why?
It was from behind, just the way he was found. We don't think he even knew. He was just like smoking a cigar. I know my husband. I know him. He was trying to protect himself or us. He would fucking kill, fought them tooth and nail.
They stabbed him a lot of times.
I don't know how many times, quite a few. Someone must really hate me or something to do this. They have something. What do they have? An app, they said? They found something on apps? Text messages?
You think that guy likes you and wants something else with you and you don't know it, maybe?
I don't think so. Never felt that. But even so, that's not. Why did he do that? Doesn't make sense.
So you never even had any idea that it might have been this guy? I mean, obviously not if you're driving around in a car with him. I mean,
We're about an hour and 35 minutes into deliberation. Hour 35-ish.
you only deal with him like in the group with the rest of your friends, or do you guys have like?
Sometimes we have lessons together one-on-one, but usually we're all together. With my kids, he knows my kids too.
Where are you going today? You had a lesson today?
No, today we were going to, he had, my car had
Done.
to be fixed. And,
I'll call you in a minute.
the mechanics I went to were charging a lot, so we still take it in my bag, so we just started driving. Hello?
I'm at the store. You were just going to.
Yeah, I have to go do this.
At the store.
Yes, oh my gosh, yes, please tell me what's going on.
Okay, I'll tell you what's going on. You remember when we met that day?
Yeah.
At your house? Okay. So, I'll give you briefly what's
Are
going
you
on
allowed
right
to
now.
talk here?
I'm just gonna tell you a couple things. I'm still waiting for my partner to come down, the other person that we met, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm here. And so I just wanted to give you an idea, because I'm sure you have 1,000 questions.
Yes.
Okay. There was a lot of blood that was at the scene that day.
Yes.
And you know there was a lot of swabs taken.
Yes.
Okay. So, I know that you were concerned about all the swabs, and I understand that. I talked to Detective Parcell quite a bit about it. That a lot of that blood did in fact come back to Baker.
Oh my God, I can't believe
And
that.
we've known that for a really long time. So I just want to let you know that since then, since way back when, we've had you under surveillance for
Sure, I would
a long time.
imagine.
We've had you under surveillance when you and Rob go to nightclubs.
Yeah.
We've had you under surveillance when you do flyaway trips, drive-away trips.
Yeah.
And we've always had surveillance photographing you and documenting everything.
Okay.
So we understand completely about the relationship that you and Rob have.
Okay, but how did it always
No,
happen?
listen.
That can't even be possible. His blood is there?
I'm telling you what I am telling you right now, okay? So we know all of that. We know that you and Rob have been romantic involved for some time now. And we know that his blood is all over the scene. And we've known that for a long time. We've been watching it for a long time. We've been doing a lot of work on a lot of other things. I'm waiting for my partner to get down. As soon as he comes down, we'll explain more things to you. I just wanted to let you know. I just want to let you know that we're here, okay? Everything we did it directly implicates you and Rob. Listen. And I just want you to understand one other thing.
How else can his blood
Listen to
be
me,
there?
Monica. You and Rob were arrested today. I want you to understand, listen to me. There's a third person that's involved in this, and that person's not here. That person wasn't arrested, and there's a reason for that.
Why?
Okay? Well, think about that. I'll be
Why?
back.
Who's the third person? Oh my God, there's all this blood in there. Oh my God. This cannot be. Oh.
So I guess he is your boyfriend, huh?
We do things together, but I don't want a boyfriend.
Huh?
I don't want a boyfriend or a husband. We just do things together, also with other people.
Well, yeah. Hey, I'm just talking to you. I mean,
His blood was there. How else could his blood be there?
he's for the third person.
Oh my God.
Wow. That sounds to me so that the third person isn't arrested, just you two. So third person probably talked first, and they got the deal. Wow, he said flyaway trip. Like, you
Yeah,
could
we went to Vegas.
Oh, it was 4 other people, not just us two. They're all again, I don't know you, and I definitely don't know that other guy, but that's not how he just made it sound. That's why he makes it sound like you and him are an item, like that's your side, you know. He did make it sound that way. Yeah. I want to see this evidence, I want to see it all. That's how it sounded to me. I mean, again, I'm not that smart, but that's how it sounded to me. Even, he said they've been watching you, everything you do.
But I already knew that, and my kids too, and
How'd you
phones
know?
have been tapped. Because you know, when it's a murder investigation, everyone, the spouse was the first one to be followed, so I had no problem with hiding anything. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing.
Because if he kills your husband. And that makes for movies all the time. You've probably seen a couple of them, huh? Maybe he was just your friend and it kind of developed after this. He was trying to console you.
Yeah, but how can I tell you that means he did it?
Oh no, it sounds to me like he did it. It sounds, yeah, that part's pretty clear. What do you say without a doubt? Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the question. I think the question is your involvement with how they're tying you to it. That's kind of scary though. You're talking about a third person.
Well, there's 2 people in this video. 2 people were on video.
But that guy just said the third person is not arrested. There's a reason for that.
He said he's not arrested?
That's what he said.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I'd be worried about what that third person had to say. Huh?
I want to talk to them and figure this out. What the hell's going on?
I don't know. It's been a long time. It sounds like they may have gotten a lot more puzzle pieces and figured it out. Whatever it is. How many trips you guys been on?
2.
Like you guys had like your own room together?
No, we had just suites with like 4 or 5 people. 6 people sometimes.
You're not thinking about what that whoever that third person is, or better yet, what they said, huh? No. Don't you watch those shows?
I used to, and they told me, don't watch those shows anymore because they're not real.
Oh. Well, if they told you they're not real, then you don't have to worry about it, I guess. But on that show, those shows, they say the DNA is, DNA is blood, right?
Anything biological, yeah.
And on those shows, I've seen them where they'll have 2 or 3 people that are just as wrapped up in it, and whoever the first one is that runs to them and says, hey, me, I'll tell you. You know, everybody else gets 30 years or something crazy like that, and that person gets like 2. But if those shows aren't real, you know, that's what I've seen happen. It's a long time. I couldn't do 30 days in this joint. I can't imagine doing 30 years. Wow. And to think all this time you've been wondering who killed your husband, and you've been spending time with the person who's responsible. That's just low down dirty. I don't know how you're just not crying and sobbing about it.
I've been crying for 5 months.
What do you mean you're an idiot?
If it's him, then I'm an idiot.
Well, yeah. I don't. You think it's still a question of if it's him? Maybe you're gullible, but I don't think you should be. At this point, you should be thinking about yourself. I'm sorry, don't. Your kids and yourself, not whoever that guy is. Screw him. I mean, yeah, forget him. He did this. Make him responsible for it. Shoot. That's what they're saying. It's his blood that's there. He did it. That's your husband, 20 years. And your daughter found him? You and your daughter, that's what I'm saying. If he brought all this heartache and stuff to your life, screw him. Because I bet you he's not going to think twice about screwing you over.
So the jury's been deliberating right at 2 hours. Again, in the South Carolina versus Hughes, the jury has been deliberating for just over 2 hours.
Here's what I thought. This is true. This can't be real.
It's true. I think it's safe to say it's true. I mean, how else would you explain what they could do, DNA stuff they call it, or the blood, he kept saying. How do you explain that if it's not true? Your husband provided your lifestyle, right? I know mine did. This guy took all that from you, you know? I don't know, you seem to be a nice lady. I'd be pissed as hell at him. I would be pissed as hell. And then you riding around and going places and hanging out with him, and he's the one that took your husband's life? It makes me nauseous. How dare you?
I hope so. I can't imagine with him confessing. I think if they're going to get him on the red room, but I think they're probably arguing some of the others. Oh, you always got one.
I don't know, you think you know people. Like I said, I'm pretty confident my husband's gonna get me out of here.
Thank you, Sunny Day, for all your comments. I appreciate it.
This isn't who we are. But you don't know that guy. I don't know.
Excuse me.
Is it always his idea for you guys to hang out? No, mine too. Huh? What do you guys talk about? Well, not everything if he didn't tell you that he killed your husband. If he didn't tell you that, you don't talk to him about everything. He must be hot. Is he hot? Is he sexy?
Not really an average sexy person, no.
I don't know. We as women, we get gullible for, you know, good-looking guys. Huh?
I thought he was genuine. I didn't really care.
He keeps saying Schwab. Schwab or Schwab. What does that mean?
DNA swabs that they took. So they got it back a long time ago, and they knew that I was hanging out with him during there. Why would they stop me from doing that?
Because obviously they believe that you were part of it. That's probably why you're here. Don't you think?
Well, that's why I want to know. I guess who did what to make me be here.
You trust that guy?
I did.
They ever ask you about him before?
They asked us for a list of all their family and friends, so we gave them a list. He was on it. All of ours were on it.
But they never asked, because he said, like, relationship or something, right? What did he say?
Yeah, so they
Huh?
something relationship.
And they ask you, like, were you guys, like, is that your lover or
They
something?
haven't asked me anything yet. No one's talking to me. I've tried.
And well, you say you've been seeing them and talking to them all the time. That's what I'm saying. When they.
Oh, no, they never asked me.
Oh, okay. If you guys are lovers, it would probably be best to tell them the truth about that.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with going out or spending time with someone after my husband passed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
I agree. No, you're right.
I'm not sure what.
But he's not just someone. He's the one that killed your husband.
Yeah, they just told me that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm stuck in here.
Yeah. I mean, even you could say that part of it.
Process this. I can't.
I don't know. If you were just from the outside looking in, and I guess if they've been following you or whatever they call it, surveillance. How do you say it? So, yeah, they've been surveying you, then they see you spending time with him.
Haley Mouse, you're back. Yay. Haley Mouse is back. I've been real quiet because I want y'all to hear this. Taking a break from needlework, beadwork. I coughed and I got this little pain right there. Oh, oh, go away. It wasn't a hard cough either. Yo, my son made homemade pasta sauce last night with steak tips and noodle. Oh my gosh, it was so good.
There's a club too. When you have,
That's what I'm eating, leftovers.
what kind of clubs you go to? I heard you say something about club.
Usually, there's like pool places or the karaoke. A couple places downtown. I don't know the names.
Just all along, he knew that he did this, and still, he, you know, in your face, and caca, and you know.
Did she say what I thought she just said?
You're okay though. You're relaxed. If you're going to sleep, you're relaxed.
Flying since Thursday.
Huh?
I've been flying since Thursday morning. New York, Toronto, up to LA. I can't even see.
You came home yesterday? You didn't sleep last night?
I don't go so early this morning too.
Thank you. I don't know why I thought you said that you guys were going to the store.
Yeah, with money else, I just I wine and some food for tonight.
What's tonight?
Just made dinner.
Oh, okay. Oh, you just hate that guy now. Huh? I don't know, in that case, it was maybe he got something financially out of it. You never really know how hard up people are. Oh boy, I wish I had a do-over. I sure have done some things differently too. Just to think about it, I probably would too. Instead of going to the store or going to get your car repaired or whatever, you probably would have just done something different too. He could have at least told you, you know? I think that's me thinking that people will do the right thing. Not always the case, huh? That would be nice. Not the case, but that would be nice. You seem like you relaxed and rested though. I want to go sleep, but I'm afraid as soon as I close my eyes, I'm gonna come home. I need to talk to them. I need to talk to them. I want to know what the hell's going on. Yes.
Hey, sorry,
Thank God.
we were, having a chat with Rob.
Okay.
And I need your passwords to your phones.
Yeah. That's why I was bringing it to the store to see if they could tell me what this is.
You know, this was in your personal.
Yes, I found it in my garage.
Where you found it in the garage?
Yeah.
When did you find it in the garage?
Just before I went to New York and tried, I could plug it in or find something else.
Okay. Well, then obviously.
This one, I tried getting both my clothes, doesn't work, and I use my this one.
Trying to get that light out of the light glare out of the um, the glare from the light out of the frame. Sorry, guys.
1972, he tried 1967.
No, I didn't do 1967.
Today's day and age, everybody lives on this stuff. But I use my phone.
Okay, hold on. Let me put your hand up like that. Then we're gonna figure it out.
We are at 2 hours and 15 minutes. We haven't heard anything else, so.
So if you had to call your daughter right now, how would you do it?
I was gonna do this with my phone, but it doesn't open, but I know her number. I can call my daughter.
Hi, Gritty Grit. Hello.
It's not working.
You have no idea what the code is.
I'm trying to think of all the different numbers I'm using. Can we keep trying?
How do you normally get in the phone every day?
But if you guys kept pressing different numbers without knowing it, then it got locked.
Any press numbers we touch is one to protect ourselves.
Well, they must have tried more than however many times before this locks. And that's the problem.
Here's the thing, we're gonna get into it either way, but we don't wanna have to ruin your phone.
No.
Yeah, I do phone stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's different ways, and I don't wanna have to destroy your phone.
No, I don't want that either.
And plus, if you get released,
I'm gonna do this, 19, flip one, 1927, 1967.
Try 1967. That's 1967.
339, sometimes they're passcode for a lot of us.
What do you have, one more, sir? So then, that's it.
Are we gonna, you guys gonna talk to me now, or?
Well, I'll have to do like a bunch of work on this because you don't know if that's going to, it doesn't work, so, or whatever it is. So,
Yeah, this case can make me. Oh, whoa! Wait a minute, y'all. Woo-hoo. Woo. Wait, pause, switch, tone. Another jury question. No. I demand it to
Madam
not be
Foreperson,
shown.
I've received your question concerning conspiracy and as it pertains to first and second harassment. Conspiracy. The defendant is charged with conspiracy. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant combined with one or more persons for the purpose of committing an unlawful act or of committing a lawful act by unlawful means. There must be a mutual understanding, agreement, or common intention and plan. Mere passive knowledge of or consent to the criminal conduct of another is not enough to make a person a conspirator. There must be guilty knowledge and participation. Similarly, the mere fact that the defendant may have associated with another person or met with another person and discussed common aims and interests does not necessarily establish proof of the existence of a conspiracy or that the defendant was involved in a conspiracy. On the other hand, it is not necessary that the agreement be a formal one, that it be in writing, that the persons hold a meeting and expressly state the terms of the common plan, or that the agreement be stated in words between them. The agreement of a criminal conspiracy may come into being through an implied mutual understanding. The willful, intentional, and knowing adoption by two or more persons of a common plan is sufficient. No overt acts need to be shown to establish a conspiracy. A conspiracy may be shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. In order to convict the defendant of conspiracy, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that defendant knew of the unlawful conduct, but that the defendant agreed to combine with the other person for the purpose of accomplishing the unlawful conduct. That's the charge on conspiracy, and I would ask you to go back and then look at the verdict form for your direction. Thank you.
In other words, you're on your own. Read between the lines and figure it out.
You can
Yeah.
go back, and if you have another question, I'm sorry, I just need to abide by procedure, okay? All right.
So if you have another question, you must put it in writing and send it to me through the bailiff, and then we will talk to the attorneys. And then, yeah. So there was a second question. And we're back over here now.
Yes. I don't want to do that, but the search warrant allows us to. So it'd be easier. You just do the passcode.
Yeah, I'm trying, honestly.
Oh, no. We have a fourth question. So, okay, let me read this to y'all. Thank you so much, Calypson Bad as Vixen. We had a question, number 1, define malice. Question number 2, can you explain the difference between first and second degree harassment? Edited. Question 3, explain the difference between first and degree conspiracy to commit harassment. Fourth question is coming. Oh my gosh. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm starting to worry about the educational level of this jury. No. I am starting to worry about the capability of this jury. I really am. Oh, by the way, y'all, I'm really not this fat. This is the back of my chair. It's black.
It makes me look like I'm 30 feet deep, and I'm not. God, that spot right there really hurts. Hmm. Oh gosh, I don't know why I'm in so much pain right there. So if you see me doing that, I'm not being inappropriate. I got some sharp pain up on my right side after I had a bad cough. Am I the only person who didn't know about the prison staff taking the life of someone in New York prison in December? No idea. I missed it. Yeah, I saw it in the news, but I didn't follow it.
No, Rob said he had a flip phone in you that one of his that you had. What? Rob said that he had a flip phone that you had of his. Okay, so what he's talking about. We're gonna get into this phone. They'll be able to get it.
Yeah, they're gonna go home. We're gonna be doing this again tomorrow morning.
And
God help us.
talking to Rob for a while. And the relationship that he told us about, we know a lot more than
Hey, Mouse, can you send me the information in Discord, please?
a year. And we
For live communication? And I'm live. I can find it there.
And there's clearly from the photographs, there's a lot of them that I'm sure you really want people to see.
Nope, that's not where I need that. I need that more.
And these date back
Come on,
August of last year.
work with me.
That doesn't have anything to do with DNA, it has to do with you telling the truth. All I'm telling you is this is the time for you to think about telling the truth. You're not telling us the truth about the relationship.
Well, that's just because the family and where I come from, it's not something I
But
can
we're the
talk about.
police, we're not your family.
Well, that's why I thought we were gonna go talk about
Well,
this.
we are. As soon as we get this fixed up from our last interview, we're gonna talk to you. But I just wanna let you know that you're not here because of the state, you're not here because we're on eviction. You're here
Sometimes I like that view. I'm not so
shows
in
us
your face.
you're involved in this crime. And that's what we want. I'm sure you have a lot of questions and we want to answer those questions. We have questions for you. But I'm just letting you
Thank you,
know,
Gritty Grit.
I mean, we know. You know the photographs I'm talking about. We just talked to Rob and they're on his phone. So it's clear that what's been going on for a long time. So I just want to let you know that this will be your opportunity.
But I don't like this view. It makes me look like I'm
It's not about if you did it.
got a big waddle. Oh well, I'm getting old. What can I say?
Okay, but also, I don't wanna misinterpret what you're saying to me, and I don't want you misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Well, then, when we come back and talk to you, then we can talk about all that stuff.
Yeah, come out to me, lawyer, because I don't.
If I want to get a boyfriend,
That's
keep it on that view.
meantime, just please think about telling the truth.
Just saying.
I am telling the truth, I need you to tell me the truth.
Believe me, I will. I promise you I'll be straight. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Hmm? What's he talking about the photos?
Oh, he probably has some nice sexy pictures of it. He said, or else I gave you a flip phone. Why did he give me a flip phone? I don't have his phones. I never did. So I know they're lying. I know they're lying to me. I want to know why.
Wow. Also, he's saying you sent him like sexy photos, like.
No problem. Thank you, love.
That has nothing to do with what I think.
Huh?
I said, I don't think that's relevant to what happened to my husband.
I cannot believe we have a fourth question coming.
And talk to him though?
They just talked to him. Don't want to see now. They say, I'm sure it's all lies, but I'm sure he lied to you. But now I gotta figure this out. Get some help. Get my family involved.
Wow. Yeah, you can't trust. I mean, I don't know. He put you in this situation, you know, jeopardize.
You put yourself in this situation, girlfriend.
So he's saying that since you lied about him being your lover or whatever. Well, whatever they're, makes it so much worse, right? Oh no, it just been maybe. I mean, that just happened. I don't think maybe you, huh? Like you weren't seeing him before your husband was killed. I mean, you weren't sending him pictures, sexy pictures when before your husband was killed, right? No, I think they weren't those. I was close. Oh, but you guys were seeing each other though. Well, no, we didn't do anything. They never cheated on my husband. I mean, cheating on your husband is one thing, but murdering your husband, that's a whole different party. You know what I'm saying? I know. Did you play golf or any other sports other than
But that's what you
racquetball?
did, my dear. You unalived your husband. Hello. Well, you personally didn't. You had it done with the promise of money, honey.
Can the ball hit the ceiling in racquetball?
What is it with you and your racquetball?
Wow. So everything is fair game then in that sport, huh? The really good people, they can play like without moving, huh? Huh? I didn't realize though LA Fitness had that racquetball. I thought, oh, is it like the 24-hour sport? So are they called something different like the sports ones are for 24? Which one do you go to? Mm. Do you have to reserve them? See what when you want? You do? Like after work, it's really busy? Your kids work out too? Your husband play too? So what does the league, what does that consist of? So you compete against, you guys, so like 12 games, right? And then like this most points. So there's a D league, a C league, a D league, and all of these. Is the D the novice or? Yes. Oh, okay. And you're a novice and you've been playing for how long? A year. Oh, wow. You can't move up in leagues unless you win. And how often do you play in the tournament? It's once a week. The tournaments are 15 or 16 weeks long. Oh, wow. That's a long time. And do you pay extra to be in the league or? Yeah, it's like $40. Do you win money afterwards? If you win? Just move up. You never move up a league. That's messed up though, they're gonna tear up your phone. Huh? I thought that was my code. Ouch. Where you are in Woodland Hills, are you north or like south of of Ventura? That's where it's kind of hilly, huh? Do you believe that guy when he said without a doubt? I know you said that you think they're lying.
We're going to have a verdict, ladies and gentlemen.
Huh? Oh. You know, it's amazing.
It looks like we have verdict is in. This is from, I'm seeing something from an inside point. So as soon as that comes up, I'll get it up on screen. We will have a verdict. I'm going to stop my stopwatch because I know there's a verdict.
Camera systems, whatever at your house.
I'm just making sure I'm up to date. I
You
am.
can't really go anywhere without being caught on somebody's camera or something, huh? Huh?
Well, we're less than 3 hours, or I think it'll be less than 3 hours. I'm a little surprised at the way they have come to this because I don't know. I'm maybe I guess because I'm so used to everybody in this venue. I mean, I need a break from this, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna check and see how long we sit here and listen to the oh gosh, I need to take a little breather from listening to that or me reading it. But Calypso Badass Vixen via Pretty Lies and Alibis, who is
in the courtroom, it says there is a verdict. Now, I guess because we have been in this world and we are of like mind and we understand a lot more of the legalese and the definitions and what's being asked of the jury than the jury themselves. But I am a little concerned, I gotta be honest, with what some of the questions have been. I am a little bit concerned. So we're gonna take a little similtilly break and come on over here. I'm gonna share this. Play big screen. Okay, because I know we have a verdict. I need a break from the similtilly. Are y'all on there with me? Are y'all good to go? Ah, perfect timing, y'all. Verdict is in. And that's them on the screen right here. That's on them, not on me. Let me see. See, I can't get, no matter what I do, I can't get that. I notice at Court TV, love you, Court TV, and I know you don't pay attention to me, and that's okay. I'm a little one, but I love and appreciate you. Can you do us a favor if you do hear this? Can you please put those a little higher and not so close to the bottom? Because a lot of times we can't read what it is, although I can tell you that's verdict is in. So, yay, everybody. We need to get up and do some stretching. Let's go. Come on, stretch. Oh. Get my lips on. Everybody take a quick breath. Roll the neck. Get those shoulders. I'm tight today. Oi, we're back. Hello, Your Honor. May it be guilty on all counts. May we not have some stupidity flying around there somewhere. Why is the volume not on?
And I would just ask right now, if you cannot control your emotions, I'm going to give you an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to stay. But I just,
we're not going to have a repeat of, what was it, ASAP jumping over the bar into the arms of his family and his family hollering out like crazy in court. If y'all missed that, go back and watch that. Oh my gosh. I've never seen the likes of that behavior in court, and he will not tolerate that here.
Everybody involved, please control your emotions. Okay. If anybody needs to leave, they can. All right, bring the jury.
Excuse me. I wish I could sit there and play this. I wish my sound deck would work, because if it would, I would be having I'd be having a drum roll, please. I need to get that tech guy over here. Oh, but in this little town, it's really hard to find anybody. You have to bring him in from San Antonio. Are we ready? I am floored. That's not a very full. Now look at all these youngins here, and they're on his side. Who are these? Must be law students. I bet they're law students. Yeah, they're in suits. Those are law students. Hi, bailiff. Officer. Hello, officer. By the way, y'all, I have a vest. I have a bulletproof vest. They not comfy. I know. People say, "What don't you have?" A lot of things, but I do have a bulletproof vest. I won't go to a gun range. That won't go to a lead shooter range without one. There's some great people out there. Great people.
If you can please stand to the bailiff.
Oh my gosh! I'm already seeing the result. I got live results popping in over here. I'll tell y'all. Okay, guys. What was that? Oh, the other court did a stretch break, and I am done with the transcript.
Your Honor, these are case numbers 2024 GS 23 2194, 5425A, 5413, 5412. As to the charge of murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of burglary first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of harassment first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
I knew that.
As to the charge of harassment second degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit harassment first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit harassment second degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Signed by our foreperson. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is a verdict you reached in your deliberation room and this is still your verdict now, please raise your right hand. Thank you.
So he only got the lesser on harassment. Guilty on all of
Nothing
it.
is related to the jury.
Yeah, no need to pull them.
I've told you this before, and on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County, I want to thank you for all of your service for the last 2 weeks. I know this has demanded a lot from you. You all have been extremely attentive. I know that this has not been easy. I'm going to ask you now if you will go back to the jury room, and I will be back there in just a moment to talk to you, okay?
And Haley Mouse, I got that. Thank you. We will be looking at that in a little bit. Thank you so much, Haley Mouse.
Your Honor, at this time, I would just make a request that sentencing be deferred to give defense counsel more of an opportunity to present mitigation.
State. Your Honor, we would oppose that request and would ask that you we proceed with sentencing. I'm going to give 15 minutes. Fill out the kind of sentencing sheets. Do you feel like you need a little bit more? But I'm going to sentence them within the next 30 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The other thing I would, on behalf of the
Oh, they need to get the paper away from the mic. Dang. Yeah, now they turn that off and we can't hear the other.
And your motion is denied. You're protected on the record. The only other thing that I need to do is just, and I had discussed this with counsel, as far as the verdict form up at the top, it just needs to be amended to read 2022 GS 23002194, and then it will be 2024 5425A, 2024 5413, and 2024 5412. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. It was just more of a typographical, the 4 instead of the 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You have no objection. No objection. Yeah.
What? And I'll just write on here. Thank you. All right. We'll be back in 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, we're going to be back. We're good. All right, sir, you are now been found guilty. You are now the ward of the state. Congratulations, you have a new residence. Yep, that works. Okay, let's come back over here. Oh, wait. Let's not. Here oh no, this must be family because they're crying. This must be his family because they're crying. I guess that's his girlfriend. Girlfriend, sister. Oh, poor baby. You know what? I've been in. It's not easy being a family member of somebody who is on trial. It sucks. I could care less how he feels. I'm sorry. I could care less how he feels when you read from somebody. You know, I have. Oh, Angela Goodall, thank you so much. Okay. All right. I'm just going to leave it here for a minute until they turn off. That may be his parents right there. Let me do this so you can see I think that's his parents. That may be a sibling, kind of looks like him. And I don't know if that girl is a sibling or if oh, that's right. These are the adopted. That's right. They had him and they adopted everybody else. So that's his parents and his adopted siblings. Aha. I forgot about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And there were 7 adopted. So, or 7 children. So, yeah. I feel bad for them, but he did it. I mean, he confessed to doing it. This should be no, I'm going to get those off. They're starting to hurt a little. They should have no
shock. He confessed. This should have been expected. I wonder what he is potentially possibly able to get, if it's life without or life with the possibility, what the maximum is. So we'll find all that out in a minute. So I'm going to go ahead for the next 10, 15 minutes unless that changes, and then I'll come back over here. So if that view changes and something happens, I'll come back over here. Oh, they are handing them tissues. That court is, there we go. Let me get this stuff up. Hi, baby girl. How's my baby, precious baby girl? How's my puppers? Come here. You need mama loving. Come here. Get mama loving. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, go. You got your mama loving. I don't know what's going on with this court. Let me.
Before with the undercover agent, as well as some conversations that you and your partner had with her at her cell door.
Yes.
Okay. And you recognized your voice is on there as well as hers?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to go over a few things that we heard. At the beginning, someone comes to the door. Do you know who it was that was asking about the cell phone passcode?
That was Detective Parcel's voice.
Okay. And now there's two phones involved with this defendant that were taken from her purse at her arrest, right? Regular phone, iPhone, and a flip phone.
Yes.
Do you know which phone we're talking about now? And when we start this conversation at the beginning of the transcript or the audio, when you first hear the approach to her and she's asked for her cell phone passcode.
Yes, I do. It's the smartphone.
Okay, so that was actually the iPhone?
The iPhone, yes.
Okay. And at that time, she gave you 1972, 1927, and tried to appear to put her thumb there and it wouldn't open. Is that right?
Well, at that time, that was happening, but it was happening with Detective Parcel, yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, that was the code that was 1960. Were you present for any of that?
I was watching on video.
Okay. And then at some point, you determined that the code was 1962.
After the comb was forensically opened, yes, that was the code 1962.
And as you testified before lunch, that's the birth year of Robert Baker.
Correct.
All right. So later, there's another phone that later on in the audio that somebody is asking her about. Do you know who that is?
Yes. I was talking to her. I brought the phone down again to try the things, the passcodes. And then we talked about the flip phone. And I was with a detective from robbery homicide that was helping me. He has the Celebrate. I'm trying to think of his name. I'll think of it, but assigned to robbery homicide. He was with me.
Okay. And so that was the flip phone, the second phone that had been recovered from her purse in the car.
That phone, yeah, that was the other phone.
And on that one, just to be clear, is it the same passcodes that she gives you then for the second phone, the 1972, 1967, 1927?
I believe I was asked, we were still visiting the iPhone. I don't think we ever asked for a passcode for the flip phone. I don't even know if it had a passcode.
Well, at one point in here, you're talking about a flip phone.
Yes.
So what was that? How did that context happen about the flip phone then?
I believe we were asking her where it came from. Whose was it?
Okay. And she told you it was in her garage?
Yes, she found it in the garage.
Now, you also told her during that Robert Baker had given you a different story about the flip phone. Did you hear that?
I missed that.
Okay.
I did. I remember vaguely. I don't remember what he said at this time.
Do you want to look at the transcript?
Sure. Yeah, if we have the page.
Well, it's been a few years, so yes. It's hard to remember everything after that long.
Sorry, it's the wrong page. All right, 49, last line at the bottom, going into the next page. So, page 49, the last line, going into the next page.
Okay, yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Rob said that, that the flip phone that we had was, he had given it to her.
Okay, now, without going into any detail, we do have other witnesses that will testify. Were you part of, subsequent to this arrest and this Perkins operation, were you involved in what we call overhears recordings when the defendant and Rob Baker were recorded in cells or holding areas next to each other?
Yes.
And do you remember a conversation that the defendant had with Robert Baker regarding the flip phone?
I remember one regarding a phone. I don't know if it was the flip phone. I don't know which. There was a lot of conversations. I don't know which one you're referring to.
Okay. Oh, I'm referring to the flip phone, but if you don't remember, do you remember a conversation about a phone and them discussing whose phone it was and where it was found? If you remember.
I don't remember that conversation.
Okay. I'll move on then. Now, somebody went to the door then early on and said, without a doubt, we know it's Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the very beginning, that's the very beginning of the transcript. At that point, no one told her anything about DNA. Is that correct? The very first
that was
encounter.
Detective Parcell, and I don't believe he mentioned DNA at that point.
Again, he said he overheard this. It's overruled.
And if you like to would you like to refresh your recollection?
Of what Parcell said?
Correct, because you're watching it live.
Sure. Yeah.
And
I
that's
just don't
page
recall.
13, line 16. Well, actually, I should say page 13, line 2.
I don't see him mentioning anything about DNA at that time.
Okay. And then you heard the defendant speculate after that when you said without a doubt it's, or Parcell said without a doubt it's Rob Baker's is involved, and she speculated after that maybe it's his DNA, correct?
I remember hearing that, yes.
Okay. Throughout this Perkins operation, did you hear inconsistent statements that the defendant made with evidence that you knew to differ in her version of what she was telling her cellmate?
Yes, I recall a couple. I recall when she was in the beginning denying that she was just referring to Rob as a friend, which we knew there was more. And then she said when she was dating him, she began after the murder, which we knew was not true. And regarding their dating, that's what I remember on that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That's what I remember regarding the dating.
Okay. Regarding the safe, when you interviewed the defendant at her home on May 18th, 2017,
yes.
Did you discuss the safe that she had in her closet that involved a passcode and how to get in the safe?
We didn't discuss how to get into the safe. We just discussed the safe and what was in it.
And what did she tell you about the safe?
She said that she never uses it, hardly ever uses it, because the combination is very difficult. So she puts her jewelry hidden in the closet as opposed to having to deal with the safe. And that she, the contents of the safe said she had a gun and she had a couple of gold coins. And she said that every time the safe opens, she gets a text alert to her phone.
Now, when you had that interview with her in May 18th of 2017, did
And I
you
have a
follow up on that
please.
conversation and confirm if there was a text alert to her that her safe had been opened?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
Her phone received the open closet mirror alert from AT&T Digital Life on the day of the murder at, I think, 14:03 hours, 2:03 in the afternoon, about 4 minutes after the maid left the house.
Okay. During this operation, then, she stated that she doesn't have the code to the safe and she never uses it, and it's not something that she opens. Is that right?
I'm sorry? Too many facts on evidence? It's overruled. Recess now for 15 minutes. The evidence applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Why am I not surprised? Now we got both trials. I think we can zoom a little bit on this one, but not much. Yeah, they're in break 2. So we have this view in that trial. We have this view in this trial. So you get me. What can I say? What can I say? Really, Sensei? Wow. I know, Mom. Look at this. My jacket. So I shouldn't button it, but I did. Really? Okay. My puppers is right at my feet, y'all. Right on my feet. And she's looking up at me like, Mommy, you know you love me. You know you love me. You just can't help it. You know you love me. Where's that from? Who knows? You know you like it. You know you love it. You know it's good. Okay, it's a Sandra Bullock movie. See if you can remember where that came from. You know you like it. That's how she said it. That's myself. Let me look. Oh, there's my Discord. Let me see what I got on my Discord. Okay, the 764 CULT is decentralized transitional online network that emerged in 2021, founded by Bradley Cadenhead, a teenager from Stephenville, Texas. Its name comes from the town zip code. It's been taken down. That's an interesting little. We have a bunch of younger YouTubers creating CULTs on YouTube, and it ain't good. NASA changes odds of asteroid hitting the Earth in 2032 yet again. But this time it's good news. I hope to be alive by in 1932. That would be cool. How are y'all doing? Y'all put down your weather. I am looking for some information. Please be patient. Looking for things to share. In other words, fillers. Oh, a friend of mine had her baby early. Oh, welcome into the world, my baby. Hello, you're. Oh,
Surprised mommy coming into the world weighing 3 pounds, 14 ounces, 16 inches long, born at 11:43 last night, way early. Born at 30 weeks and 6 days. Oh, poor mijo. Don't know why they have his legs diapered down straight because he was up in the sometimes babies' hips do a dysplasia thing. But, oh, he's oh my god. I'm taking off the sound, it's killing me. 7 degrees and nice. Oh, where are you, my dear Dawn? Where are you, do I pray tell? Because right now where I am, it's 35 degrees and cold. The low was 14 this morning. The high may be 38. Oh, well, congratulations, dear one. And may his road in NICU be short and sweet. Vegas, of course, Dawn. I forgot that's where you were. He is in the NICU. Team flew in to get her. Oh, yeah, they had to be life flighted because he was 10 weeks early, but 3 pounds looks good. Yay. Oh, how awesome is that? That's awesome. I'm so happy for her. Yeah, that was scary for her to be flown in, and some of us who've delivered early, me being one, even though we weren't 10 weeks early, we were early, but not 10 weeks early. It is always disconcerting and scary, and for both mama and all involved. So thank you, dear Jesus, that she is safe and the baby is doing well, as to be expected. Oh my gosh, y'all. Hallelujah for the little miracles. I was concerned because when they told me that she was getting ready to be moved. And when they said they were trying to stop her labor and she was struggling with that. So glad everything worked out well. Oh my gosh, I got to show this picture, y'all. I got to show you this picture. How many of us remember dressing like this? I did not have this one here, this puppy, but I had this one. I remember dressing. I had both those kind of shirts. Oh my gosh, y'all. Y'all. How many of us remember? I don't know what it is, but it's been memory lane today with me. Everything popping up on my feeds are all about memory lane. Go figure. Texas is closed today. We're busy trying to find our jackets. Yeah, that might be a little bit of a correct answer. I like the other one. Texas is like the lottery numbers.
The TV defendant is present, all counsel present, jury
That
and
was
also
short,
present.
a short
Detective
break.
Gabriel, you're under oath, and you may continue to your direct.
Just a minute.
Okay. And just a few more questions about the audio that we just listened to. Also in the audio, the defendant talked about not having any encrypted apps, and that she doesn't even know what that is.
Yes, I remember.
So again, were you able through your investigation to determine, as we've heard testify to, that she did in fact have encrypted apps?
Yes, that statement was false.
And that was
It's correct. Whether the testimony is false or not false is up to the jury.
Did the defendant have encrypted apps?
Yes.
All right. Now, during this operation, you also talked about one of the detectives talked about a third person, and they mentioned that to the defendant, that there was a third person. You alluded to maybe they were arrested. Was this true, or is this a ruse?
It was a ruse to stimulate conversation and to give the undercover operator something to talk about.
Now, at that point, though, from your investigation then until 2019, when you were no longer on the case, was there a third person that was arrested?
No.
Okay, so meaning when I say third person, the second subject that was seen running up the hill with Robert Baker. No arrests as of 2019 when you were still on the case.
Correct.
All right. Now, subsequent to this audio that we just heard, during the middle of it, the defendant, there's statements made where, to the effect of, well, his DNA's there. That means he did it. Did you hear her say that?
Now you are bored of the state. Ooh, excuse me, y'all. I'm looking at the mug shots that people arrested the last 2 weeks. See if I know them.
Council approach.
Y'all, this is not a good. Y'all, look at this. That poor soul. That is a bad, bad mug shot. Ah! I'm sorry, Amanda. Couldn't resist Amanda. Honey bun, that's a bad mug shot. Oh my gosh, y'all. Every once in a while, I run across somebody I know with a mug shot there, and I'm going, no. I know this next person. Oh my God, she ran a stop sign. And then she evaded arrest. Ah! So she ran the stop sign and didn't stop for the police. And I know her. Oh my God, she was just in here the other day. Oh Lord, have mercy. You never know who's going to be in the arrest book. It's called Busted Newspaper.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, court. We're prepared for sentencing. So we're here for today. You've heard a long 2-week trial. You've heard the actions of the defendant. You've seen the extreme violence in this particular case. Calculated the premeditation. The jury's found him guilty. Your Honor, the state will be requesting a life sentence for the murder and for the burglary first charges. But before you switch over to the defense, I have Tina Parcell here who would like to address the court. She's the sister of Christina Parcell. Thank you, Mr. Barstow.
Yeah, this ought to be
Thank
good.
you, Your Honor.
And
I will apologize in advance.
and look how he turned straight up and looked at her. Oh, well, a mugshot for a traffic violation because she didn't stop when they tried to pull her over. So it was evading arrest. So they arrested her. I think she has another record too, just saying. But yeah, around here, if you don't stop for the popo, you're going to go to jail.
Didn't expect to actually reach this point today. This is my second victim statement in 24 hours. Yesterday was reliving the two worst days of my life.
Oh, for the husband, for the
between hearing the step-by-step account of my sister's murder, Mr. Mello's 2 new charges, his bond hearing, and my niece being put into emergency protective care again. So I am exhausted, and I'm going to do my best to express myself appropriately. So with Your Honor's
grace,
leniency, just give me a bit of grace.
Oh God, here.
My understanding is this conversation is with you. This isn't with the defendant. This is not with counsel. This is not with the gallery. So this is a conversation with you. And I've had 3 years to try to articulate how this has impacted me, and I still have yet to find the words, and it won't happen tonight either. So I've decided instead to talk about what logically should be taken into consideration for any sentencing, which is remorse, rehabilitation, and recidivism.
None of which do you have.
This defendant sat on that stand with full disregard for the authority of the law when it came to his actions outside of this courtroom, in blatant disregard for the authority of law inside this courtroom. He recounted step by step in excruciating detail everything he did. And if I may paraphrase the defense counsel's closing statement, did he cry? Did he shake? Did he look visibly distressed? He said the word repulsed, but did he once look repulsed? He said the word vomited. Did he ever once look nauseated as he described dragging my sister through my living room? Cold doesn't begin to describe the lack of emotion. And if I may be blunt, if we're going to argue somebody has to have malice and hate in their heart to be capable of murder, then one could also argue that anyone medically diagnosed as antisocial personality disorder is therefore not capable of committing murder. I think that is a logical fallacy, is asinine. And the fact that I'm tired, I will no longer go down that, but there has been no remorse once shown by this defendant in this courtroom. Without remorse, you cannot have rehabilitation. Rehabilitation requires acknowledgement that I have done a wrong, I have a debt to pay, and I can improve to become a better member of society. It begins with remorse. Without remorse, there is no rehabilitation. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, you have recidivism. This man, no, I'm sorry, this defendant.
I like her.
Wanted to kill someone. He joined the Marines, specifically the infantry.
True.
He wanted to kill someone. He was given a target on a silver platter. He was given an address, a date, a time, and he planned it. Because he knew that if he planned it just enough, he would never get caught. He planned it so much that he thought, well, even when I got caught, I got this. I can still get out of this. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, any person that goes through that effort to commit murder would absolutely do it again to see if they could. You're left with either two options. Either he is a weak, easily manipulated man who would kill anybody that anyone asked him to, or he's not a weak and easily manipulated man. And if that's the case, then he absolutely would do this again to see if he's smart enough.
This is the best I've ever heard.
To see if he can beat it this time. Because he has shown no respect for the law of this courtroom. The only thing that I will say about this situation overall is that all of this defendant used her. All of them used her for their own twisted personal gratification. He would do it again. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, you will have recidivism.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else from the state? Okay. Defense.
Oh, now we're going to hear how wonderful he is.
Presiding over this trial. Your Honor is aware of the evidence that was presented at the trial. Your Honor is also aware of the evidence that was proffered. We do believe that could go to mitigation, so we would ask Your Honor to consider that very carefully. Zach has no prior criminal history.
Wow.
And he stands ready for sentencing, Your Honor. I would ask for Mr. David Hughes, Zach's father, to have the opportunity to address the court briefly.
Okay, y'all. I know he's going to talk about how wonderful his son was and all that, but let me tell you this. My heart goes out for both sides of the family. I have been
Thank you, Your Honor, for the
right there.
opportunity to speak a few words on my son's behalf. The trial is over. A verdict's been rendered, and we accept that. What I want to speak to, because I understand this is the sentencing phase of the trial, where you have some parameter of your sentence. My son is probably, in my lifetime, and I've run into some pretty amazing people, and this is going to be seen as a bias from the father, but he has got such a strong moral compass and fortitude and desire for the truth in his life than really anyone I've ever met.
I have a heart.
He actually eclipses a lot of those things that I aspire to myself. It's what makes his music so incredibly meaningful, because as a musician, and there are some world-class musicians sitting here today, colleagues of Zach's, what makes a musician's art come through is what's the essence of who they are. It's not something you can fake. When you hear it, you know it's a fake. Zach was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I want to tell you that. I taught all my children, Zach being the oldest, the value of hard work. He might have been the only person at Juilliard to show up without manicured fingernails and calluses instead. He worked hard. I pushed him hard.
But he threw it all away.
Fathers and parents tend to do that with their firstborn child. And maybe I pushed him, a little hard at times, but it made him the man he is today. I want to address something, and Mr. Wilkins.
You have to address the court.
That Zach is a cold-blooded killer. I am sorry. Zach wrote his mother and I a letter delivered to us through his attorneys approximately a month ago. In that letter, he described basically what he did in that chair over there, only in more detail. Why he did what he had to do, what he felt he had to do. You heard him say in that chair, he wasn't going to go on a cruise ship to Bora Bora, where he was headed, and look at himself in the mirror. He couldn't do that. Zach has been in his life so much, sometimes to the detriment of his own career. Everybody in the PA, I'm out of room on the head of that pin, and that's where he was headed. But he had people in his life, donors, rich benefactors, who made demands of him artistically in exchange for their financial benefit, and he walked away from it to the detriment of his own career. Why do I bring that up? He has such a strong moral compass and a desire for the truth that sometimes he actually hurts himself. His friends here, all these people in this courtroom for the last 2 weeks have been here day in, day out. Some as far as from Seattle, Washington. They're here because they grew up with Zach in the music world, and they saw something in him they didn't see in anybody else. He has got a loyal circle of friends that I never had. I told my kids when they grew up, if you, at the end of your life, you end up with 2 or 3 people in your hand that are really there for you, that's the guy I want in the foxhole with me. Consider yourself lucky. Zach's got a dozen of those. Why?
You're trying, and I get it.
Tina, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm not supposed to mention her name. I'm sorry. But I want you to know, Zach had felt compelled to do what he did because of what he would quote Edmund Burke on this. The only thing necessary for evil to prosper is for good men to do nothing. Okay.
Told him to stop rambling.
His desire for the truth and his truthful telling of what happened. I mean, he sat there and he didn't hold anything back that would benefit his portrayal to this court. He's just as brutally honest with himself as he is with other people. He has no criminal record whatsoever before this event. The only thing I know of is an outstanding traffic ticket in Italy. Somehow he rang up when he was there with Mello. And several of the guards in the detention center, he's been for 3 years. He's been an exemplary inmate, have told him that they were going to come to this trial to support him. When you gain the silent respect of law enforcement officers, they see something in you. They see it all. And they see a guy that's respectful for 3 years without a single incident. I think that counts for something. So I'm just here. I'll wrap it up. As you determine your sentencing, I would ask you to consider what type of man he is. And take that into consideration. I love my son. I'm proud of my son. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else you say?
There you go. Yeah, just for the purpose of the record, I don't, would Your Honor want to inquire, Zach, as to whether or not he wishes to speak?
That is up to you. Sorry, I thought that you had indicated.
He does not wish to speak. I just want to put that on record.
Do me a favor. If we need to seal them up. Since they're. Say that. You what? We're trying to get her to go. Healthy popcorn. Who knew he was going away for life? I just wonder how long he's going to last in jail. Well, he's a Marine. He'll be fine.
Zachary David Hughes, indictment 2022 GS 2302194, indictment for murder. You're to be committed to the State Department of Corrections for life. Indictment 2022 GS 2302194. You're to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for 5 years. That is to run concurrent. Indictment 2024 GS 2305425A for burglary first degree to run concurrent is for you to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for life. The other two indictments, 2024 GS 2305413 for conspiracy to commit harassment second degree is 30 days time served. Indictment 2024 GS 2305412, harassment second degree, 30 days time served. Be dismissed.
That is it, y'all. He's going away for life. And the next couple of weeks are going to be hell. Oh, it's going to be nuts. It's going to be a while before his life isn't. This is going to be bad. And we're done. We're done. Okay, guys. Say goodbye. Now we're going to go over here. We're finished with the Hughes trial. Now we're going to come over to the Cemetilli trial.
So after this, were you involved?
A new detective put a fresh set of eyes on it, and that's what it needed. It needed a fresh set of eyes to sit back and go, okay, what do we got here? And she did a great job.
7 years later.
Yeah,
Of course he's going to appeal.
She did it.
Now, obviously, we are too.
Like Sarah Boone
Let me ask you
appealing.
this. During that entire time, though, you were also investigating whether Monica Cementilli was involved in the murder as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And in
Absolutely,
fact,
yeah.
I'm sorry, isn't
Yes.
that true? And in
Very true.
fact, the only evidence you found during those 4 months
2 lifelong
that was any
concerts.
different, in fact, there was no
There may or
evidence
may not
different than what you
be
knew in February, and that is they were having a romantic affair. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true.
Actually, there probably is not a piano in the chapel. It just depends on where he goes. Because some of them won't do that because the chords in the piano can become weapons. Yeah, I know.
Well, let me ask
Not
you this.
actually.
Let me ask you this. You know what a Ramey warrant is?
Yeah, it's a probable cause arrest warrant.
Okay. And a Ramey warrant is a warrant you seek from a judicial officer or district attorney's office that gives you the grounds or gives you the authority to go out and arrest somebody on a specific charge. Correct?
Yeah.
Now, you don't need a Ramey warrant to arrest somebody if you have sufficient evidence yourself, but it is another way of obtaining that authority. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you sought a Ramey warrant in this case early in June of 2017, correct?
I did.
And accompanying that, or before the Ramey warrant was issued, there was a search warrant issued, or was it attached to the Ramey warrant?
It was attached.
Okay. What did you do first, the search or the arrest of Baker and Monica Simontilli?
Arrest and search.
At the same time?
Virtually. Arrest, then search.
Okay. And one of the things that you were looking for, you said in the Ramey warrant, what you were looking for was any evidence to connect Monica Simontilli to the murder of Fabio Simontilli, correct?
Yes.
And to that point, you had not found sufficient evidence to arrest her, correct?
Not at all. No, we had a signed probable cause search warrant. We had more than enough probable cause to arrest her.
Well,
And
why did you wait till June of 2017 then to do this?
I think we talked about that. I was building the case. I was gathering information.
Why did you answer? I think you
And
talked about that.
In the meantime, the second murderer remained free,
Someone's getting
correct?
tired.
The second, the
Killer.
person.
And
Yeah, he was-
Robert Baker remained free, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said
I'm
that
gonna get this outta here.
you engaged in some kind of a evaluation of whether or not
I'm gonna get
leaving
some
Robert
water. I'll be right
Baker,
back and
who you
take
could have
a
arrested in
break.
February,
Mm-hmm.
a known murderer of Fabio Simontilli with a knife with another person,
Correct.
whether or not leaving him free on the streets was the wise thing to do, correct?
I thought it was prudent and it was wise is the right word, but I felt comfortable doing it.
Well, even though the truth is he could have injured others, he could have killed Monica, in fact, if he wanted to get rid of her if she was involved, correct?
Highly unlikely.
During those 4 months?
Constant digital and occasional physical.
Okay. And was Monica under constant surveillance during those 4 months?
Constant digital and occasional physical, yes.
And during that entire time, you had people trailing them, correct?
Occasional.
Surveilling them?
The surveillance was digital, meaning there's a tracker on the cars. Phones were being pinged. That was constant.
And
occasional was physical surveillance.
Okay, and the tracking and the pings, that was designed to obtain what kind of evidence?
Well, for example, when I mentioned Alfred Birdsong in Vegas, we knew that Bob Baker drove to Alfred Birdsong's house, so we researched that house, and then we ended up going to talk to him. We did a search warrant on that house to see if perhaps that's where he's stashing any evidence, if he still had any.
Okay.
That's an example.
And what evidence did you obtain from this surveillance that connected Monica Simontilli to the murder?
Through the digital or the
actual surveillance.
At that point, the surveillance portion of it only confirmed that the romantic relationship was ongoing.
All right. So after 4 months, you confirmed what you knew 4 months earlier, that they were involved in a romantic relationship.
Well, it's
correct?
important to know if it's continuing. Is she because she just lost her husband and the father of her children? Is she spending more time with her children, or is she spending more time with her boyfriend?
All right. How does
What?
that? How does that provide you with evidence of whether or not she was involved in the murder, if whether she was not being a good mother after the murder of her husband?
It's all about, we call it post-murder behavior. So
after a murder, something like this, and post-murder behavior, it's based on just general common sense, everyday stuff. We know everyone acts differently when they grieve, or they act differently in joyous times, but there's a general common sense baseline. So post-murder behavior just doesn't include actually physically like going to a bar and dating. It's lots of things. It's like, it's what they say, what they don't say, and then you have to ask yourself, okay, for example, let's suppose a person had their husband murdered and in their house, let's say, and there was 2 young girls in that house. Would you spend more time at that house to be with your children and maybe upgrade your security system, or even maybe move out? Or would you spend most of your time with your boyfriend? So you have to just ask yourself with the common sense, okay, and then you have to weigh those things. And that's just one example.
Could I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
So you're talking about, in this case, evidence of whether or not, in your opinion, Monica Simontilli was a good mother to her children following the murder of her husband. That's one of the factors.
That's just a slice of it.
A slice of it. Okay.
Yes.
And the other things that you were going to discuss, I assume, you engaged in that activity for 4 months, right?
Was it 4 months? March, April, May, June. Yeah, March, April,
February,
May, June.
March,
3
April,
months.
May into June, correct?
Right,
The murder
correct.
was January 17th, and the arrest was June when?
Yeah, so from March until June, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
and whatever occurred before then.
Oh, I wasn't involved in the case then. But
Okay, okay, but they had made the same decision, which was not to arrest Robert Baker.
Overruled.
They had made the same decision not to arrest Robert Baker or Monica Simontilli by the time you came on the case.
They did.
And you reviewed the whole case,
I did.
all right? And you met with Monica Simontilli many times after you came on the case, either by phone. One interview?
One.
How many other interviews were conducted by other officers, as far as you know, before you came on?
With Monica?
Lied to her about the state of the investigation, correct?
Yes, we did.
And every time you met with her and she asked you how things were going, did you find the murder of my husband? What's happening with the case? You lied to her.
Well, you said every time. I only met her once.
Only once you spoke to her about that?
Yes, I had one meeting with her before.
What
the
about on the
arrest.
phone?
I never spoke to her on the phone, ever.
Were you aware of her contacting LAPD often during
I was
the
aware of
period?
it, yes,
All right. How were you aware of that?
through Detective Parshall.
All right. And who was she getting in touch with for the most part?
Detective Parshall.
And I believe someone said that she had a better relationship with Detective Parshall than others, correct?
She did. It appears so.
And was Detective Parshall instructed every time she called to, in essence, tell her, well, we're making progress, we're almost there, but not quite,
Yes.
correct? And the other things he was instructed to say is, well, the DNA came back, but it only matches Fabio Simontelli, and it doesn't match anyone else, but we're getting there.
Yes.
So for 4 months, LAPD, robbery, homicide, lied to Monica Simontelli every time they spoke with her about the progress of the case of the investigation of the murder of her husband. Isn't that right?
Regarding that, yes, you're correct.
Regarding that.
Regarding, yeah, the DNA, yes.
Well, and regarding the whole investigation, correct?
Yes, when we took over the case, we told OVB Homicide to continue with the investigation as they were doing with Monica, and yes, and let her believe that it's still being investigated as a burglary gone bad. That is correct. That was.
And it was also holding up the payment of any insurance proceeds that Fabio Simontelli had paid for when he was at Procter and Gamble, correct?
No, that was inconsequential because we were investigating to see if she was involved.
Well, you also-
So regardless, she wouldn't have gotten the insurance.
Well, because the insurance company contacted LAPD and wanted to know if the parties who were the beneficiaries had any involvement in the murder of Fabio Cementilli, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you also held up the payment of insurance to Jessica and Isabella Cementilli. Isn't that correct?
Well, the details on that you'd have, well, he's no longer with us, but I never had any contact with the insurance company ever.
Oh,
That
you're
was
talking
all-
about, I'm sorry, Parshall was not on the case at that time.
Thank
Passed
you,
away
Enough.
for
I
reasons
agree.
unrelated to the case. Correct. Okay.
I'm with you
But
on this.
it was
It's
certainly
kind
the
of
policy
irritating me, to be honest, what
LAPD
they're
at
doing.
that time not to allow for any of the proceeds of the insurance policy to be given to the beneficiaries, whoever they were. In other words, to confirm with the insurance company that some, if not all, of the beneficiaries were not involved in the murder and therefore should be provided the benefit of the policy.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact policy is, but that sounds about right.
And can you tell me why it was that LAPD would not allow the proceeds of the insurance to be paid to Jessica and Isabella, the minor children of Fabio?
I don't even know if that is an LAPD policy. It might be an insurance policy. It's an insurance company policy. And like I said, I didn't involve myself in any of that. That was, I told Purcell, just keep handling that, and he handled it. So
He did
I
not
don't-
inform you of what was going on as far as that was concerned?
I knew what was going on, but what I'm saying is I don't know whose policy is what. Was it LAPD's policy? Is it the insurance policy? I don't know.
Well, okay, the insurance
But
policy.
I knew what was going on.
Right, and you could have stopped that and had the funds paid to Jessica and Isabella.
I don't know.
And
I don't know what
Luigi?
the insurance policy is on the kids getting money and Monica not getting the money.
You
I
knew
don't
nothing
know.
about that.
No, I don't. And to this day, I don't.
Well, did Tellis, your partner, know anything about that?
No,
Did Parshall know anything about that?
I don't know. I didn't ask him. He was handling it.
When you went to the house, you said you had one interview of Monica Cementilli in May. Is that correct?
May, I believe it was, yes.
And we heard the tape recording, I believe, of that interview. Correct?
Correct.
Remember that?
I do.
And you lied to her throughout that interview. Correct?
Yes, I used the ruse that we were the knock-knock bandit task force.
And designed to calm any fear she had that maybe the house wasn't safe, because she said knock burglars, especially if there's a murder involved, rarely come back to the scene of the murder. Correct?
No, that's not why we did the ruse.
No, but that was one of the things you told her. Isn't that right?
Say that again? I didn't.
That knock burglars rarely return to the scene of the burglary if it involved a murder, as in this case, for obvious reasons.
Well, yes, I don't remember saying that. I may have, but yes, that is true. Scene with it.
Okay, danger, correct?
No, because Baker was our.
Hi, Jen.
And the
It's
second
going
guy?
good. I'm here with
That's what I
you
was looking for.
guys.
But there were no danger of him as well, is what you're saying.
No, because it was very obvious that the target was very specific. The target was taken out, and it was accomplished what needed to be done.
So, Austin, you believe the second murder, his intent was to take out the target?
I'm sorry, Austin?
Yeah.
I've never spoken to Austin.
Well, you knew that Baker was one of the murderers, correct?
Jenny?
Yes, he was.
Hughes got
He's the
2
one who was
life
having the affair
sentences
with,
and found
Monica
guilty
Cementilli, right?
of murder.
So, what was your theory about the second murder?
My theory would be if Baker wasn't there, that
Harassment.
third person would not be there because
He got
that
thrown
third
too
person's there
old.
to help Baker.
Okay, so
We're going to take our afternoon adjournment until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. As always, the admonition still applies. You don't discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else upon discussing opinions of the cause finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
So 9 o'clock their time is 11 o'clock my time, because this is in California, right? Please tell me. Yes. So I don't have to be here bright and early in the morning. Do we have anything going on first thing in the morning tomorrow? I got to look at the calendar. Give me a split second, because I want to make sure, because it would be so nice. No offense, y'all, but this chick today, I actually could not believe I had
12 hours sleep last night. I had 12 hours sleep. I was shocked. Well, almost 12. I got up. Are y'all ready for this? I literally shot up at 9:45 this morning. And yeah, it had to be live by 10. I had no makeup on this morning. It was a day. What a day this has been. What a weird mood I'm in. It was a day. What the days. Today is Thursday the 20th. I want to give a big shout out to Doug, Tracy's husband, my brother in love. It's his birthday today. And wishing you a lot of blessings and love and hope all goes well. We have a Karen Ree evidentiary motion hearing tomorrow, but I don't know what time. Does anybody know? It is scheduled. Oh, wait. There was a photo I had on my desktop, I think, somewhere. I saw it the other day. Does anybody know? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Snap it. I need my peeps. Does anybody know? Come on, y'all. Yes, life is life. Happy birthday, Doug. Everybody's thinking about you. I know. Don't worry, he's all good. Uh he's doing very well. He really is. Can anybody help me out, help a girl out and tell me if we do have an actual Karen Reed hearing tomorrow morning? I will keep my eyes to the grindstone. I will let me try and see if I can pull it up now. Oh, I'm trying to see court TV. That's done. Oh. Oh, okay, that's an old crash. I will keep an eye out for tomorrow. Wait, what's the question? I have on the calendar that there's supposed to be an evidentiary hearing tomorrow in the Karen Reed trial. That said, Auntie Bev said we'll see you next week, which was Tuesday. Karen Reed is 7:30. Is that Central Standard Time? June? No. That means I got to be up at 6:30. 7:30. 8:30 tomorrow. Well, I wonder if Auntie Bev is going to be in a better mood by then. I wonder as I wander out under the sky. January 27th. What's January 27th? Are you meaning February 27th? I have that date too. I have multiple dates for her. Okay, just so you know what I have. I had Tuesday, the 21st. Now, if it's wrong, let me know. I'll move it to the 27th. But I have Tuesday the 25th, Friday the 21st, and the 27th. Can't be January. It has to be February. Yeah. So if that is the case, I'll be here at 7:30. Tomorrow, we will continue with the Cemetilly trial. It'll be nice to only have one trial to follow tomorrow.
And do you know what? She's not even on my calendar. We started following that one. That was not one that I expected to follow. And then I have Karen Reed motions for March 4th and 5th, Karen Reed on the 7th, and Karen Reed on the 18th of March and April 1st. So it does look like it's tomorrow and the 27th will be out of court as they are filing dates, no hearings. So tomorrow we do not have a hearing. Is that the case? Okay, but what we can be doing is looking for those filings. So I'll kind of keep up. Hey guys, if I'm late, we'll go back and watch it. Okay. I'll figure it out. But if um it is, yes, I know. Next Tuesday's the big day. That I have on the books. That's going to be 11 a.m. on the 25th. I have that. That's very clear. So 11 a.m. their time. It's 10 a.m. my time, which I'm perfectly fine with. So that may be, let me, I have it as an evidentiary motion, but we'll see. So, but if it is, I'll be here. I may be here at 8. I may be here at 7:30. I'll be prepared. And if it is not, then I will be here in more than enough time for the Cemetilli trial. I finally, you get to the end of the trial and you figure out how to say the name without saying Cinematilli. Cinematilli. What somebody wants to know if Judge Canoni's bench is breaking down. Very well, maybe. But anyway, breaking news: the arrest made for the red room of Robert Brooks at Mercy's hospital. So we'll figure it out. No big deal. I got all night to figure it out. But just letting you know that I will be there. We will be here live for anything that is Karen Reed related. I'm going to go to Court TV. By the way, I want to give a shout out to Court TV. Court TV, you are my number one favorite place to be for all of my court needs. You are amazing. And we really appreciate all the hard work that you put into it. The Rose Petal trial day 7 is, we are all done. Karen Reed. Nope, all that's passed. So I will keep an eye on everything. What is LTL? Oh, the Robert Brooks attack? Mm-hmm. Yep. I shouldn't have eaten the mic on that. I apologize. Benadryl, yeah, that knocks my butt out. Hold on. Tomorrow's the 21st, right? So the 25th, I keep screaming. Tomorrow's the 21st, not the 25th, y'all. I asked. Let's do it this way. '25th is definitely.
Okay, we'll figure it out. If it is tomorrow, that's perfect. That's fine. I'll be here. On the 10th of February, the schedule changed and stopped tomorrow being a hearing. So basically you're saying we have no hearing tomorrow. Okay. Well, if it is, I'll be here. If it's not, I won't. But we will be here definitely in time for the Simatilla trial. I will get that set up. That is going to be 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. Yay! Finally, I can get something done in the morning. There's a new pastry store here, a bakery shop I want to go visit. Maybe I can get that and some Starbucks. Although my coffee kicks butt. All right, guys. I want to give a huge thank you and shout out to our partner in crime, as we all know and love them as the Gavel Drops, for they are the best and one only place to go to meet all your document needs for whatever trial you're covering, for they have over 500 trials that they have in as the Gavel Drops for you to look up at your leisure. Please go to Discord and join as the Gavel Drops. And after you join, please validate your account so you can have access to the documents. And as always, be kind. If you use these documents in any public format or media, please give credit to As the Gavel Drops, for a lot of the mods pay for that documentation. Again, go to As the Gavel Drops for all of your court document needs. They are fabulous and we absolutely love them and couldn't do this without them. All right, everybody. There it is, folks. There it is. I am going to skedaddle. I might go check out that bakery tonight, just kind of see what they got. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning, either at 7:30 or at 11. Tomorrow will tell. In the meantime, be blessed. Love your loved ones. You never know. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.